Chapter 451. Why did they quarrel in the past? When Monica heard Jianyun agree, she immediately became happy and gave Jianyun a big hug. Jane, I look after you. Jianyun revealed a bitter smile and subconsciously glanced at Fang Jianran out of the corner of her eye, but Fang Jianran lowered his head and could not see the expression on his face. Monica raised her wrist to look at the time and said happily, "It's still early. Why don't you go and practice first? It will be hard on you these few days." "Do you want to practice now?" Jianyun was surprised. She wanted to get off work early and go to the Ming's to look for Huo Liancheng. She did not know why she missed him so much in the afternoon. She did not want to argue with him about the fight last night. Jianyun also thought of the reason why Huo Liancheng would say that. It was probably because Huo Liancheng had a strong possessiveness and wanted to lock her up by his side. She was afraid that she would be seduced by another man, so she wanted to have a good talk with him. The main thing is that the time is tight. Jane, if you need anything, you can go back first. Monica saw that Jianyun was hesitating, so she said thoughtfully. Fang Jianran had already gotten up and walked to the door, but at this time he also turned back to look at Jianyun. Jianyun was conflicted for a while, but still shook her head and said, "Nothing much, let's go practice." Fang Jianran nodded and did not say anything. He turned around and walked out. Jianyun was about to follow but was stopped by Monica. "Jane, yes, what's wrong?" Jianyun turned her head and did not know what Monica wanted to say to her. Monica saw that Fang Jianran had already left and then sighed and said, "When you have time, you can have a good chat with Fang Jianran. He still has not let go of it until now." Jianyun's eyes flashed and the corner of her mouth pulled into an awkward arc. "Monica, I do not know what you are talking about." Monica held Jianyun's hand and said seriously, "Jane, I know. You know what I mean." Jianyun was silent for a moment before nodding. "All right, I know." Monica let out a sigh of relief and said, "Didn't you two have a good relationship back then? I thought you guys would develop, so why did you suddenly quarrel?" Jianyun shook her head. "Monica, I don't want to talk about what happened in the past. Can you stop asking?" Monica was a little disappointed. She really wanted to matchmake Jianyun and Fang Jianran back then. Both of them were piano geniuses, and their appearances were so good. If the two of them could be together and participate in the international piano competition, how beautiful would the scenery be, and how much envy would it attract? But for some reason, these two people quarreled. Jianyun quit her job here and Fang Jianran went overseas. No matter how Monica asked, these two people were silent and did not let go. This matter also made Monica very curious. "Since you do not want to say, then I will not ask. But Jane, although you two are fated, there is no boundary to art. I hope that you do not hide your talent and cooperate well with Fang Jianran to make Tianle famous and win glory for our Tianle." Monica held Jianyun's hand and said with a smile. Jianyun smiled slightly. "Okay." Coming out of Monica's office, Jianyun took out her phone and thought. She called Huo Liancheng 3 times in a row, but he didn't pick up. Jianyun was angry as well, wondering why this man was so narrow-minded. She gave in first, but he still ignored her. If he ignored her, then so be it. Let's see who is stronger than who. Jianyun angrily put her phone back into her bag. When she raised her head, she almost bumped into Fang Jianran, who had appeared in front of her at some unknown time. "Whoa, didn't you leave?" Jianyun was shocked and quickly patted her chest. "Who are you calling?" Fang Jianran asked. Jianyun rolled her eyes at him. She walked around and walked forward. "It's none of your business." "Is it Huo Liancheng?" Fang Jianran seemed to be curious. He caught up with Jianyun and walked side by side with her. He asked, "Why isn't he picking up your phone? Did you guys fight?" "Hello, Fang Jianran, this doesn't seem to concern you." Jianyun stopped and turned to glare at Fang Jianran. Fang Jianran shrugged. "I'm just concerned about my old friend." Jianyun bit her lip and glared at him. She continued to walk forward. "No need." Fang Jianran followed her. "Are you still angry with me?" "No," Jianyun answered stiffly. "Then why do you want to keep your distance from me? It's like you don't know me." Fang Jianran reached out and pulled Jianyun's hand. "Hey, I'm already married, don't touch me, otherwise." Jianyun dodged in a flash. She was a little angry. "Or do you want to call the police and arrest me?" Fang Jianran asked with a smile. Jianyun turned around and looked behind her. She could feel Chen Xin following behind her, so she quickly winked at Fang Jianran. "Can you stay away from me?" Fang Jianran acted out of the ordinary, as if he did not see Jianyun's gesture. He smiled shamelessly. "I didn't do anything. Don't make such a big fuss, okay?" Jianyun did not want to bother with him. She only angrily threatened him. "If you don't respect me like this again, I will tell Monica that I do not want to go to the performance." Only then did Fang Jianran retract his indecent expression and said seriously, "All right, this reason is very good. I was just joking just now. Let's go. Hurry up." Jianyun was very angry, but she did not know how to lose her temper. She could only endure it. She thought that she only needed to endure for a few days. In the future, she still had to keep a distance from Fang Jianran. Tianle had a special piano room for the teachers and students who wanted to participate in competitions or perform. The piano room was on the 2nd floor, and behind it was the school garden. The trees were lush, and the flowers were blooming. The music room was filled with a fragrance. The environment was very elegant and was very suitable for practicing piano. However, there were already people in the piano room. When Jian Yun and Fang Junran pushed open the door and entered the piano room, they saw Li Jingjing sitting beside the piano. She was playing the piano in a daze, and there were tears on her face. Beside her was a young woman, dressed in fine clothing. She held a tissue in her hand as if to comfort Li Jingjing. Jian Yun could not help but be speechless. How could she meet this woman everywhere? She was really lingering around. When Li Jingjing and that woman saw Jian Yun and Fang Jianran enter, Li Jingjing immediately lowered her head. That woman's face was full of anger as she directly rebuked Jian Yun. "You are the new teacher, Jian. I did not bring you to bully people like this." Jian Yun heard this and raised her brows. "Oh, why did I bully others?" That woman said angrily. "Just now, the principal called and said Jingjing is not suitable to perform, but do you know how much effort she put in for this performance? She's practiced for a long time every day, and her hands are about to cramp. How can you change people just like that? If you're not bullying people, what are you?" Jian Yun said indifferently. "You should not ask me this. You should ask the person who made the decision." "Humph, the person who made the decision was the principal. How can we have the right to question the principal's decision?" The woman sneered and looked at Jian Yun with anger in her eyes. "If it wasn't for you, why would the principal suddenly change his mind?" Chapter 452. Again. "So?" Jian Yun asked. Jian Yun glanced at Li Jingjing when she said that. This woman had been lowering her head ever since they came in. Her shoulders were shaking. She looked at the aggressive and domineering manner when she made the bet with her in the morning. At this moment, she looked very wronged and weak. Even if she lowered her head, she could see the bean-sized tears rolling down her face. Very good. This woman actually found a silly girl to help her stand up for her. She's really scheming. This performance opportunity belongs to Jingjing. I hope you can tell the principal that you won't participate in the performance." The woman raised her head and said very arrogantly. The corner of Jian Yun's mouth twitched. She really wanted to laugh. Where did Li Jingjing find such a brainless girl? Looking at her clothes, she should have a good family background. Why did her words sound so funny? "Fan Shao, did your brain get kicked by a donkey?" Fang Jianran could not take it anymore. He looked at Li Jingjing, who was pretending to be weak, and said coldly, "You go out too?" Li Jingjing's shoulders trembled and she cowered. "Big brother Fang, why do you say that to me?" Fan Shaolin was very angry. She grabbed Li Jingjing and did not let her out. "Get lost and go home. Don't make a fool of yourself here. You still feel good being used as a gun by others?" Fang Jianran's tone was a bit angry. "Brother Fang, why do you always protect this woman? What is she good about? Jingjing is young and beautiful, and she is so gentle and considerate. Why don't you consider her?" Fan Shaolin cried out. She was determined to fight for Li Jingjing's injustice. Jian Yun raised her eyebrows and glanced at Fang Jianran. It turned out that this silly girl was actually someone he knew. "Interesting. Since you think she is so good, then the two of you can be together," Fang Jianran said coldly. He was too lazy to bother with the two idiots. He walked to the other piano, opened the cover and sat down. He did the same thing as before. Jin Yun played the piano in the morning. He touched each of the keys. Jin Yun only took a glance and then looked away. I am a woman. I am not lace. How can I be together with Jingjing?" Fan Shaolin was so anxious that she stomped her feet. When she saw Fang Jianran ignore her, she rushed to Jian Yun's side and raised her head to glare at Jian Yun. "Hey, did you hear what I said? Go and tell the principal that you took the initiative to withdraw. This opportunity is Jingjing's." Jian Yun really did not like this silly girl's self-righteous tone. Seeing her so close at this time, she was irritated. She pushed Fan Shaolin's head and pushed her far away. She said unhappily, "Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you?" Fan Shaolin immediately took advantage of the situation and fell to the ground, crying out, "Ah, you actually dare to hit me." Jian Yun could not help rolling her eyes and could not be bothered with this silly girl. She lifted her foot and walked past her. Fan Shaolin had never been so angry before. She suddenly stood up and ran towards Jian Yun. The two of them were too close. Jian Yun did not have time to react and was about to be hit by Fan Shaolin. It was just in time. At that moment, Fang Jianran rushed over and pulled Jian Yun into his arms to protect her. Fan Shaolin missed and hit the piano with her head. Her forehead was swollen. Fan Shaolin cried in pain. Li Jingjing was also shocked and did not know what to do. Fan Jianran shouted in a deep voice, "Come in and take your young lady away." Two women rushed in from outside the door. They saw Fan Shaolin sitting on the ground crying and her forehead was swollen. They panicked and hurried to help her. I will not let you go, just you wait." Fan Shaolin was forcefully dragged away and did not forget to say harsh words to Jian Yun. Where did this silly girl come from? Jian Yun quietly struggled away from Fan Jianran and asked speechlessly. From the Fan family. Fan Jianran's arms were empty and he was a little disappointed, but his brows were furrowed. He was thinking that Fan Shaolin would definitely add fuel to the fire and vilify Jian Yun when she returned home. That old man from the Fan family loved his granddaughter the most. She must be very angry. He was considering whether he should go and explain after work. But Fan Jianran immediately thought of the relationship between Jian Yun and Huo Liancheng and laughed at himself. That's right. Currently, Jian Yun was the dignified Mrs. Huo. Across the entire China, as long as one was a businessman who didn't know Huo Liancheng's name, who wasn't afraid of the Huo family when it came to politics. With such a man protecting her, how could Jian Yun be afraid of a mere Fan family? Jian Yun didn't think too much about it. To her, the Fan family was just a title. Fan Jianran turned his head and saw that Li Jingjing was still in the zither room. Her eyes were fixed on him. He frowned and asked impatiently, "Why aren't you leaving?" Li Jingjing bit her lips and her eyes flashed. She forced herself to suppress the humiliation and said, "Mr. Fang, I don't accept this." Fan Jianran sneered, "You are not as good as me. How dare you say you can't accept this?" Li Jingjing lowered her head and her expression was very ugly. She wanted to fight for herself. That was an accident. Besides, one time doesn't mean anything. An accident? Fan Jianran nodded. Sure, he said. What do you want to do now? Jian Yun tilted her head and looked at the conversation between the two of them. She suddenly thought of something. Fan Jianran's character was indeed different from Huo Liancheng's. If Huo Liancheng was here now, he would have asked Li Jingjing to scram. People he did not like would never be hypocritical. Fan Jianran had always been a gentleman. Even if he was angry, he would maintain the etiquette of a gentleman. I want to compete with Teacher Jian again. This time we will play with you. Let's see who is more cooperative with you. Li Jingjing mustered her courage and looked up. Her eyes were full of determination. Fan Jianran frowned. Clearly, he did not want to interact with Li Jingjing again, but Li Jingjing seemed to know that Fan Jianran was not happy. She looked at Jian Yun. Teacher Jian, what do you think? Jian Yun shrugged. I don't care. Jian Yun did not care. If Monica did not say so, she would not even be willing to participate in this performance. Fan Jianran thought about it and agreed. Okay, who will go first? I'll do it. Li Jingjing saw that Fan Jianran agreed. She was delighted. She knew that although Fan Jianran looked cold on the surface, from the piano in primary school, he had the temperament of a gentleman in his bones. He would never do anything extreme. Li Jingjing also had her own selfish motives. She asked for it because she felt that she had practiced for a long time after all. Although Fan Jianran did not return for long, Monica had greeted him more than a month in advance for this performance. She and Fan Jianran had practiced together many times. Compared to Jian Yun, who had just come to Tianlei yesterday, it was obvious that they had an advantage. Of course, Jian Yun did not know what Li Jingjing was thinking. She put her bag on the windowsill and crossed her arms as she sat by the side. She tilted her head and looked at Li Jingjing and Fan Jianran's 4 hands playing. Chapter 453, Four-Handed Piano. It was undeniable that Li Jingjing and Fan Jianran had cooperated well. However, in the eyes of the insiders there were still many problems. No wonder Fan Jianran was so angry with Li Jingjing. She had made a lot of small mistakes that could be avoided. After the song was played, hope lit up in Li Jingjing's eyes again. She felt that her performance today was the best. It was better than any other time in the past. So she felt that Jian Yun would definitely lose this time. It's your turn. Li Jingjing got up and slightly raised her chin. This was a pose of intimidation. Jian Yun walked over very easily and sat beside Fan Jianran. Fan Jianran looked at her. Can we begin? Jian Yun's hands lightly touched the keys and looked back at him. Okay. Just now Li Jingjing and Fan Jianran played the prelude to Carmen, the song of the bullfighters. For justice, Jian Yun and Fan Jianran also played this song. Li Jingjing proudly crossed her arms and watched from the side. In her opinion, Jian Yun and Fan Jianran had never cooperated before. The first time they played the piano together, they definitely would not have a tacit understanding. As long as Jian Yun lost, then the opportunity to perform would still be hers. Thinking of this, Li Jingjing glanced at the entrance from the corner of her eye. She had just secretly sent a text asking Wang Yuan and the rest to bring people over to watch. Li Jingjing was very confident. This time, it would definitely make Jian Yun lose very badly. Outside the door, there were already quite a few people standing there. Monica's figure was also there. She originally planned to drive away but found Wang Yuan and the rest were walking towards the piano room. Faintly, she heard them talking about Jian Yun and Fan Jianran playing the piano. She was curious for a moment, so she also came over. Everyone saw Li Jingjing and Fan Jianran's cooperation just now. Many people were cheering in their hearts. At this time, everyone was looking forward to Jian Yun's performance. A bright rhythm sounded. Jian Yun and Fan Jianran began to play. At this time, everyone was silent and listened attentively. However, as soon as the prelude was played, everyone's expression became shocked and strange. Li Jingjing put down her arms with an expression of disbelief. Impossible. Li Jingjing unconsciously muttered, her face alternating between green and white. So powerful. With such high compatibility, is it really their first time working together? It's hard to believe. As expected, the geniuses are all playing together. We mediocre people can stand on one side. The people outside the door were shocked. They couldn't help but whisper to each other, but they didn't dare to be too loud because they were afraid of interfering with their performance. Some people began to sympathize with Li Jingjing. They lost twice in a day and thought that victory was in their hands, but they did not expect that they would lose so badly again and again in front of so many people. It was simply too embarrassing. Jian Yun's hands were soft and slender, and Fan Zhenran's hands were long and strong. Both of them had similar talent and were rare piano geniuses. They saw the four beautiful hands dancing on the keys like butterflies in the sky. The audience was dazzled. When the song ended, both of them put their hands on the piano keys at the same time. The inside and outside of the piano room fell into silence. Everyone was still immersed in the song and could not extricate themselves from it. Finally, someone clapped. Outside the door, Monica looked at the two of them and the corner of her mouth held a smile. I am looking forward to the performance 3 days later. Then, everyone started to applaud. Teacher Jian, Great God Fang, is this really the first time you two are cooperating? With such a high degree of tacit understanding, we all believe that you two are soul partners. Some people were amazed. Jian Yun smiled and said lightly, don't use words blindly. Fan Zhenran looked at Jian Yun and got up. He said lightly, let's just treat it as a warm-up today. Come and practice early tomorrow. Let's go. Everyone left. Only Li Jingjing was left standing there alone. Her hands were tightly clenched and her face was pale. Her entire body was trembling like leaves in the wind. Monica deliberately fell behind the crowd. When she turned around and saw this scene, she narrowed her eyes and said in a deep voice, Teacher Li, have you not realized the difference between you and Teacher Jian? What? What is the difference between me and her? She just married a rich man. Li Jingjing retorted excitedly. Her face was full of tears, and her eyes were full of stubbornness and unwillingness to admit defeat. Monica stopped and looked into Li Jingjing's eyes. She said seriously, you are jealous of her, am I right? Li Jingjing screamed, I am not. Monica sneered. Obviously, you have to understand that there is always a reason for everything in the world. It is also a kind of ability for her to marry young, handsome, and rich men. If you don't have the ability, don't dream about it. Besides, you saw it too. She is indeed more talented than you. She also plays the piano better than you, so in my opinion, your anger is very inexplicable. In this world, the strong are always respected. If you want others to think highly of you, then you must become stronger yourself. Li Jingjing covered her mouth and cried. She did not know if she had listened to Monica's words. In her past 20+ years of life, she had always been held high by others and was everyone's goddess. But today, she lost to Jian Yun twice in a row, making her heart completely unable to accept it. Think about what I said. Tianlei is a place where talents are valued. You have talent, and I do not want to bury it, so today I will speak for you and leave you behind. I hope you do not disappoint me. Monica shook her head. She was naturally not an ordinary person to be able to achieve the scale of Tianlei today with her own strength. She would not let her emotions affect her. She was very clear that when handling matters, one must be fair and treat everyone equally. This way, her subordinates would respect her and manage Tianlei better. After Monica finished speaking, she turned around and left. Li Jingjing sat on the ground and cried loudly. At that time, Jian Yun left the zither room and jogged because she realized that it was already very late. Now that she was going home, plus the journey, she would not be able to reach home until at least 8 o'clock. She still wanted to go back tonight and take the initiative to reconcile with Huo Liancheng. It would not be good if she went back too late. After Jian Yun got into the car, she suddenly realized that Fan Zhenran also got into her car. She could not help but frown. What, I didn't drive today? I'll give you a ride. Give me a ride. Fan Zhenran sat in the passenger seat and said calmly, You can take a taxi. Jian Yun said stiffly. Fan Zhenran looked at Jian Yun from the corner of his eye and said with a smile that was not a smile, It's fine if you pretend you don't know me. Don't tell me you have to reject such a small request. Jian Yun glared at Fan Zhenran. Indeed, they had to cooperate with the four-handed joint bullet. It was not good to be so cold. Jian Yun thought about it and suddenly stepped on the accelerator without any warning. Her Buick sped out and she stepped on the brakes again. If Fan Zhenran had not grabbed her hand in time, he would have hit his head on the front windshield. Chapter 454, Love Comes at Once. Good boy, when did you become so violent? You scared me to death. Fan Zhenran's mouth twitched, and he quickly buckled his seatbelt. It would be best if you scared me to death. Jian Yun gave Fan Zhenran a sidelong glance, then stepped on the accelerator. This time, the car drove out normally. At the same time, not far from the other side of the road, in a low-key and luxurious business car, Huo Liancheng frowned. His phone was turning in his palm. Ling Li narrowed his eyes dangerously and looked at the Buick driving far away. The air in the car was very stagnant, like a brick. Cheng Mu's, who was sitting at the side, shrank his neck and did not dare to make a sound. Huo Liancheng had arranged to play golf with Director Wang of Morning Wind in the afternoon. Halfway through, Huo Liancheng looked at his phone and was about to leave. Director Wang was still very nervous. He kept pulling him and asking, but he did not know if he had said something wrong and offended Huo Liancheng. Only now did Cheng Mu's know that Huo Liancheng was here to pick up Jian Yun. He looked at his phone and probably saw Jian Yun's missed call. However, when Cheng Muze thought of the man who got into Jian Yun's car, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smirk. This man looked as good as fourth brother, and he looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Jian Yun must have known each other since she allowed him to get into the car. It seemed like fourth brother was getting annoyed again. Cheng Muzi was very happy, but Huo Liancheng could not be happy. From last night until now, he had been in a bad mood. He went to play golf because he wanted to relax, so that his mind would not be occupied by that little demon. He did not expect Jian Yun to call him. At that time, he was overjoyed and regretted that he did not bring his phone with him, so that he did not receive it. Huo Liancheng originally wanted to be reserved and let Jian Yun know that he was not so easy to coax, but he could not hold back. He did not even have time to change his clothes before he came out of the golf course. He drove all the way here and wanted to pick up Jian Yun to get off work and give her a chance to coax him. But what did he see? A man got into Jian Yun's car and Jian Yun did not chase him out. It seemed that the two of them were very beige. This feeling was very bad. Huo Liancheng kept staring at Jian Yun's car until he could no longer see it. Fourth brother, look at this. Someone just posted on Weibo. Cheng Muze suddenly handed the phone to Huo Liancheng and said with interest, they played the piano together. This seems to be Sister Jian. It's amazing how well she cooperated. The rhythmic piano music sounded. Huo Liancheng did not pick up the phone. He only looked at Cheng Muze's hand. But when he saw the two people in the video, his eyes became colder. It was as if the Kanyuan was covered in ice and snow, giving off a bone-piercing coldness. Even if it was just a trace of his back, he could still recognize that it was Jian Yun. The corner of Huo Liancheng's eyes twitched nervously. It turned out that she and Fang Jianran were already so close to each other in a place he could not see. Such tacit cooperation was not something that could be achieved by just knowing each other for 2 days. It's closed. Huo Liancheng did not finish reading. He looked away and ordered coldly, go back to the company. Cheng Muze was laughing secretly. He thought Huo Liancheng would be jealous when he saw this. He then went to chase after Jian Yun and asked Jian Yun to explain clearly. This way, he could take the opportunity to get off the car and play. He was stunned when he heard Huo Liancheng say that he wanted to return to the company. Fourth brother, it's time to get off work. Cheng Muze put away his half-messaged phone and complained. So? Huo Liancheng's handsome face was gloomy and his tone was even colder. Cheng Muze quickly shut his mouth. Forget it. The result of bargaining with the devil was that he had to pay more. Go to the Huos. Huo Liancheng said impatiently when he saw the driver driving towards the Mings. Fourth brother, why are we going to the Huos? That place isn't ready yet. Cheng Muze's heart trembled again. Could it be that this devil king was going to check his work? Huo Liancheng didn't say anything. He just looked at Cheng Muze coldly and made him shut his mouth. At the same time, Jian Yun drove the car and asked Fang Jianran, where are you staying? The same place. Fang Jianran said plainly. Jian Yun's hand, which was holding the steering wheel, shook a little, but she did not show it on her face. She did not pretend that she did not know where Fang Jianran lived. She drove straight there. Isn't Huo Liancheng very rich? Why are you driving this kind of car? In the silence, Fang Jianran suddenly asked. His tone was very light, as if he was casually talking about the weather. His money is his? What does it have to do with me? Jian Yun glanced at Fang Jianran and said quietly, if I say that I bought this car with my own loan, do you believe me? Fang Jianran did not expect Jian Yun to say that. He was surprised for a moment, but when he thought about the temper of this little woman in front of him, he smiled. It suits your character. You are not willing to take advantage of anyone. It is not a matter of taking advantage of others. Jian Yun also thought it through. Since they met again, it was not a big deal to keep pretending not to recognize them. It was better to be frank and open. So she focused on driving and chatted with Fang Jianran. I hate it when people say that I married him because of money. Then why? Love? Fang Jianran narrowed his eyes. The corner of his eye twitched nervously. The last few words he said made him gnash his teeth. Jian Yun could also hear Fang Jianran's harsh and mocking tone, but since he wanted to explain it clearly, she did not care. She only replied indifferently. Fang Jianran did not think much of it. How long do you guys know each other? To love him to this extent? Jian Yun was silent for a while before she said seriously. 6 years ago, I knew him 6 years ago. Moreover, sometimes, love comes just like that. It has nothing to do with time, age, or distance. 6 years? Fang Jianran did not expect to hear such an answer. His heart was like a cat scratching its head. He wanted to ask again, but pride did not allow him to ask because he was afraid that he would hear an answer that would make him feel even worse. Silence spread in the car until they reached their destination. Fang Jianran did not say anything. You are home. Jian Yun parked the car at the entrance of a high-end residential area and turned her head to look at Fang Jianran. Actually, she did not want to mention Huo Liancheng in front of him, but there were some things that could easily lead to misunderstandings if she did not say them clearly. Fang Jianran's face was tense. He pushed the door open and did not say a word. Jian Yun watched his back disappear into the corridor, and sighed in her heart. As the saying goes, fate does not belong to you. It was referring to her and Fang Jianran. When Jianyun arrived home, it was almost 8:30. She thought Huo Liancheng must have gone home a long time ago. Speaking of which, he was indeed different from other men who had a bit of money and had all kinds of fun. He basically did not have any entertainment life. He went home after work and went back to work. It was unbelievable. However, what surprised Jianyun was that Huo Liancheng did not come back. The house was cold and quiet. The housekeeper told her that, after she went out in the morning, Huo Liancheng followed her and did not come back until now. Chapter 455, Run Away from Home. Jianyun could not help but feel a little disappointed, but she did not think too much about it. She went to take a bath first, changed her clothes, and got ready to eat. She did not expect to meet Huo Liancheng in the corridor. She saw him wearing a simple t-shirt and sweatpants. He seemed to have just exercised. His neat short hair was covered with sweat. He held a big towel as he walked and wiped his sweat. Sweat could be seen dripping down his muscular arms. From afar, Jianyun could smell Huo Liancheng's unique male hormones. It was too tempting. It made her heart beat a few times, and her ears began to heat up. Jianyun did not even think and went up to him. Her small face broke into a smile. "When did you come back?" But Jianyun immediately realized that Huo Liancheng did not even look at her. To be exact, he completely ignored her and did not seem to have heard her question. He just walked past her. Jianyun was stunned for a moment and subconsciously reached out to pull Huo Liancheng's arm. However, she did not even touch the corner of his clothes. Huo Liancheng did not stop and Jianyun just watched him walk past her. "Hey!" Jianyun stomped her feet in anger. How could she not see that Huo Liancheng did it on purpose? But Huo Liancheng still ignored her. Jianyun rushed over in anger and stopped in front of him. She raised her head and stared at him. "Can't you see me?" Huo Liancheng finally stopped when he was blocked. He lowered his head and looked at Jianyun. His black eyes narrowed slightly. His handsome face was dark and there was not a trace of fluctuation. "I'm talking to you," Jianyun said angrily. "Yes," Huo Liancheng replied. Jianyun looked at him and found that he did not continue. Her eyes were about to spew fire. "What do you mean? I called you but you did not pick up. When you came back you were fierce to me. How did I offend you?" Huo Liancheng looked at Jianyun. "Are you done?" Jianyun thought Huo Liancheng would explain a few words, so she nodded. "I'm done." Huo Liancheng walked a few steps to the side and went around her. Jianyun was petrified and her mouth was wide open in shock. She just watched Huo Liancheng's tall back slowly walk away. She even forgot to chase after him. When Huo Liancheng turned the corner, he heard a hysterical scream from behind. "Huo Liancheng, you bastard!" Jianyun was so angry that she almost went crazy. Huo Liancheng was a narrow-minded man. Didn't he have a fight last night? How could he be so upset? She had taken the initiative to show her goodwill, but she was completely ignored just like that. When she thought of Huo Liancheng's annoying expression just now, Jianyun wanted to scream. No, she could not bear it anymore. 10 minutes later, Huo Liancheng came out of the shower. He saw the butler standing at the door. When he saw him, he said nervously, "Young master, madam just drove out. She seems very angry." Huo Liancheng stopped and threw the towel. "Damn it." The butler lowered his head and did not dare to speak, because Huo Liancheng's expression was too scary. His gloomy face was like the sky before the storm. The dark clouds covered the sky, as if it would explode in the next second. Huo Liancheng's face was dark, and he didn't say a word. He picked up his phone and called Chen Xin. "Young Master Huo, I am following madam." Chen Xin picked it up quickly. "Keep an eye on her and see where she goes. If she is looking for a man, bring her back immediately." Huo Liancheng was very annoyed. The scene in the afternoon was still in front of him. Jianyun and Fang Jianran were talking and laughing. She even let Fang Jianran get into her car. In addition to the video of them playing the piano together, Huo Liancheng was so jealous that he almost went crazy. As soon as he thought that Jianyun might be going to find Fang Jianran, Huo Liancheng had the urge to kill. "Yes, young Master Huo." Chen Xin could also hear the sharpness and anger in Huo Liancheng's tone. Even he felt a trace of fear. Huo Liancheng did not want to do anything else. He put on a t-shirt and went to the study room. At the same time, Jianyun was driving at full speed. She was very angry. She was really very angry. Jianyun felt more and more that there were too many problems and ravines between her and Huo Liancheng. Their background and growth were different. Their values and personalities were very different. Sometimes, they really could not communicate. Just like this time, she was just going to work normally. Huo Liancheng acted as if she was going to steal someone. He was so angry that he even shivered with her. Cold chills? Who was afraid of who? Jianyun thought and became even angrier. She decided not to see Huo Liancheng for the next few days. She gave him time to calm down. Half an hour later, Huo Liancheng received a call from Chen Xin. "Young Master Huo, madam has come to the neighborhood where she used to live. Wu Wenjing lives here." Huo Liancheng looked at the location on the computer. The stern look on his face faded a little. "Okay." There was only one short word, but Huo Liancheng knew he was relieved. He was really afraid that Jianyun was going to look for Fang Jianran. He was sure there must be a story between them. But damn it, he could not find out who she was. He only knew that Jianyun worked part-time in Tianlai when she was still in college. Fang Jianran was also a teacher in Tianlai. However, even though he knew there must be some secret, he did not know the details, which made his imagination run wild. At that time, Jianyun parked her car in the neighborhood she rented with Luo Yanyan. She carried her bag and went upstairs. At that time, they paid the rent for the house for a year. Later, she and Luo Yanyan moved away. They originally planned to rent it out. Later, Wu Wenjing said that the rent of the house she rented was too expensive and it happened to expire, so she moved here. Jianyun went upstairs and knocked on the door first. No one answered, so she took out the key to open the door. The moment the door opened, Jianyun choked and coughed. The dust in the house was so big, she looked around and found that the furniture on the floor was covered with dust. It seemed that no one had stayed for at least half a month. Jianyun could not help frowning. Could Wu Wenjing have moved away? But she did not hear Wu Wenjing mention it. Moreover, Wu Wenjing's things were still here. Where did Wu Wenjing go during this period of time? Thinking of Wu Wenjing, Jianyun immediately took out her phone and dialed her number. During the phone call last night, Wu Wenjing spoke hesitantly and the environment there was very noisy. Jianyun was a little puzzled and originally planned to call later to ask, but in the end she got into a quarrel with Huo Liancheng and forgot about it later on. Jianyun was a little worried about Wu Wenjing. She always had a bad feeling. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Jianyun was even more worried. She stopped for a while and called again, but still no one answered. Jianyun did not give up. After a while she called again. This time, the call was answered the moment it rang. "Hello Jianyun, I was just about to call you." Wu Wenjing's voice was very cheerful. It was no different from her usual carefree manner. "Where are you? Why is it that no one picked up after ringing for so long?" Jianyun asked in puzzlement. People like Wu Wenjing, who never left their hands, would always pick up their phones for 3 seconds. This time, they did not pick up after ringing for so long. There must be a problem. Chapter 456, It is not a good thing that you care so much. "I'm at home. I was cooking in the kitchen. I didn't hear you," Wu Wenjing said with a smile. Her tone sounded relaxed and normal. "Are you at home?" Jianyun looked around and in the dusty house, she sneered. "I am here right now. Why did I not see you? Could it be that you are hiding in the corner, or are we not in the same space now?" There was a pause on the other side of the phone and Wu Wenjing started to laugh. "Jianyun, you really know how to joke. I said that I am at home, but I did not say that I must be in my own home. I am at my friend's house now." "Your friend? Which friend?" Jianyun put down her bag and found a rag to wipe away the dust. She wanted to stay here for the next few days. It was all ashes. She could not stay here at all. "My boyfriend," Wu Wenjing answered very quickly. "When did you have a boyfriend? Why didn't you tell me?" Jianyun was surprised. "A few days ago, we just established our relationship. It was my classmate. I always wanted to find a chance to tell you." Wu Wenjing laughed and said in a very natural tone, "That classmate of yours who is the manager of the film company?" Jianyun frowned. She always felt that something was not normal, but from Wu Wenjing's tone, it did not seem like she was in trouble. Perhaps she was really thinking too much. "And that's right, Jianyun, why are you looking for me so late? Is something the matter?" Wu Wenjing changed the topic and asked Jianyun. "I had a fight with a stinky man. I wanted to find you to comfort me, but you are not here." Jianyun curled her lips and said snappily. Now her mother was still hospitalized in the capital for recovery, and Luo Yanyan was hospitalized. Wu Wenjing had no one here. She wanted to find someone to talk to, but she could not find anyone. It seemed that her friends were really too few. "President Huo bullied you?" Wu Wenjing was nervous and immediately patted her chest and shouted, "Don't be afraid. I am here. If he dares to bully you, I will scold him for you." Jianyun could not help rolling her eyes. "Okay, I will give you his phone number and scold him now." Wu Wenjing immediately cowered. Don't, I'm just saying it." Jianyun would not really believe that Wu Wenjing dared to do this. Who was Huo Liancheng? Perhaps even those big shots would not dare to say anything bad about him in front of their faces. Otherwise, the narrow-minded men would make them bankrupt at any moment. "All right, Jianyun, why did you and President Huo quarrel?" Wu Wenjing was still very concerned about Jianyun. "Didn't I go back to Tianlai to work? Yesterday, he only had 1 day of work and he was crazy. When he came home, he wanted me to resign. He asked him the reason, but he didn't say it. I like this job, and I don't want to resign. Then I fell out." Jianyun got angry when she said that. Huo Liancheng was too domineering and despotic. She was not his puppet. Why must she listen to him? Wu Wenjing thought for a while and immediately asked, "Are you very close to a strange man? Is there a man in the office?" "Isn't that nonsense? Of course there are men in the office." Jianyun snorted, but then she was stunned. She suddenly thought of Fang Jianran. She had been very close to Fang Jianran for the past 2 days. Fang Jianran always seemed to be getting close to her. Today, she had moved out, but Fang Jianran followed her. Chen Xin had been following her all this time. He might have reported everything about her to Huo Liancheng. That was why Huo Liancheng asked her to resign yesterday. In the end, she rejected him without thinking. That was why Huo Liancheng, that narrow-minded man, was so angry. Then tonight, she and Fan Janran played four hands together. At that time, many people were watching outside. Someone must have taken pictures. Could it be that Huo Liancheng saw that video again? Thinking of this, Jian Yun broke out in cold sweat. It was not hard to explain how he would ignore her tonight. Wu Wenjing, I won't tell you anymore. I'll meet you another day when I have time. Jian Yun also did not have the mood to chat with Wu Wenjing. She hurriedly hung up the phone and subconsciously wanted to look for Huo Liancheng. She wanted to explain to him. But Jian Yun just walked a few steps and stopped again. A surge of anger inexplicably rose in her heart. She did not do anything wrong. She was just an ordinary colleague with Fang Jianran. It was inevitable that she would come into contact with the opposite sex during work. Why did she half explain to Huo Liancheng? Especially when Jian Yun thought of Huo Liancheng's arrogant manner and ignored her, it made her even angrier. She wouldn't go. She definitely wouldn't explain. She could not help Huo Liancheng's way of catching people's attention and making them jealous for no reason. Jian Yun also thought of a problem. There were people following her around 24 hours a day. To put it nicely, they were protecting her. If not, they were monitoring her. Her every move was seen by others. It was not good. It made her feel like she was naked. When would this kind of life end? Jian Yun did not go home and was not in the mood to clean Wu Wenjing. She simply tidied up the bedroom and made the bed. These 2 days, she still planned to stay here. She did not want to go back and see Huo Liancheng's cold face. Jian Yun did not eat at night, and Wu Wenjing did not ask for help. However, there was noodles in the fridge. Jian Yun cooked some noodles and ate it. She then rested on the bed and swiped her phone, but then she realized that there was a problem. Her phone was out of battery and the charger was not brought out. Seeing that there was only the last bit of battery left on her phone, without her phone to play, Jian Yun could only sleep. The night gradually turned dark. It was already very hot in the early summer of May, but it was still very cold at night. It was raining tonight, and no one was walking in the neighborhood. Only the streetlights, on both sides of the road, were emitting a faint yellow light. There were 2 cars parked next to Jian Yun's Buick. One of them was a low-profile and luxurious business car. At this moment, Huo Liancheng was sitting in the driver's seat of the car. His handsome face was cold, and he was only wearing a t-shirt and sports pants. Clearly, he came out in a hurry and did not even have time to change his clothes. Chen Qian sat in the front passenger seat. He looked at Huo Liancheng, who was frowning and did not say a word, and suggested, "Young Master Huo, I will just stay here and guard." Huo Liancheng ignored Chen Qian and changed his posture. He leaned his head back on the seat and closed his eyes as if he was ready to rest. "Young Master Huo, why don't you just go upstairs?" Chen Qian felt it was inappropriate for Huo Liancheng to guard a woman downstairs in the middle of the night. "Shut up!" Huo Liancheng scolded coldly. Didn't he want to go up? However, he had just quarreled with Jian Yun and angered her to leave. If he went up now, it would be very awkward if she ignored him. Although Chen Qian used to be a world-shaking figure, now that he had acknowledged Huo Liancheng as his master, he naturally had to do his duty as a subordinate. Furthermore, Chen Qian also understood how dangerous the man in front of him was. After a moment of silence, Chen Qian still spoke. "Young Master Huo, have you ever thought that you care so much about Miss? To her perhaps it is not a good thing." Chapter 457, Vinegar. This time, Huo Liancheng didn't scold Chen Qian. Instead, he opened his eyes slightly, and a bright light appeared in his eyes. Chen Qian continued. "I know there are some things that I shouldn't say, but Ouyang and I are good friends. We have known young Miss from Ouyang a long time ago. Young Miss is like my family. I hope she can be safe and sound." Before Chen Qian could finish his sentence, Huo Liancheng rudely interrupted him. "You mean that it is dangerous for her to follow me?" Chen Qian felt a chill in his heart when he heard that. Even though he had been on the battlefield and had undergone bloody and cruel training, he still felt a sense of fear when he was in front of Huo Liancheng. Chen Qian understood that this was the dignity of a person who had been in a superior position for a long time. He was born with a domineering aura. Just one look was enough to give people a sense of intimidation. "Young Master Huo, I didn't mean that." Chen Qian lowered his head and apologized hurriedly, but he still wanted to finish his sentence. "Young Master Huo, I am a rough person, but I have always been loyal to young Master Huo. I think young Master Huo should know what I want to say." Huo Liancheng's face was gloomy, and his eyes were clouded. As wise as he was, he naturally knew what Chen Qian was trying to say. It was just that he had always deceived himself, and was reluctant to consider the unknown danger. He thought that it would be fine as long as Jian Yun was by his side, but as long as the danger was still there, it would be fine. In that case, the more he cared, she would also become his biggest weakness, the greatest weapon used by others to restrict him. "Young Master Huo, you can't always protect Miss. Lies will be exposed one day." Chen Qian sighed in his heart. As a subordinate, he should not have said these words, but Jian Yun was his old friend's family. He could not ignore her. Huo Liancheng was silent. He narrowed his eyes and slightly raised his head. His gaze passed through the glass in front of the car and landed on a certain part of the building in front of him. There was a faint light there. At this time, she must have fallen asleep. Yes, lies will be exposed one day. He tried so hard to keep her by his side. Could it be that in the end, could it put her in a more dangerous position? Chenshin did not continue speaking. He had already reminded her of everything that needed to be reminded. If he spoke any more, he would really cross the line. However, Huo Liancheng's heart could no longer remain calm. The next morning, when Jian Yun woke up, the sky was not bright yet. She originally thought that she would not be able to sleep when she was so angry. Who knew that she slept soundly and slept until dawn? However, after figuring out the reason for Huo Liancheng's anger, Jian Yun was not that angry anymore. But this did not mean that she would forgive Huo Liancheng. It was his fault for not asking directly when he had a question. He had to resort to this kind of roundabout method to make things awkward. It made everyone unhappy. Jian Yun tidied up. When she went out, it was only 7:15. When she drove the car out, if she looked back, she would see a familiar business car parked at the place that was one car away from her. At this time, the man in the car was staring at her with a malicious expression. Chen Xin and Huo Liancheng sat together. He had accompanied Huo Liancheng to guard here all night. He really could not understand Huo Liancheng's thoughts. He cared so much about Jian Yun, so he could just go up and apologize. Wasn't women used to be pampered? Who knew that he would rather stay here all night than look for Jian Yun? It really made Chen Xin feel a faint pain. However, Chen Xin did not dare to speak now because Huo Liancheng's expression was really scary. He definitely would not be able to rest well in the car. Although he did not look tired, why did his eyes look like he was going to kill someone? Huo Liancheng was indeed very angry. He had been fighting in his heart for the whole night. He originally planned to show his face in the morning to let Jian Yun know that he was worried that she would run out alone. He also followed her and even stayed here to guard her for the whole night. When she saw how haggard he was, she would definitely not be angry with him anymore. Then he would take the opportunity to say a few good words. The two of them would naturally reconcile. However, what did he see? The little girl who was used to looking up to the sky in front of him had actually put on makeup today. Looking at the hooked eyebrows and the originally good-looking eyes, they now seem to be able to hook people up. And there's also the mouth. Don't she know how attractive her little mouth is? To actually put on such a gorgeous lipstick just for who to show it to? That dress was also extremely short, all on her knees, a pair of straight and slender legs exposed, dazzling white. Huo Liancheng saw Jian Yun, who was wearing such a hot dress today, get into the car. He held the steering wheel tightly with both hands and pursed his lips into a straight line. He was obviously very angry, but he did not say a word. Chen Xin was waiting anxiously by the side. "Young Master Huo, are you going to follow me?" "Follow?" Huo Liancheng's eyes turned red. He almost spat out the word between his teeth. Today he wanted to see who this little demoness was trying to hook up with. "Young Master Huo, go to the back seat and rest. I'll drive." Chen Xin was shivering from the cold air released from Huo Liancheng's body. He was sweating for Jian Yun in his heart. In fact, Chen Xin had stayed here for the whole night. He had already called someone to take over the shift in the morning. Jian Yun's car had just driven out when a car followed. Since Huo Liancheng said that he would follow, Chen Xin naturally did not dare to object. 10 minutes later, Jian Yun, who was driving, received a short message. When she parked the car and waited for the green light, she picked up her phone and opened it. She raised her eyebrows and subconsciously looked at the rearview mirror. Sure enough, there was a familiar car not far behind her car. Jian Yun's mood inexplicably became better. The corner of her fore, she looked down at her phone again. The text message was from Chen Xin. "Young Master Huo is behind you." Chen Xin must have taken advantage of Huo Liancheng's lack of attention to secretly send a message to remind Jian Yun not to do anything out of line. Otherwise, this big jealous jar would definitely be overturned. However, Jian Yun did not think so. Her eyes rolled. She picked up her phone and dialed Fan Jianran's number. After confirming that they were going to cooperate with each other to play the piano last night, Fan Jianran exchanged phone numbers with Jian Yun for practice. "Hello, you called me so early. Don't tell me you missed me?" The phone rang and was picked up. Fan Jianran sounded surprised. He did not expect Jian Yun to take the initiative to call him. Jian Yun avoided the question and said directly, "Didn't you say you need to practice more these 2 days? Did you go to school? If you didn't go, I was on the way to pick you up." "I haven't gone out yet." "Wait, why is it on the way again? Didn't you say you weren't on the way last night?" Fan Jianran was very happy to hear that, but then he asked a question. He looked at the address Jian Yun had registered at the school administration office. It was the villa area of Qinghu. It was in the opposite direction from where he lived. Last night, he also deliberately wanted to interact more with Jian Yun, which was why he was so shameless. "Yes, it was not on the way last night. It's on the way now." Jian Yun did not want to explain. She only said, "There are about 10 minutes left until we reach the entrance of your residential area. Watch the time and come out." Chapter 458, Don't Provoke Him Again. After saying that, Jian Yun hung up the phone. She looked up at the rearview mirror and the smile on her face grew wider. "Humph, you like to be jealous, right? Then I'll let you eat enough at once." In the MPV that had been following Jian Yun closely from a few parking spaces, Chen Xin saw that Jian Yun had changed the driveway and was about to turn around. He was still wondering what this girl wanted to do. He was still fantasizing whether this girl would understand Huo Liancheng's good intentions after seeing his text message, so he wanted to turn around and go home now. Looking for Huo Liancheng? But after a few minutes, Chen Xin could not be happy because he saw Jian Yun parked her car at the entrance of a high-end residential area. He drove past this residential area yesterday when he followed Jian Yun. It was the place where the man called Fang Jianran lived. So Jian Yun suddenly changed direction. She was here to pick up Fang Jianran to work? Cold sweat broke out on Chen Xin's head. He wondered if Jian Yun did not see his text message. If she saw it and knew that Huo Liancheng was behind her, why would she be so bold to meet a man? It was over. Chen Xin only had this thought in his mind at the moment. He secretly glanced behind him with the corner of his eye, but he found that Huo Liancheng's face was very calm. It could even be said that he was calm. His eyes were calm, as if he was looking at something that had nothing to do with him. However, Chen Xin knew that the more angry Huo Liancheng was, the calmer he was. His current expression indicated that he was on the verge of raging. Chen Xin shrunk his head back, not daring to make a sound. He really hoped that he could be invisible now and not be affected by Huo Liancheng's anger. The last time he was angry was when the Huo's shares were being controlled. Huo Liancheng's expression was the same back then. In less than 3 hours, those people's company's shares were sniped. In just one day, the row of companies on the stock market collapsed. Chen Xin could only pray in his heart that Jian Yun would not provoke this devil again. Otherwise, the ones who would suffer would still be his subordinates. At that time, Jian Yun stopped the car. Just as she was about to take her phone, she saw Fan Jianran walk over leisurely. He walked over against the light. The May flowers were blooming like brocade, making him look radiant. His beautiful eyes seemed to contain a smile. Jian Yun lowered the window and looked at Fan Jianran with a very strange expression. Don't tell me you are putting on makeup at home? Fang Jianran raised his eyebrows. Can't I? Jian Yun looked at Fang Jianran's fresh face today and curled her lips. Isn't a man wearing makeup a sissy? Fang Jianran was not angry. He opened the door of the passenger seat and got into the car. Isn't there an old saying that women dress up for people who admire their looks? Men are also suitable. Also, this car of yours is really small. You can't even stretch your legs. You can get off now, Jian Yun said coldly. No. Fang Jianran acted like a scoundrel and even buckled his seatbelt very consciously. He looked at the time and urged, hurry up and leave, or else we won't have time to practice. Jian Yun snorted coldly and started the car. She did not forget to look at the rearview mirror, but what surprised her was that the business car that had been following closely behind her had actually disappeared. Jian Yun looked left and right. The entrance of the residential area was empty. There were no cars. She also guessed that President Huo had probably left in anger because of her. On the one hand, she was a little disappointed, but at the same time she felt a little excited that her frets. Humph. I told you to fight with me. I wanted to make you angry. However, Jian Yun was also a little strange. She felt that with Huo Liancheng's character, shouldn't he rush up to her and question her when he saw her come to pick up Fang Jianran? Why was he so abnormal? Why did he leave without saying a word? What are you looking at? Fang Jianran asked. Jian Yun ignored him and looked around as if she was waiting for someone. Fang Jianran looked around and asked, Do you have someone else to wait for? No. Jian Yun came back to her senses and immediately let out a sigh of relief. Without any warning, she stepped on the accelerator and the car sped out. Even though Fan Jianran was wearing a safety belt, he was still pressed against the seat by the inertia belt. He could not help smiling bitterly. It's been a few years since we last met. Why did your temper become so violent? People always change. Didn't you also change? Jian Yun drove the car back to the main road and said lightly, Where did I change? Fan Jianran seemed to be very curious about how Jian Yun looked at him in her heart. I have changed, Jian Yun said bluntly. Fan Jianran did not expect this answer. His handsome face turned dark. But he did not refute. Instead, he leaned back comfortably in his chair. He closed his eyes. Actually, when he was waiting for Jian Yun at the door, he saw the business car behind her. Across the entire Qinghu city, there were only a few people who could afford to drive that car. So, he did not need to think to know who was in the car. Jian Yun had been looking back just now, which meant that she had always known that Huo Liancheng was behind her. When she did not see the car, there was a disappointed expression on her face. So Jian Yun came to pick him up to work today, to deliberately use him to anger Huo Liancheng. But why did she anger Huo Liancheng? Could it be that they quarreled? Thinking of this, Fan Jianran narrowed his eyes. When Jian Yun and Fan Jianran arrived at the school, there was still an hour before class time. They did not go to the zither room and only practiced in the office. The day passed quickly. After work in the afternoon, Jian Yun and Fan Jianran practiced for more than an hour. They had cooperated with each other many years ago. Jian Yun's many skills were taught by Fan Jianran, so there was no need to mention the degree of tacit understanding between the two of them. They practiced a little, and it was already better than last night. After the last song was played, Fan Zhenran and Jianyun discussed for a while. Seeing that it was getting late, they got up and tidied up. Let's end it here today. Come early tomorrow and continue. Okay. Jianyun did not have any objections. Since she agreed to Monica's request, she had to do her best. It was almost 8 o'clock, but Jiang Qin and Yu Zhenhui did not leave in Jianyun's office. Jiang Qin did not leave because Jianyun requested it. She did not want to be in the same room with Fan Zhenran alone. The atmosphere between the two of them was too strange. She was not willing to let others talk. When Huo Liancheng saw it, he would argue again. But Jiang Qin was there, so there were no more problems. Yu Zhenhui wanted to stay and study. He had graduated from piano major and had studied piano for many years. However, his talent was average, so he was lucky to be able to enter Tianle. Fortunately, he had been working hard and had been improving. Now that Fan Zhenran was present, it was only natural that he would not waste such a good learning opportunity. After Jian Yun and Fan Zhenran finished their training, Jiang Qin also stood up. Today, her car broke and she sent it to repair. She said that she would take Jianyun's car back. Jianyun had just packed her things when her phone rang. She opened it and saw that it was Chen Mu's who sent her a WeChat message. Sister Jian, that woman called Lin Lanlan went to see fourth brother again today. Chapter 459 Clear Sky Thunderbolt. Jianyun frowned when she saw Lin Lanlan's name. What's wrong? Fang Zhenran saw it and asked casually. Nothing. Jianyun shook her head and walked away. She went to the corridor and called Cheng Mu's. Once the call was picked up, Cheng Mu's proudly asked Jianyun for credit. Sister Jian, you should thank me properly. If it wasn't for me, fourth brother would have lost his body today. What's going on? Jianyun felt nauseous whenever she thought of Lin Lanlan. Furthermore, Lin Lanlan's desire to seduce Huo Liancheng had been suppressed in her heart. She had been thinking about how to warn Lin Lanlan. However, she had come to Tianle for work these few days and had a conflict with Huo Liancheng. She had to prepare for a performance and had forgotten about this matter. Isn't that woman the assistant of the chairman? Using the chairman's name, she brought the documents to get fourth brother's autograph. However, fourth brother did not know why he was in a bad mood today. He drank some wine at noon. That woman dared to run into the lounge. If I didn't find her in time, she would have gone to the lounge. Who knows, perhaps fourth brother will be ravaged by her. Cheng Mu said in all seriousness. If outsiders heard him, they would think that Lin Lanlan was a female flower picker. Jianyun was very nervous at first. However, after hearing what Cheng Mu said, the corner of her mouth began to twitch. This sounded ridiculous. She had experienced what kind of person Huo Liancheng was. Even if he was drunk like mud, he could still maintain his consciousness at any time. Once danger approached him, he would immediately be alerted. How could he be raped by a woman? Sister John, don't you think you should thank me properly? I helped you save fourth brother's chastity. Cheng Mu smiled. The purpose of his call was to express his goodwill to Jianyun, and also to tell her about Lin Lanlan's actions. Although he was very angry that Huo Liancheng tortured him and wanted Huo Liancheng to suffer a little, he still liked Jianyun very much. Of course, he did not want Jianyun to be sad because of this. Yes, I will treat you to dinner another day, Jianyun replied casually. She was more concerned about Huo Liancheng's movements now. She asked, Where is Liancheng? Oh, he went to the cocktail party. Oh, right, Sister Jian, why did you and fourth brother quarrel? It's the first time in so many years that I've seen him drown his sorrows with alcohol. Cheng Mu deliberately asked. Nothing, it's just a misunderstanding. Jianyun felt a little disappointed when she heard that Huo Liancheng went to the banquet again and could not see him immediately. At the same time, she was worried that Huo Liancheng would not be able to take it if he kept drinking. It's just a misunderstanding? Cheng Mu sounded a little disappointed. He had thought that there would be some explosive news. He really hoped that Huo Liancheng would suffer a little bit. This way, he would not have the energy to torment him. One should know that he had been working for the new company of Huo's for so long. Who would have thought that Huo Liancheng would criticize him for nothing after taking a look last night? Then, he assigned Cheng Mu a new job. Cheng Mu sent Cheng Mu a new job. Right now, Cheng Mu had 2 big heads. What, are you disappointed? Do you hope it's not a misunderstanding? Jianyun was angry. No, okay, I still have work to do. Just like that, hang up. Cheng Mu hung up the phone. Jianyun held the phone, but her brows did not loosen. She always felt that Cheng Mu had been acting weird recently. He first told her about Chen Xinran and sent her that kind of text message. Now he also told her that Lin Lanlan almost climbed into Huo Liancheng's bed. Why did she feel that Cheng Mu seemed to be afraid that she and Huo Liancheng would not quarrel? Teacher Jian, can we go now? Zhang Qin saw Jianyun come out to make a phone call but stood there in a daze, so she walked over to take a look. Oh, okay. Jianyun came back to her senses and quickly went back to the office to take the things. Fan Zhenran had originally made an excuse to take Jianyun's car, but Jianyun was going back to the villa tonight, so he declined and asked him to go back with Yu Zhenhui. The Jiangxin family was on Jianyun's way back, but it was on the way. Although Fan Zhenran was very disappointed, he did not show it on his face. The 4 of them went their separate ways. But Jian Yun did not notice that not long after she left the campus, a car quietly drove away from the opposite side of the street. In the car, the car was a man with malicious eyes. Beside the man, there was also a woman. That woman was Lin Lan. When Jian Yun arrived home, it was almost 9:30. She had eaten at school and was not hungry. She was just in a hurry to find Huo Liancheng. She was not in the mood to bicker with him anymore. She just wanted to quickly end this baffling quarrel. She originally wanted to give him a surprise, but Jian Yun had searched upstairs and downstairs, but she did not see Huo Liancheng's shadow. She found the housekeeper to ask and found out that Huo Liancheng did not come back at all. Jian Yun said that she was not disappointed was a lie. She thought that he would not be in the mood to attend the cocktail party. Now it seemed that his mood was not affected at all. "Madam, if there is nothing else, I will go down first," the butler said. "Okay." Jian Yun nodded and turned to enter the house. But Jian Yun could not calm down to do other things. She was not even in the mood to play with her phone. After a long time, she simply climbed onto the bed and covered herself with a blanket, preparing to sleep. Half an hour later, Jian Yun got up from the bed and scratched her hair anxiously. She still could not sleep. At this moment, she felt as if there was a kitten scratching in her heart. She was extremely irritated. Forget it, she better get up. Jian Yun looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. It seemed that, no matter what banquet it would be dismissed soon. Huo Liancheng should be back soon. With this thought in mind, Jian Yun got off the bed. She found a long shawl and put it on her shoulders. She changed her shoes and planned to wait for Huo Liancheng at the door. The butler was also at the door. When he saw Jian Yun coming over, he was a little worried. "Madam, it's cold at night. Be careful not to freeze. Go back to your room first. I'm here." "No need. I'll wait for him here." Jian Yun saw the housekeeper and her heart settled. The housekeeper should have received a call from Huo Liancheng and waited here. It seemed that Huo Liancheng would be back soon. Seeing that he could not persuade Jian Yun, the housekeeper did not insist. He asked someone to bring a chair and let Jian Yun sit down and wait. It was May night. Although it was not cold, the wind on her skin was still cool. Jian Yun wrapped her thick shawl tightly and felt slightly warmer. Fortunately, she did not wait for long. In less than 10 minutes, Jian Yun heard the sound of a car driving over from afar. She got excited and immediately stood up. She thought for a moment and turned around to run behind a tree at the side. She hid and wanted to give Huo Liancheng a surprise. The butler looked at her, and Jian Yun gestured to the butler to keep quiet. Very quickly, a few cars stopped in front of the door. The lights were very bright. Jian Yun saw someone get out of the car in front and open the door of the car in the middle. Then, Jian Yun saw Huo Liancheng get out of the car. Jian Yun's eyes lit up. She wanted to go over, but unexpectedly, at this moment, she saw Huo Liancheng get out of the car and walk to the other side. She personally opened the door, and a tall woman in a red evening dress held his arm and elegantly got out of the car. Chapter 460. I will not believe a word you say. Jian Yun immediately stopped walking when she saw this scene. She watched Huo Liancheng and the woman hug each other intimately. The woman even kissed him on the face. Huo Liancheng didn't refuse. One look, and one could tell that the relationship between the two of them was not ordinary. At this moment, Jian Yun only felt that the car lights were too bright. It illuminated this area as if it was daytime. It also made her originally excited heart shine with coldness. For a moment, she would rather not see anything than come out to welcome Huo Liancheng. Why did she suddenly feel so cold? Jian Yun wrapped her shawl tightly around her shoulders. She wanted to leave. At this moment, it was really awkward for her to stand here, but her feet seemed to have grown roots and could not move at all. The butler also went over to greet her the moment the car stopped. When he saw that Huo Liancheng and that woman were intimate, his heart sank. He hurriedly gave Huo Liancheng a look, but Huo Liancheng did not notice that after bidding farewell to that woman and watching the cars drive away, he remembered to ask the butler, "What did you want to say to me just now?" "Young master, I wanted to tell you that madam has been waiting for you here for a long time." The housekeeper's expression was very ugly. He signaled Huo Liancheng to look back. Huo Liancheng did not expect this answer. He quickly turned his head and saw a slim figure standing under a big tree next to the gate. Her face was hidden in the dark, so he could not see her face clearly. However, Huo Liancheng could feel the cold qi coming from there. The moment he saw Jian Yun was here, Huo Liancheng's heart sank. He then walked over and reached out to grab Jian Yun's hand. "It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping?" Jian Yun took a step back and avoided Huo Liancheng's touch. She smiled gently. "If I were to sleep, how could I see such a pleasing scene?" Huo Liancheng frowned. "I can explain." "Okay, I will listen." Jian Yun raised her head and looked at Huo Liancheng. Even she was surprised that she could be so calm. Jian Yun's eyes got used to the darkness. Jian Yun saw that Huo Liancheng's eyes were red. It was the same as when he went to her room that night. Later on, he also said that as long as he drank, his eyes would turn red. But at this time, anxiety flashed through his red eyes. His lips moved a few times, but he did not say anything. Jian Yun's heart suddenly felt as if it was frozen, and traces of cold air climbed up her back. "Isn't it possible to explain?" There's nothing to say? Jianyun smiled coldly. Her eyes were cold. Huo Liancheng had drunk too much to begin with. Now that the cold wind blew and the smell of alcohol rose, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. He took a step forward and glared at Jianyun angrily. Didn't you also flirt with men? If you don't behave yourself, what face do you have to scold me now? Jianyun did not expect Huo Liancheng to blame her instead. The coldness in her heart became stronger, but her face was still very calm. She could not bear to see her husband having sex with another woman in a hysterical manner and madness. So, Jianyun looked into Huo Liancheng's eyes and smiled even sweeter. You think it is unfair, so you went out to look for women. Seeing you all kiss goodbye, I think this night must have been very fulfilling. Huo Liancheng heard Jianyun's words and was scared to the point that he woke up. He hurriedly went up and tried to explain. I didn't. Jianyun's nose was very sharp. She had just stood face to face with Huo Liancheng when she smelled the perfume of a woman on his body. Moreover, it was a very high-end perfume. It seemed that the woman's identity was extraordinary. At this time, when Huo Liancheng approached her, the smell became even stronger. It also reminded Jianyun that something might have happened. Jianyun covered her mouth and nose and quickly retreated. She almost shouted, "Go away, don't touch me, you make me sick." Huo Liancheng paused. He wanted to explain, but Jianyun did not give him a chance. She glared at him and quickly turned around. She walked faster and faster until she was almost running away. Tears finally flowed down her face. Jianyun was really sad. She walked closer to Fang Jianran, but it was all for work. Even if she went to pick up Fang Jianran this morning, she did not have any physical contact with him. She kept a distance from him, and there was no sign of love at all. Huo Liancheng actually accused her of being indecent because of this? Jianyun now even felt that all the sweet words Huo Liancheng had said before were fake. He said that he had waited for her for 6 years, and had never touched a woman in these 6 years. He even said that he was a germaphobe. Since he had her, other women could not enter his eyes and would not touch other women at all. All of them were lies. It was laughable that she actually believed him. However, what she saw tonight was like shouting at the top of a stick, waking Jianyun up. She felt that she was really stupid. She actually really believed that rich men like them would be willing to live the life of an ordinary man and a wife. There were so many temptations outside. Unless he was Liu Aihui's reincarnation, otherwise, he would not be able to sit still and do nothing. Jianyun returned to the bedroom and locked the door. No matter how Huo Liancheng knocked outside, he did not open the door. Listen to my explanation. Nothing really happened tonight. Nanchi is just an old friend of mine. Huo Liancheng heard the sobbing. He knew that Jianyun was crying. At this moment, he really regretted it. He regretted why he took Gunanshi's car and why he did not stop Gunanshi's prank. Yes, Gunanshi kissing him was just a prank. This woman loved doing such things. If she did not let her kiss, she would threaten to stay in his house for a few days. If that was the case, it would be easier for Jianyun to misunderstand. Go away, I do not want to see you. Also, I won't believe a single word of what you say. Jianyun screamed. It's really just a misunderstanding. If you don't believe me, I'll call Gunanshi back and explain it to you, okay? Huo Liancheng was also anxious. He did not expect Jianyun to have such a big reaction. At this moment, he had completely overdrunk himself. His mind was clearer than ever. At this time, the door was suddenly pulled open. Jianyun walked out with a gloomy face and sneered. No need, just treat it as my eyes are blind and I saw wrong people. When Huo Liancheng heard these words, his eyelids jumped. He saw that Jianyun was dressed neatly again, but her face was very red, so he carefully asked, Who did you see wrong? Where are you going in the middle of the night to put on your clothes? Where else can I go? I'll go back where I came from. Jianyun pulled the suitcase out from behind her and placed it in front of her. She said very calmly, Since you already have a new lover, I should let you go. Don't worry, I am not someone who keeps pestering you. I see your hint very clearly. I will not stay here and not leave. I should let go if I should. Chapter 461, Emotional Root. I didn't hint at you. Huo Liancheng's handsome face turned black. He couldn't help swearing. Fuck, you have a brain kicked by a donkey. You are talking nonsense. You are my wife. You are not allowed to go anywhere. As he spoke, Huo Liancheng kicked the suitcase Jianyun was pulling. He kicked the suitcase away and then grabbed Jianyun, planning to teach her a lesson. But Huo Liancheng immediately realized that the person in his arms was not right. Why was her face so red? Her body was also very hot. Are you sick? Huo Liancheng was very nervous at that time. He reached out to touch Jianyun's forehead. It was still very hot. He was so shocked that his heart trembled. He picked Jianyun up horizontally and ran out. I'll take you to the hospital. Go away. Who are you? I don't know you. I'm going to find my mother. Jianyun struggled and tried to push Huo Liancheng away. Huo Liancheng stopped in his tracks and looked down at Jianyun in his arms with a suspicious look on his face. Only then did he realize that Jianyun's face was abnormally red. Moreover, why was there a strong smell of alcohol on her body? Did you drink? Huo Liancheng frowned and took a whiff of the wine. He had drunk himself, so he was not sure if it was his own. Why are you so close to me? Huo Liancheng asked. Do you want to eat my tofu? Jianyun did not stand on ceremony. Slap. She slapped Huo Liancheng's face and pushed him away. I said, put me down. I don't know you. I have a boyfriend. Don't hurt me. Huo Liancheng saw that Jianyun was struggling and knew that she was not sick, so he put her down. When he heard Jianyun mention the word boyfriend, he narrowed his eyes dangerously and asked, who is your boyfriend? Jianyun's feet landed on the ground, but she could not stand steadily. She staggered a few times. Huo Liancheng reached out to help her, but she waved away Huo Liancheng's support. She turned around to support herself against the wall. She looked up and thought for a while. She looked conflicted. That's right, who is my boyfriend? Why don't I remember? Is his surname Huo? Huo Liancheng lured Jianyun. No, Jianyun immediately denied it. She curled her lips and said contemptuously, I have never known a bastard with the Huo surname. Ah, I remember now. My boyfriend's surname is Nicholas. Yes, it is Nicholas. Nicholas? Huo Liancheng's sword-like brows suddenly furrowed. Where did this person come from? And this man was a foreigner? Go away. I'm going to find Nicholas. Jianyun was dizzy. She could not find the direction and hit her head against the wall. She immediately covered her head and leaned against the wall, crying, why is the wall bullying me? Nicholas, why are you still not coming? Huo Liancheng saw this and his handsome face turned darker. When he saw Jianyun was about to hit the wall, he did not have time to pull her and let his hand go. So Jianyun did not hit the wall. It was obvious that she hit his hand. He did not cry out in pain, but she began to cry first. Moreover, Jianyun kept calling Nicholas, which made Huo Liancheng very angry. He saw that Jianyun was no longer crying, and was dizzy again, as if she wanted to go somewhere, so he gently pulled her. In the end, Jianyun directly laid on his body. Huo Liancheng looked again, and the person in his arms actually fell asleep. Huo Liancheng heaved a sigh of relief. He took off his shoes for Jianyun and carried her to the bed. He covered her with a blanket and looked at her red and tear-stained little face. His sword-like brows were still knitted and did not loosen. He was very puzzled. When he came back just now, she was quite normal when he saw her outside the door. Her cold gaze made him still have lingering fear. Why did she turn into a drunk cat in the blink of an eye? Thinking like this, Huo Liancheng turned around and looked around, but the bedroom was clean and tidy. There were no bottles of wine. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He took off his coat and went to the bathroom, ready to take a shower. As soon as he entered the bathroom, Huo Liancheng saw half of the whiskey on the washroom table. He immediately took a cold breath. Jianyun's alcohol tolerance was very low. She was basically drunk after drinking a cup. She had drunk a cup of fruit wine until she was unconscious. Where did she get the guts to drink half a bottle of whiskey? Huo Liancheng was very angry. At the same time, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that this girl had really misunderstood. Otherwise, she would not have been so angry that she drank half a bottle of whiskey. Jianyun was also very angry. She was so angry that she was drunk. She had been quarreling with Huo Liancheng in her dreams. The more she argued, the more sad she became. Jianyun woke up from crying. Only when she woke up did she cry. When she looked at the time, it was only 5 o'clock. Her head was aching and her mouth was dry. She could not sleep anymore. She got up and prepared to find water to drink. In the kitchen, there was already a maid cleaning. The kitchen maid was preparing breakfast. Seeing Jianyun come down with her head covered, the kitchen maid, Auntie Wang, handed Jianyun a cup of soup, very considerate. Jianyun took it and drank it before she remembered to ask, how did you know I drank? Madam, it was Sir who instructed. Aunt Wang was a chubby woman in her 50s and had a good temper. She always smiled when she saw Jianyun. Jianyun frowned when she heard that because she remembered the scene last night. Huo Liancheng kissed that woman goodbye. Now that she thought about it, it made Jianyun feel pain in her heart. She bit her lips and handed the bowl back to Auntie Wang. She said lightly, oh. Aunt Wang did not notice Jianyun's expression turn cold. She still said enthusiastically, Madam, Sir treats you very well. This soup was personally cooked by him. Nowadays, there are very few rich men like him who love their wives. Jianyun pulled the corner of her mouth and felt that this sentence was very ironic. She did not want to hear Auntie Wang say Huo Liancheng again, so she casually replied and turned to leave. By the way, Madam, are you going to look for Sir? He left early in the morning and is not at home. Aunt Wang thought that Jianyun was in a hurry to thank Huo Liancheng for cooking the hangover soup for her. She was afraid that Jianyun would miss it, so she said something. Jianyun stopped and did not look back, but her hands were clenched tightly by her side. She only came back in the middle of the night last night and left before 5 o'clock this morning. What could make him care so much? How could Jianyun not suspect that Huo Liancheng already hated her? Perhaps that woman in red last night was his current favorite woman? Oh, I know. After a long while, Jianyun managed to squeeze out a few words from between her teeth. Returning to the bedroom, Jianyun sat on the bed and suddenly felt very cold. She hugged her arms tightly and still felt as if there was a cold air around her back and arms. The coldness spread to the bottom of her heart. She had always said that if Huo Liancheng abandoned her, she would never forgive him and would never want him again. But only at this time did she realize that saying it was much simpler than doing it. The root of love had been planted. If she wanted to give up, it was no different than hurting her tendons and bones. It was a kind of heart-wrenching pain. However, what was she going to do if she could not bear to tear to share with another woman? If she couldn't do it, it would make her feel disgusted. Jianyun wrapped her blanket tightly and buried her face in it. Suddenly, she remembered what Cheng Mu's had said. Chen Xinran's name had become a thorn in her heart. She should have known this long ago. Huo Liancheng was never a simple man. Chapter 462. To grieve is more than to die in one's heart. Jianyun had no idea what kind of past Huo Liancheng had in the past. Even if they were to live together now, he would never mention anything about the past. It was imaginable that the past was an untouchable corner in his heart. Or rather, what she could not touch was the person he used to be. No, she could not think about it anymore. At this moment, her phone suddenly rang. Jianyun looked up. She felt that she needed time to calm down. She was very glad that she had a new job and could do what she liked. She would not stay at home and let her thoughts run wild. Her phone was still ringing. Jianyun reached out to take a look and found that it was Huo Liancheng calling. She wiped her tears to calm herself down. Then she picked up the phone. Hello? Are you awake? Did Auntie Wang give you the hangover soup? Does your head hurt? Huo Liancheng asked with concern. Yes, I drank it. Jianyun's heart warmed up because of Huo Liancheng's concern. As soon as she thought of how he doted on her, her nose could not help but start to ache. She did not know that the preservation period of love was so short. She thought that it would last for a long time. She did not expect that in just a few short months, there was no longer any fresh feeling. I think you should wake up now. If you are not feeling well, then take leave to rest at home today. I have some things to do here. After I finish my work, I will go back. Be good. Huo Liancheng gently coaxed Jianyun. Jianyun's tears fell once again. She had always thought that she was strong and proud. She could not tolerate the sand in her eyes and the impurities in love. But now she was lost because Jianyun realized that she could not leave Huo Liancheng at all. Only now did Jianyun finally understand that those women in those stories who were incomparably humble in love, and those women who could tolerate their husbands having 3 wives and 4 concubines, were just too deeply in love. Love to the point where there was no self would indulge everything of the other party. Even though she clearly knew that it was wrong, she was still trapped in pain and could not extricate herself. Wasn't she the same now? What should she do? What should she do? Duo Air, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Huo Liancheng heard that there was no sound here. There was a faint sobbing sound. He panicked and tried to comfort Huo Liancheng. I'm fine. Come back early. I have something to tell you. Jianyun sniffed and said in a deep voice, Okay, I will go back in a while. Huo Liancheng said softly, but he deliberately lowered his voice, as if he was avoiding someone. However, just as Jianyun was about to hang up the phone, she suddenly heard a woman's voice on the phone. Huo Liancheng, who are you talking to? Where are my clothes? Where did you hide my clothes? You stinky men have so many tricks up your sleeves. Do you want me to be naked? This voice suddenly sounded. Jianyun was stunned at first. The hangover made her reactions slow a little, but after figuring out the meaning of the words, she suddenly felt as if she was standing in a world of ice and snow. From head to toe, the bone-chilling cold made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Sure enough, Huo Liancheng had a woman outside. Jianyun could no longer think. She only felt as if her head was pierced by a steel needle. It hurt. She heard Huo Liancheng talking to her over there. His tone was very anxious, but she could not hear him clearly. Her ears were rumbling like thunder. Jianyun did not even know when she hung up the phone. Silence. No sorrow outweighed death. Perhaps it was her current feeling. Jianyun only had one thought at the moment. Leave this place. Jianyun slid off the bed and went to the washroom to wash up. She changed her clothes and came out. She looked at the suitcase that appeared out of nowhere in the corner and picked it up. She packed a few clothes and daily necessities and put them in. She could not stay here any longer. Being raised by him like a canary was not the life she wanted. Just when she heard what the woman at Huo Liancheng's side said, Jianyun also thought it through. She could not accept her husband with another woman. So, she decided to leave. Jianyun looked at her suitcase and smiled bitterly. From the beginning, she should not have believed Huo Liancheng. She had tasted the bitter fruit so quickly. It was really ironic. Before leaving the bedroom door, Jianyun thought for a while and took out a pen and paper to leave a message for Huo Liancheng. I need time to think about our future. We should not meet again during this period of time. I will look for you when I have thought it through. Putting down the pen, Jianyun looked around. Actually, she did not stay in this villa for long and did not have any deep feelings. She just missed Huo Liancheng's aura. From now on, perhaps his aura and everything about him would belong to another woman. She had already become the past. She would miss him one last time. When Jianyun left, the sky was already bright. It was always early in the morning in the summer. The maids had finished their work and went to the building at the back to eat. The housekeeper was talking to the gardener in the garden. There might be many bodyguards watching in the dark. When the housekeeper saw Jianyun dragging the suitcase, he hurriedly walked over, but Jianyun ignored him. She got into her Buick and drove away quickly. As for whether there would be anyone following her, she did not care. Right now, she really hated this kind of life where she was being watched at all times. Jian Yun had just driven out of the villa. It was not even 6 o'clock. Huo Liancheng came back and saw that he was in a hurry, and his eyes were full of anxiety. He rushed into the villa and went upstairs to push open the bedroom door. Jian Yun was not there. Huo Liancheng was anxious and turned to leave. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw a piece of paper on the bedside table. It was pressed by a pen. He quickly walked over and picked it up. When he saw it, he was furious and punched the wall. "Damn it, you dumb master, madam just went out." The housekeeper followed Huo Liancheng upstairs. When he saw Huo Liancheng's terrifying expression, he was shocked. He hurriedly said, "Madam is still dragging her suitcase. Is she going out? I called her and ignored me." Huo Liancheng's fist was still pressed against the wall. He lowered his head and did not speak, but his chest heaved up and down. It showed how terrible he was at the moment. The butler saw that something was wrong and did not dare to say anything. He quietly stood at the side, trying hard not to feel his presence. He had followed Huo Liancheng for so many years, but it was rare for him to be so angry. It was very scary. "You go out first." Huo Liancheng calmed down a little. He closed his eyes to calm himself down. After the butler left, he took out his phone and dialed Jian Yun's number. But the phone was not working. The call was blocked. Huo Liancheng immediately understood that Jian Yun must have blocked his call. "Damn it!" Huo Liancheng smashed his phone. The phone broke into pieces on the ground. "Young Master Huo, what's going on? Where's your wife? Why isn't she here?" There was a person at the door who was looking around. She was wearing a deep, V-long dress. She was tall at least 170 and had a hot figure. She was the woman called Gu Nanxi, whom Huo Liancheng kissed at the door last night. Chapter 463, Are You Stupid? "Gu Nanxi, you still have the face to ask me?" Huo Liancheng suddenly turned his head and glared at Gu Nanxi. His sharp eyes seemed to be on fire. He did not show any mercy to her. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Gu Nanxi's neck. He said fiercely, "Listen to me. If anything happens to Jian Yun, I will not let you go." Gu Nanxi's pretty face turned red. She beat Huo Liancheng's hand with all her might. Hey, let go. What does it have to do with me?" Huo Liancheng said angrily, "How dare you say it has nothing to do with you? Fourth brother, what are you doing?" Not far away, someone heard the quarrel and quickly ran over. The person who came was a young man. He was handsome and very protective of Gu Nanxi. When he saw Huo Liancheng scolding Gu Nanxi, he subconsciously stood in front of her. With the help of the person who came, Gu Nanxi struggled free from Huo Liancheng's grip with great difficulty. She held her throat and coughed hard for a long time before she could catch her breath. At that time, she was angry. She said, "It has nothing to do with me in the first place. You did something wrong, and still wanted to shirk responsibility. I kissed you last night, but it's not like I only kissed you. This is a tradition of my Gu family. I wasn't wrong when you called just now. You guys were the ones who stripped me of my clothes." Huo Liancheng said coldly, "I wasn't the one who stripped you." Gu Nanxi rolled her eyes. "Did I say it was you? Your wife misunderstood me. You can't blame me no matter what." "You." Huo Liancheng was so angry that he was about to explode. Gu Nanxi hurried out of the door and put her hands in front of her. She looked alert. "What kind of man is hitting a woman?" Huo Liancheng narrowed his eyes dangerously and took a step forward. "I have never been a man." The young man turned his head and glared at Gu Nanxi. "Can't you say less?" Gu Nanxi saw that the situation was not right. She shrunk her head and turned around to run. She could run very fast even in high heels. When she went downstairs, she said, "I just wanted to make a joke. I didn't know she was so serious." "Fourth brother, Nanxi is not sensible. Don't argue with her." When the young man saw that Huo Liancheng was about to get angry again, he hurriedly blocked his way. He was also a member of the Huo family. He was just a branch family. His name was Huo Zhongwen, and he was Gu Nanxi's pursuer. "Are you pleading for her?" Huo Liancheng's tone became colder, and his eyes seemed to be covered with ice. Huo Zhongwen's heart trembled, but he still mustered up the courage to say, "Fourth brother, Nanxi also wanted to make a joke. She did not know that there would be such serious consequences. The most important thing right now is to find fourth sister-in-law and explain to her clearly." Huo Liancheng's cheeks were tightly clenched, and his handsome face was filled with coldness. His cold and murderous eyes suddenly shot towards Gu Nanxi, who was hiding at the stairs. Gu Nanxi was so scared that she almost rolled down the stairs. At the same time, after Jian Yun drove out of the Huo family villa, in the early morning of summer, she suddenly felt at a loss and did not know. After leaving the villa area, Jian Yun parked the car by the roadside and laid on the steering wheel in a daze. Suddenly her phone rang, and Jian Yun jumped up as if she had been electrocuted. But after she picked up the call, she heard an old voice over there and closed her brows. The person who called was Jian Dongming. Jian Yun smiled bitterly. Yes, after she hung up Huo Liancheng's phone, she had blocked him. She did not want to hear his voice again. Why was she so impatient with the phone call after such a short time? Thinking about it, it was really funny. Jin Yin, are you listening?" Jian Dongming kept nagging for a long time, but there was no sound on the phone. He hurriedly raised his voice and asked, "Oh, I'm listening." Jian Yun came back to her senses. She put her thoughts aside and focused on dealing with Jian Dongming. She knew that Jian Dongming, who had been indifferent to her and her mother for so many years, could not just make a phone call to care about her life. He must have something else that he needed her help with. Then help me with what I just said. Whether or not Dad can turn the situation around will depend on you. Jian Dongming emphasized the word, turn the tables. Jian Yun did not have the mood to help Jian Dongming now. She smoothed her hair and smiled bitterly. Dad, I'm afraid I can't help you. Jian Dongming became angry when he heard this. He said, Jian Yun, what are you talking about? Dad is so good to you. I have given you the best ever since you were young. You don't even know how to repay me. Now I just want you to borrow some money from Huo Liancheng to let me go around. Recently I've opened up my network, and the company is about to make money. He continued. You can't drag me down at this time. Jian Yun was very annoyed, and her tone was also very aggressive. Dad, I will not borrow money from him. You must give up on this idea. I do not want people to look down on me. Jian Dongming felt that Jian Yun was in a bad mood. He did not dare to offend Jian Yun now, because Jian Yun was his last reliance. These days he had received more courtesy and preferential treatment outside than in the past few decades. Jian Dongming knew very well that those people were only doing it for Huo Liancheng's sake. So Jian Dongming quickly softened his tone. He said, Yunduo, can you help me this time? You can't bear to see your father still living in poverty outside being rolled at by others. I owe you all these few years, but I was also deceived by Lin Rong. He continued. Now I realize that I want to live a good life. Can you help me? Jian Yun shook her head. Dad, I can't borrow money from him. Now her heart was almost riddled with holes. At this time, she opened her mouth to borrow money from Huo Liancheng to do business with Jian Dongming. Jian Yun felt that she would only do this if her brain was damaged. Jian Dongming was clearly a little flustered and exasperated, but he did not dare to offend Jian Yun, so he paused and said, Why don't you lend some money to Daddy first? Jian Yun's answer was very straightforward. I don't have money. Jian Dongming would not believe Jian Yun's words. He immediately laughed. Yunduo, are you joking? You married Huo Liancheng. How could you not have money? Just one piece of clothing on you is worth tens of thousands. How dare you say you don't have money? Jian Yun repeated. I really don't have money. All of my money has been used for my mother's treatment. My car was bought with a loan. I didn't buy the clothes myself. Jian Dongming was silent for a while, as if he was trying to suppress his anger, but how could he control his anger? Jian Yun was such a stupid girl. He was so angry. If it was Lin Lanlan, she would not be so stupid. She could not even get a man's money. After a long time, Jian Dongming finally opened his mouth anxiously. Jian Yun, are you stupid? If you don't use such good resources, wait until you are tired of being played by Huo Liancheng and leave the house, he continued. When the time comes, you won't even have tears. This sentence immediately poked Jian Yun's sore spot. She gritted her teeth and barely suppressed the complicated feelings of sadness and anger in her heart. She calmly asked, Is there anything else? Without me, I will die. Jian Dongming wanted to say something, but Jian Yun did not want to hear it anymore. She hung up the phone and lay on the steering wheel. She finally could not help crying. Chapter 464, We Wait and See. When Jian Yun arrived at the school, her eyes were red. In the office, Fan Jianran was already there. Seeing Jian Yun like this, he immediately became nervous. Why are your eyes so red? What happened? It's okay, the wind is blowing. Jian Yun shook her head. Fan Jianran saw it. Jian Yun did not want to say much, so she held back her curiosity and did not ask. She only asked for her opinion. Can you still practice? Jian Yun put down the key and bag and nodded. Practice. It was just that Jian Yun could not concentrate in the morning. 20 minutes later, Fan Jianran sighed. All right, let's rest for a while. Look at you. You are in such a bad mood and have played the wrong game several times. Jian Yun raised her hand and said in a low voice, Sorry. Fan Jianran shook his head. You don't need to apologize to me. If you are willing to believe me, just tell me why you are crying so early in the morning. Jian Yun pursed her lips and lowered her eyes. She did not answer Fan Jianran. Instead, she got up and walked to her desk to sit down. Her hands were twisted together and she was thinking about something. Is it related to Huo Liancheng? Fan Jianran stood up and stood beside the piano. He crossed his arms around his chest and asked with narrowed eyes. Jian Yun's eyelids twitched, but she did not raise her head. Her voice was cold. No. She did not want to discuss with Fan Jianran what had happened between her and Huo Liancheng. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. You can practice when you are in a good mood. Fan Jianran was a little disappointed. Jian Yun was obviously still on guard against him, but Fan Jianran did not show it on his face. He walked to his table and took out a bag for Jian Yun. I brought breakfast for you. Jian Yun raised her eyebrows and looked at the bag in Fan Jianran's hand. She was silent for a moment before she took it. She said softly, Thank you. However, Jian Yun did not have much appetite. She ate a few mouthfuls of porridge and put it down. Yu Zhengui and Zhang Qin came one after another. Jian Yun tried hard to raise her spirits. She used a towel to put on her eyes and put on makeup to cover them. She could not see any traces of crying. It was just that Jian Yun's mood was very bad all day. After barely finishing class, she laid on the table in a daze. It was Jiang Qin who brought her lunch. Jiang Qin saw Jian Yun eat a few mouthfuls and then put it down. She could not help but ask out of concern. Jian Yun, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Do you want to go to the hospital to take a look? Jian Yun smiled and shook her head. I'm fine. I didn't sleep well last night. Jiang Qin would not believe Jian Yun's words. She could clearly see that Jian Yun was sad, but Jian Yun did not say it, and she could not directly ask. She could only pretend to believe and said with concern, either you go to the sofa and lie down for a while, I will look at you. Jian Yun thought about it and still refused. No need, I will lie down for a while. Last night, she slept almost midnight and was still drunk. She woke up before 5 in the morning and then lost control of her emotions and cried. Jian Yun had a headache and now she could not sleep, even if she wanted to. Jiang Qin saw that Jian Yun was indeed lying on the table and did not speak anymore. She quietly did her own thing. Jian Yun only had one class in the afternoon, but she was really uncomfortable, so Fan Jianran went to take lessons for her. She was resting in the office. When she was about to get off work, Jian Yun could not help but take out her phone. When she came out in the morning, she was angry and sad. She directly blocked Huo Liancheng's phone number, but now she felt a little regret. No matter what decision she made, she still felt that she should listen to his explanation. Leaving just like that was indeed a little willful. But at that time, she was really sad. Her mind was blank and she did not have time to think about anything. There was only one thought. It was that he had been turned green by Huo Liancheng. She even thought that she would never see him again. Jian Yun was stunned for a while before she turned on her phone. It was clean, and there was no message. Other than the group chat that she would never get bored of, there was also the request of those who wanted to use their connections to look for her. Huo Liancheng still did not give her any explanation. Jian Yun could not help but smile bitterly. What was she looking forward to? The last time she was raped by him, she went out to hide for a month, but she did not see him care about her. That person of his had a cold personality. She could not expect him to explain at all. While she was in a daze, Jian Yun suddenly felt her phone vibrate. She subconsciously opened it and saw that it was a message from an unknown number. It's me. Jian Yun's heart jumped. She did not need to think to guess that this was from Huo Liancheng. You dare to blacklist me? You have grown up. Just you wait. Huo Liancheng's tone was very fierce. Jian Yun could imagine the way he gritted his teeth when he wrote this line of words. Jian Yun was at a loss. Should she reply Huo Liancheng's text message or not? But even if she replied to him, what would she reply to him? She was in a terrible mood right now. Her mind was in a mess. She did not know what to do with Huo Liancheng in the future. Forget it. It was better to calm down for a while. She would think about it after she had thought it through. With this thought in mind, Jian Yun decided to just ignore it and turn off her phone. On the other side, Huo Liancheng sent a few text messages. Seeing that Jian Yun did not respond, he immediately changed his phone to make a call. He picked up the call and rang. He realized that he had hung up. He called again and it turned off. Huo Liancheng was so angry that his eyes turned red. He could not help but smash the phone again. Young Master Huo, I think it's still necessary to explain to Miss. Chen Xin looked at the broken phone. What should I explain? It is a lie to begin with. When she sees the wind, it is rain. She would believe a lie from others. Am I that bad in her heart? Huo Liancheng's handsome face was gloomy, and his eyes were red. He pulled off his tie, turned around and walked to the French window to look outside. He was in a really bad mood. On one hand, it was because Jian Yun did not believe him. On the other hand, it was because of the news that came from his grandfather, who had always been in good health, suddenly became seriously ill. Grandma and Hua Qingcheng had taken a private plane to the capital early in the morning. At the moment, he was also at the airport in the capital. The moment he got off the Seth, since he was so unwilling to believe him, he wanted to see what she would do this time. Let's go. He took the lead and walked forward. Chen Xin shook his head secretly. He had been following Huo Liancheng since last night until this morning. He knew very well what had happened. In fact, he really wanted to say that no matter which woman it was, after seeing what had happened last night and hearing the voice of a woman on his man's phone, it was impossible for them not to think about it. If Huo Liancheng did not clarify it in time, this misunderstanding would only deepen. In the end, it might even become the fuse. He knew Huo Liancheng's personality. He had always been as cold as ice. He was very special to Jian Yun. Although Chen Xin was very anxious, he could not help Huo Liancheng to explain. Unfortunately, something happened to old Master Huo. Huo Liancheng still did not know how many days he would have to stay in the imperial capital. Chen Xin could imagine how sad Jian Yun would be if she did not get an explanation. Chapter 465, Concealment of the Secrets of Many Years. Chen Xin picked up the broken phone and followed Huo Liancheng. When Huo Liancheng rushed to the imperial hospital, he found the atmosphere in the ward very solemn. He pushed the door open and went in. He saw old Master Huo lying on the bed with his eyes closed. Granny Liao was sitting on the sofa by the bed with her eyelids drooping. No one knew what she was thinking. Huo Liancheng raised his eyebrows and turned his eyes to look at the wheelchair. Huo Qingcheng heard the sound and also turned her head to look. Seeing that Huo Liancheng had come, she hurriedly gave a look. Huo Liancheng quietly left. Huo Qingcheng immediately turned her wheelchair and came out. In the corridor, she looked around and said in surprise, "Big brother, didn't big sister come with you?" Huo Liancheng did not move his eyes. "She has been busy with work these few days. I did not tell her." Huo Qingcheng did not doubt him, but was obviously disappointed. "I thought I could see sister." Huo Liancheng could not mention Jian Yun. Whenever he mentioned her, he would feel irritated. Although he said he did not care about her, he could not stop thinking about her. He really wanted to know what she was doing now. "Big brother, don't worry. Grandpa is fine. It's just that his blood pressure is a little high. He was hospitalized just to trick Grandma over." Huo Qingcheng saw Huo Liancheng frown. She thought he was worried about old Master Huo's body, so she quickly comforted him. "Yes, I know." Huo Liancheng had spoken to the doctor on the way to the hospital. He naturally knew about old Master Huo's condition, but he did not show it. He was still listening to Huo Qingcheng seriously. "Brother, why did Grandpa and Grandma get into a conflict? Grandma went to Green Lake alone. Did Grandpa have to resort to violence to attract Grandma?" Huo Qingcheng asked. Although Huo Qingcheng was awake back then, she had always been sleeping in bed. The only person she could come into contact with was Helena. She was not clear about many things in the family. Huo Liancheng waved at Huo Qingcheng. "Come over. They are talking about this." Huo Qingcheng turned her wheelchair and put her ear to the door. Huo Liancheng quietly pushed the door open, and the two of them eavesdropped on Old Master Huo and Granny Liao's conversation. "Suan, I want some water." Old Master Huo opened his eyes and saw Granny Liao sitting by the bed. He was instantly satisfied. Granny Liao didn't say anything. She got up and handed a cup of water to Old Master Huo. "Here." Old Master Huo acted coquettishly. "How am I supposed to drink while lying down? You feed me." Granny Liao immediately looked disgusted. "Old man, don't be so disgusting. You're so old and you still need someone to feed you. Do you think you're a 3-year-old child?" Old Master Huo acted like a scoundrel. "But I can't get up. I really can't drink." Granny Liao did not want to talk to him. She turned around and found a straw and violently stuffed it into Old Master Huo's mouth. Old Master Huo did not dare to make a sound when he saw Granny Liao was angry. He obediently drank the water from the straw and then looked at Granny Liao with a gratified expression. "Old hag, you still have feelings for me, right? Otherwise, why would you rush over when you heard that I was hospitalized?" "All right. I know I was in the wrong the last time I fought. I'll apologize to you, okay? I'll give you whatever you want." Granny Liao's eyes turned red when she heard this. She wiped her eyes and kept quiet. Old Master Huo sighed and continued. "Old hag, we have been together for more than 50 years. Don't you know what kind of character I have? I have been sincere to you from beginning to end. Other than that, I have never done anything wrong to you." Granny Liao suddenly became excited. "Yes, you have never done anything wrong to me, but just that matter alone cannot be forgiven." Old Master Huo's old face revealed a sad look. "Old hag, it has been 50 years. Why are you still so excited?" "How can I not be excited? If you hadn't given her so much money back then, would she have lived so comfortably?" "Yes, you have a kind heart and can't bear to see their mother and son suffer, but can this be used as a reason for them to harm my child?" The more Granny Liao spoke, the more agitated she became. Her face was flushed red, and her eyes were filled with anger. Old Master Huo was silent, but his hands that were tightly clutching the bedsheet showed that he was depressed at the moment. "Suan, this is all in the past. Don't mention it anymore, okay?" After a long time, Old Master Huo sighed and said in a deep voice, "Back then, I was afraid that you would be wronged and didn't leave the child behind. Let them go. I didn't expect that she would marry into the Huo family. I didn't expect that Xiangchun, this child, would actually—" Old Master Huo suddenly stopped. He turned towards the direction of the door and scolded, "Who is outside?" Huo Liancheng and Huo Qingcheng, who were listening attentively from the wall, looked at each other. They suppressed the shock and surprise in their hearts. Huo Liancheng pushed the door open and said, "Grandpa, it's me." When Old Master Huo saw Huo Liancheng, his cold expression relaxed a little. "Liancheng, you are here?" Granny Liao looked behind Huo Liancheng and asked, "Where is Jian Yun? Didn't she come with you?" Huo Liancheng remained calm. "She's been busy with work these few days. I didn't tell her." Granny Liao was very disappointed. "I thought I would see Jian Yun today. Really, you stinky brat, it must be on purpose. You did not bring her to see your grandfather." "Why did she not see me? I don't eat people." Old Master Huo glared at Huo Liancheng. "Speaking of which, I haven't seen her until now. You little rascal, it's fine if you marry her privately, but you're still hiding that girl. How shameful is that?" "I didn't hide anything. She went to work. She's been busy these 2 days, so I didn't mention this to her. I will bring her to see Grandpa in a few days," Huo Liancheng said indifferently. Then he changed the topic. "Grandpa, Grandma, what were you guys talking about just now?" "Who said Jian Yun is not ashamed? That girl is very pretty. And she is very kind. She was the one who taught me square dance back then. Old man, if you dare to say that she's not good, I won't forgive you," Granny Liao said fiercely. Huo Liancheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Granny Liao. He just happened to see her giving Old Master Huo a look. After Old Master Huo realized it, he still looked confused. "Old woman, do you have cramps in your eyes?" Granny Liao was so angry that she rolled her eyes. "Qingchang, when I came in the morning, did Koi bring you food? I'm hungry, take it out and eat." Huo Qingchang replied. She turned her wheelchair to the side to get a thermos. At the same time, she pricked up her ears and kept an eye on Huo Liancheng. She was also very curious. From her grandfather's tone just now, it seemed that he had done something shameful and mentioned the child. Could it be that he was an illegitimate child? What does that have to do with her father? Huo Liancheng was still waiting for Old Master Huo's answer. Old Master Huo was slow to react, but he rolled his eyes and started laughing. "Did we say anything, old hag?" Granny Liao took out a piece of snack from the thermal box and ate it on her own. She ignored Old Master Huo. However, she was calculating in her heart. That secret had been hidden for so many years. She could not hide it forever. At least, she had to let Huo Liancheng know. Chapter 466, Huo Chengfeng's Visit. Currently, in Qinghu City, Tianla Music School, Jianyan was practicing her guqin in her office when someone suddenly knocked on the door. A female teacher from Tianla came in. Jianyan recognized her. She was in the same class as her. However, this teacher taught cultural lessons. "Teacher Jian, Director Wang said that a student's parent is looking for you." The female teacher was around 30 years old. She looked ordinary but was very friendly. "Looking for me?" Jianyan was surprised. She had only been working in Tianla for a few days. Why were the parents looking for her? The music school in Tianla had already been converted into a full-time school. Not only did it start as a tutoring school, but it also started to teach cultural lessons. It was only divided into different classes according to the major students studied. Because the quality of teaching in Tianla was very high, it attracted more and more students. But Jian Yun could not figure it out. She was just a piano teacher, so what could the parents want from her? Oh, that parent said that his child is more interested in piano and wants to talk to teacher John to find out how talented his child is in this field. Right. The child's name is Chen Xiaodong. The female teacher saw that Jian Yun was puzzled and explained a few more sentences. "I know." Although Jian Yun was only at work, she had an impression of this student called Chen Xiaodong. Because this little boy was not focused in class, she had criticized him several times. She did not expect his parents to come. She wanted to talk to his parents about this student's problem. After asking Chen Xiaodong's parents that they were in the reception room, Jian Yun left the office and recalled where the reception room was. After walking a few steps, the female teacher also followed. "Teacher Jian, you just came. You are not familiar with the road. I will bring you to the reception room," the female teacher said in a friendly manner. "Okay, thank you." After leaving Tianla for a few years, this place had indeed changed a lot. Jian Yun did not know many places. Of course, it was best to have someone to lead the way. There was someone following behind, but Jian Yun did not turn back. She knew that it was a bodyguard. She told him in the morning to let him go, but the bodyguard only said that he was following orders. She only listened to Mr. Huo's words and still followed her. Jian Yun did not care anymore. After so many days, Jian Yun did not see what Chengfeng did to her. She did not even see Huo Chengfeng's shadow. In addition to what Huo Liancheng did later, Jian Yun was even more certain that what he said was a lie to her. It was just an excuse to lock her up in a cage. Thinking of Huo Liancheng, Jian Yun's mood was once again affected. She was really at a loss as to how she should decide. The door to the reception room was closed. Jian Yun stood in front of the door and took a deep breath to calm herself down before pushing the door open and entering. "Teacher Jian is here." The one who spoke was a fat man, Director Wang of the Education Bureau. He was accompanying the man beside him when he saw Jian Yun. He immediately smiled and stood up to welcome her. He was very polite. Jian Yun smiled and was about to greet him, but her eyes turned. When she saw the man sitting on the sofa beside Director Wang, the smile on her lips froze. Her hands that were hanging by her side nervously clenched into fists. She subconsciously touched her pocket and wanted to take her phone to call Huo Liancheng. But then she remembered that she did not bring her phone when she went out. "Huo Chengfeng. It was actually Huo Chengfeng." Jian Yun vigilantly took a step back and her eyes became alert. The female teacher at the side let out a low cry when she saw Huo Chengfeng. "He's so handsome." That's right. The man in front of her was indeed very handsome. He was somewhat similar to Huo Liancheng, but his lips were thinner and his nose was crooked. He gave people a sinister feeling. "Hello, Teacher Jian." Huo Chengfeng acted very normal. He stood up very politely and stretched out his hand to greet Jian Yun with a smile. However, Jian Yun did not dare to shake hands with him. She pursed her lips and looked at his hand and then at his harmless, handsome face. She was already very nervous. Regarding Huo Chengfeng, other than seeing him once in the Huo family in Switzerland and being teased by him, Jian Yun had never seen him again. She had only heard some things about him from Huo Liancheng and then what Huo Qingcheng described. Jian Yun had already demonized Huo Chengfeng in her heart. She believed that he was a scumbag who would not let go of her own sister. So when she saw him suddenly appear in front of her, how could Jian Yun not be shocked and more afraid? "Teacher Jian, Mr. Chen is greeting you." When Jianyun saw that Huo Chengfeng was stunned there and did not pay attention to Huo Chengfeng's outstretched hand, this was too impolite. She could not help but remind him in a low voice. Jianyun suddenly frowned and looked at Huo Chengfeng. Mr. Chen? Huo Chengfeng shrugged and did not explain. Instead, he said, Chief Wang, can I talk to Teacher Jian alone for a while? Chief Wang hurriedly nodded. Of course. Teacher Jian's piano lessons were very good. Even the principal praised her. If Mr. Chen has anything to ask, feel free to ask. Teacher Jian, I will go outside. Just call me when you are done chatting. Director Wang, I am afraid this is not convenient. Jianyun did not want to be alone with Huo Chengfeng. This man was too dangerous. Moreover, he had changed his name today and said that his surname was Chen. She did not know his intention at all. What if? What? Teacher Jian will not think that I am a bad person, will she? Huo Chengfeng stared at Jianyun with a smile that was not a smile. Jianyun bit her lips. Although that was what she thought in her heart, of course she could not say it in her mouth. Furthermore, Jianyun also understood that Huo Chengfeng could find her under an alias. She could not anger him now. Protecting herself was more important. Director Wang also knew Jianyun's identity, but the parents of the students requested to see the teacher. It was very common in Tianli, so he did not think too much about it. He only comforted Jianyun. Teacher Jian, Teacher Li and I will wait outside. Jianyun could not refute it anymore. When she saw Director Wang pull the infatuated Teacher Li out, she realized that in the reception room, there was only her and Huo Chengfeng, and all the hair on her body was almost standing up. Mr. Huo, what are you trying to do? Jianyun ignored the gesture of Huo Chengfeng, inviting her to sit down. She was still standing at the door, ready to run away at any moment. Her eyes were also full of caution. Huo Chengfeng looked at Jianyun's appearance and could not help but smile. No wonder he likes you so much. You are really very cute. Jianyun heard these words and immediately felt a chill. Don't talk nonsense. Huo Chengfeng sat down comfortably. One of his legs was resting on the other leg. He put his hands in it and looked at Jianyun with a smile. Are you afraid of me? If you continue to talk so much nonsense, I will not accompany you. Jianyun frowned. She did not believe that Huo Chengfeng went through so much trouble to see her just to praise her cuteness. The smile on Huo Chengfeng's face grew wider. He did not take any more detours. He changed his posture and smiled. Didn't you already guess? I came specially to see you. Chapter 467 Background Fog. See me? We don't seem to know each other well, and our relationship isn't so good that you came to see me specially. Jianyun curled her lips and sneered in contempt. Then she frowned. Also, why are you Mr. Chen? Otherwise, how could I see you? Huo Chengfeng raised his eyebrows and answered matter-of-factly. Jianyun suddenly understood. That's right, if Huo Chengfeng used his real name to see her, she would definitely hide as far away as possible. How could she foolishly come to the room with him alone like this? Then who is Mr. Chen? Jianyun asked again. His son is studying piano in Tianli. I gave him a sum of money and asked him to bring me in. Huo Chengfeng shrugged and explained patiently. Jianyun frowned. Okay, can you tell me what you want from me now? Huo Chengfeng smiled. Are you going to just stand there and talk to me? My story may be a bit long. Jianyun was a little impatient. I don't have that much time. I still have my own things to do. I love to tell you. If you don't want to say it, I'll leave. Wait, Huo Chengfeng quickly stood up and stood in front of Jianyun. He put his hand on the door and did not let Jianyun open it. Jianyun seemed to have been electrocuted. She quickly took a few steps back and looked alert. What do you want? Little girl, don't think I don't know. You want to go out and inform your bodyguard. Huo Chengfeng's smile was still harmless, but there was a light of understanding in his eyes. However, it was useless even if you told him. Huo Liancheng isn't in Qinghu City right now, and no one will come to save you. Jianyun's mind was seen through, so she did not pretend anymore. She kept a distance from Huo Chengfeng and said coldly, So Mr. Huo came today to kidnap me? At the same time, Jianyun's heart also sunk. Huo Chengfeng said that Huo Liancheng was not in Qinghu City. Then, did he leave with the woman on the phone? Thinking of the sweet voice of the woman on the phone in the morning, Jianyun's heart began to hurt again. When Huo Chengfeng heard this, surprise flashed in his eyes. Why did I kidnap you? That is illegal. I will never do anything illegal. Really? Jianyun curled her lips and sneered. So it was not you who did something in Liancheng's car back then? When Huo Chengfeng heard this, he instantly became silent. His originally dark and stern eyes also burst out with a cold light, as if he had poked the most painful thing in his heart. His entire body was emitting a cold air. Jianyun's heart suddenly sank, and she cried out in her heart. Not good. How could she forget how dangerous Huo Chengfeng was? Isn't it asking for trouble by mentioning that matter under such circumstances? That's not what I meant. What I mean is, what important matter did you come to find me today? Jianyun saw that the situation was not right and quickly changed the topic. She still cared about her own life very much. She had not lived enough. Huo Chengfeng turned around and seemed to be calming his emotions. He then sat down again. This time, when he opened his mouth, his voice was not as relaxed as before. I don't want to talk about what happened back then, but what I can tell you is that I have my own difficulties as well. Jian Yun curled her lips and snorted. What difficulties do you have to hurt others as a precondition? But Jian Yun immediately realized that she had spoken too much and quickly shut her mouth. She did not dare to speak anymore. Huo Chengfeng looked at Jian Yun indifferently and did not continue with the topic. Instead, he told her the purpose of his visit today. I came to look for you today because I want to tell you something. I am not that scary. Jian Yun nodded very cooperatively. Yes, 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 I can see it. Indeed, you are kind and amiable. I misunderstood you before. Are you done? Then I can leave now? Huo Chengfeng stared at Jian Yun and naturally saw her uneasiness. He said calmly, sit down first and drink this cup of water. Jian Yun rolled her eyes. Only a fool would drink the water you gave. Huo Chengfeng shrugged. It doesn't matter if you don't drink water. I see that you are nervous. I just want you to drink some water to relax. Thank you so much. Jian Yun also understood that if she did not hear what Huo Chengfeng meant in the future, she would not be able to leave this door. Moreover, even if she left this door, she only had a few bodyguards by her side. If she really fought, she would not be able to defeat Huo Chengfeng's people. For him to be able to enter the Tianlei alone, he must have been fully prepared. So she decided to sit down and listen to this lunatic finish his words. Thinking of this, Jian Yun also sat down. However, she chose the seat furthest away from Huo Chengfeng. At the same time, she did not let her guard down. When Huo Chengfeng saw this, his posture also relaxed. He leaned on the sofa and smiled. Don't be so nervous. Like I said, although I'm interested in you, I won't do anything to you before you give up on Huo Liancheng. Besides, I'm not a monster. Why are you so afraid of me? Jian Yun would not believe Huo Chengfeng just because of one sentence. She just pursed her lips and said stiffly, let's get down to business. I'm afraid Mr. Huo did not come to see me all this time just to chat with me. Huo Chengfeng spread his hands. Of course. Jian Yun stared at him and waited for him to continue. Huo Chengfeng did not waste any more time and turned to the main topic. I came this time to explain my actions. You can't just believe their one-sided words. Secondly, I want to tell you a story. Jian Yun nodded. Tell me. You should already know that Huo Liancheng and I are brothers of the same mother and half-father. I am 3 years older than him. Huo Chengfeng crossed his arms again. His eyelids fell as if he was looking at something, but there was no focus. Yes, I heard. Jian Yun was a little surprised. Did Huo Chengfeng really come here today to tell her about his relationship with Huo Liancheng? Huo Chengfeng suddenly changed the topic. His sharp and bright eyes looked straight at Jian Yun. Then do you know that my father and Huo Liancheng's father are brothers of the same race? Jian Yun heard this and could not figure it out. Wait, what did you say? Your father and Liancheng's father are brothers? That's not right. Didn't people say that your family is a branch of Huo family? Huo Chengfeng bit his cheek tightly. His narrowed eyes flashed with a cold light that was as cold as a poisonous snake. He sneered and said, in name, my grandfather is indeed a branch of the Huo family, but my grandmother followed Old Master Huo back then. When she was pregnant, she found out that Old Master Huo had fallen in love with someone else. Old Master Huo not only abandoned her, but also forced her to abort. But she could not bear to part with the child. Later on, she pretended to abort and married my grandfather. Do you understand? Jian Yun was so shocked that she could not speak. Her mind also stopped. What was going on? Why did she feel more and more confused? So do you still think that I came from the side branch of the Huo family? Huo Chengfeng sneered. Actually, I am the legitimate grandson of the Huo family. Huo Liancheng is the one who took my identity. Chapter 468. The past is like smoke. At the same time, at Imperial Hospital. After Granny Liao got Old Master Huo's approval, she told him about the past for the first time. Actually, your father is not Grandpa's only son. He has an older brother. Granny Liao paused and looked at Old Master Huo, who was sitting on the bed with his eyes closed. She sighed and said, he is Huo Chengfeng's father. Huo Liancheng frowned when he heard this, but he did not say anything. Instead, Huo Chengfeng became excited, and her face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? Huo Chengfeng's father is Huo Wen's son. I have seen the family tree. Huo Wen is a distant relative of Huo family and has been out for 5 generations. He is not even a branch family. Grandma, don't joke around. Your grandma isn't joking. Huo Chengfeng's father is indeed my son, Old Master Huo said at this time. However, he, who had always been energetic and vigorous, looked very old now. Back then, your grandma and I were engaged. Ah Lin is your grandma's good friend. We are familiar with each other. When your grandma was young, she had a strong personality. Your grandma and I often quarreled. One night, we argued over some small matters again. I drank some wine and Ah Lin suddenly appeared. She said that she came to scold me for your grandma, but I don't know why. We just... Old Master Huo did not continue. After all, Huo Liancheng and his sister were his juniors. He could not keep his old face from being embarrassed when he told them about the ridiculous things he did when he was young. Huo Liancheng still did not say anything. Huo Qingcheng was stunned when she heard that, because she did not expect her grandfather, who had always been so dignified in her heart, to have such a past. You actually know shame. Why didn't you see shame when you did that? Granny Liao's eyes turned red. Although more than 50 years had passed, it was as if that incident had happened yesterday. she still remembered very clearly when she found out that her best friend, Ah Lin, was talking about her romantic relationship with Old Master Huo. That painful feeling filled her heart. Suan, don't say this in front of the children. I know I was wrong. It has been more than 50 years. Why can't you forget it? Old Master Huo was very helpless. Granny Liao was already 70 years old. She was still full of vigor when she was jealous. How do you want me to forget? The child she gave birth to is the flesh and blood of the Huo family. Am I not going to give birth to it? Bai Lin was so scheming. She was the one who instigated the relationship between us and then took the opportunity to hook up with you. Who would have thought that you would be so shameless to take the bait so easily? She used her pregnancy to force the palace. You didn't agree, but didn't you have the heart to get rid of Brum? Now, not only did you have a son, you also had a grandson. Are you very happy? Granny Liao became more and more excited and her face turned red. Huo Qingsheng worriedly stroked her back. Grandma, don't be agitated. Your blood pressure will rise. Granny Liao panted heavily. Huo Liansheng handed her a cup of water and she looked up and drank it. How can I be happy? Hey, old woman, can you be reasonable? Old Master Huo was very upset. He pulled his white hair and anxiously took the health ball on the nightstand. He put it down after playing with it for a while. How can I be reasonable? Don't pretend you don't know. Now that Huo Chengfeng has spread the news, the entire Huo's basically knows that he is your grandson. His father is your eldest son, Huo Zhenyun. He is now the eldest grandson of his family. Moreover, he is still buying the shares of those shareholders. It won't be long before the entire Huo's is under his control. Granny Liao was so angry that her blood pressure was rising. So there is such a story. No wonder Huo Chengfeng is so arrogant. Huo Qingcheng said in a low voice. She always thought that the reason Huo Chengfeng was so confident was because Shen Fangji was supporting him from behind. But she did not expect Huo Chengfeng to be her grandfather's grandson. Liancheng, you are the president of Huo's now. What do you think about this matter? Old Master Huo turned to ask Huo Liancheng. He knew very well how capable his grandson was. Compared to Huo Chengfeng's arrogance and aggressiveness, Huo Liancheng was more calm and composed. This was what a leader should be like. I think what Grandma said makes sense. Huo Chengfeng's goal is the entire Huo's. He has long been dissatisfied with the shares his mother gave him. Huo Liancheng raised his eyelids. His eyes were cold and sharp. Big brother, should we prepare in advance? Otherwise, when he becomes stronger, it will be difficult for us to deal with him. Huo Qingchen was worried. I know. Huo Liancheng did not say much. Old man, I will leave it here today. The Huo family has been training us for 100 years. We have always been the direct descendant of the eldest son. We don't need me to explain what a direct descendant is. Her Ah Lin has already married someone else. So what if she gave birth to your son, Huo Zhenyun? Regardless of whether it was in the past or now, they were all illegitimate sons that couldn't be exposed. Now that the Huo family had given them so much, they had already done their best. If they weren't satisfied, then don't blame us for being impolite. The Huo family isn't the only big family in this world. Our Liao family isn't a vegetarian either. Granny Liao's face was dark. After she finished speaking coldly, she narrowed her eyes to see Old Master Huo's reaction. Old Master Huo said seriously, Suan, don't worry. Since it is passed down from the family, no matter how arrogant Huo Chengfeng is, he will never be able to stand up to the heavens. At that time, in the Qinghu city in the Tianlei school, after listening to the story of Huo Chengfeng's righteous indignation, Jianyun's heart was full of doubts because she felt that there were too many loopholes. However, she could not tell what was wrong. Why should I believe you? You have nothing to say. If you want me to believe you, you have to give me evidence. Jianyun rolled her eyes and decided to communicate with Huo Chengfeng in this gentle way. He was very emotional right now and could not anger him. Evidence? Is the DNA report considered evidence? Huo Chengfeng took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. His expression returned to normal. He narrowed his eyes. If you think that the DNA test report is fake, then you can go and ask Liao Suan to see if she will tell you the truth. Then, why did you come here today to tell me all this? Jianyun quietly looked at Huo Chengfeng. In her heart, she was thinking quickly. Purpose? Huo Chengfeng suddenly raised his head and laughed. I don't have any purpose. I came to find you and just wanted to find someone to talk to. You are a good candidate. I don't believe it. Jianyun did not believe Huo Chengfeng. Unless he was full. Believe it or not, it's up to you. After saying that, I should leave too. Huo Chengfeng made a gesture and looked at Jianyun with a smile. You go first. Otherwise, something bad will happen to your bodyguard when he sees me. Chapter 469. A fake is always inferior to the real thing. Jianyun stared at Huo Chengfeng suspiciously. She still couldn't believe that he was only here to talk about it and let her go so easily. Then wouldn't she be nervous for nothing? When she saw Huo Chengfeng appear here just now, she really thought that he was here to kidnap her and threaten Huo Liancheng. Huo Chengfeng seemed to see through Jianyun's thoughts. He stretched out a finger and shook it, then made an injured expression. Little sister, am I a kidnapper in your heart? Jianyun's worries were exposed, and it was inevitable that she would feel a little awkward. She stiffly pulled the corner of her mouth away and smiled extremely ugly. Right. There's one more thing I want to tell you. Huo Chengfeng changed his sitting posture and still narrowed his eyes at Jian Yun. The corner of his mouth curled up as he said, Lin Lanlan is my mistress. Jian Yun was stunned when she heard that. She was so shocked that her eyes widened. Her small face was also filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Huo Chengfeng smiled. His expression was still calm. Nothing is impossible. Huo Liancheng looked for you for 6 years and finally found you. I only found a woman who looks a little like you. Jian Yun suddenly looked up. What do you mean? Huo Chengfeng shrugged. I mean, I saw you 6 years ago. Stop making up stories here. I don't believe you. Jian Yun snorted coldly at that time. At the same time, she was wondering what Huo Chengfeng's purpose of telling her all this was. I didn't make up a story. Huo Chengfeng had a surprisingly good temper today. He was very patient with Jian Yun. He took out his phone, swiped it a few times, and passed it to Jian Yun. Jian Yun looked at Huo Chengfeng suspiciously and did not pick up the phone. Huo Chengfeng directly held up the phone to Jian Yun. Look at who this is. Jian Yun's eyes fell and she glanced at it casually but was immediately stunned. What Huo Chengfeng showed her was a photo, and the person in the photo was clearly her. But this photo seemed to have been taken from somewhere. It was a little blurry, but it was still able to make people recognize that this was Jian Yun at a glance. Once I went to look for Huo Liancheng, the computer was turned on and this picture was on the screen. He had been looking at the person in the picture, so I took the picture when he was not paying attention. Huo Chengfeng took back his phone and calmly explained. At first I didn't know who this was. Later, I met Lin Lanlan in America. Her eyes and eyebrows were very similar to this picture. I thought she was the person in the photo. So you think Lin Lanlan should be the woman Huo Liancheng likes and then decided to attack first? Jian Yun's mouth twitched, and her small face wrinkled into a big awkward word. Although she had heard from Xu Haiyang that Lin Lanlan was not as simple as she looked, and guessed that there should be someone behind her, she did not expect Lin Lanlan to be Huo Chengfeng's mistress. This relationship was becoming more and more chaotic. Huo Chengfeng did not say anything. Clearly he had tacitly agreed. Then why are you telling me all this now? Jian Yun was still puzzled. She did not know Huo Chengfeng at all, so she did not think that Huo Chengfeng really came to find someone to talk to. I just feel that the counterfeit is not as good as the real one. Huo Chengfeng stared at Jian Yun, his eyes burning. Yes, the counterfeit is still a counterfeit. Mr. Huo, is there anything else? If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Jian Yun had a double meaning in her words. She touched her arm and felt a chill all over her body. What did Huo Chengfeng mean by that? Could it be what she thought? However, no matter what he meant, Jian Yun did not want to be alone with Huo Chengfeng. This man gave her a bad feeling. Her intuition made her want to stay away from him. Of course, I have said everything that needs to be said. Miss Jian, please go. Huo Chengfeng was still sitting on the sofa. He stretched out his hand with a smile. His posture was very elegant. Jian Yun did not hesitate. She stood up and rushed out of the door. Wait! Jian Yun had just opened the door handle when she heard Huo Chengfeng calling from behind. Is there anything else? Jian Yun turned her head and asked. Huo Chengfeng smiled and walked over. I just want to ask if we can meet again under normal circumstances. Jian Yun waved her hand. Forget it, we better not meet again in the future. After saying that, Jian Yun pulled the door open and ran away without looking back. Behind her, Huo Chengfeng's eyes slowly narrowed. Jian Yun ran back to the office in one breath. She sat down and had a sip of water when she saw the bodyguard come in. Huo Liancheng had a special security team. The person in charge was Chen Xin. Chen Xin's subordinates were all first-class elite figures. Those who were sent by Chen Xin to protect Jian Yun were naturally not ordinary people. As soon as Jian Yun entered the reception room, he noticed that something was not right. Madam, are you okay? The man asked. I'm fine. Jian Yun shook her head and asked. Did you tell Liancheng that Huo Chengfeng came to find me? Was it Huo Chengfeng in the reception room just now? The man looked shocked. He did not follow her in, so he naturally did not know who Jian Yun was looking at. It was just that his instinct was dangerous. Now that he heard Huo Chengfeng's name, he felt scared. Yes. Jian Yun did not say much. The arrival of Huo Chengfeng also made Jian Yun have no time to care about the matter of Huo Liancheng cheating on her. Her mind was now filled with Huo Chengfeng's purpose of finding her. Why did he want to tell her about Lin Lanlan's relationship with him? Also, what did he mean by that old matter? At Imperial Hospital, Chen Xin's phone suddenly rang. He, who was waiting in the corridor outside the ward, took out his phone and looked at it. Suddenly, he changed his relaxed look, and his expression became serious. Chen Xin knocked on the door. Young Master Huo, I have something to report. The story in the ward had come to an end. Everyone was silent. Huo Liancheng did not say a word. When he heard Chen Xin knocking on the door, he got up and walked over. Chen Xin did not waste any time. He handed the phone to Huo Liancheng. Huo Liancheng only took a glance and his face instantly turned ugly. His hand that was holding the phone suddenly tightened. Young Master Huo Chengfeng suddenly went to look for Miss. I don't know what he's up to. Chen Xin was worried. Huo Hu Liancheng thought about it and used Chen Qin's phone to dial Jian Yun's number. He was worried, but Jian Yun's phone was still turned off. Hu Liancheng's handsome face turned darker. Young Master Huo. They said Huo Chengfeng used the student's parents' name to find the young lady. Now he has left. Chen Qin said. Make arrangements for the plane and go back as soon as possible. After Huo Liancheng said that, he turned around and went back into the ward. Jian Yun became energized when she saw Huo Chengfeng in the afternoon. Fan Zhenran came back from class and was surprised when he saw Jian Yun have recovered. In the evening, Jian Yun and Fan Zhenran practiced the guqin as usual. Before 8 o'clock, she packed her things and prepared to go home. Chapter 470. We're all back. Of course, Jian Yun did not return to Huo Liancheng's villa. Instead, she returned to the residential area she rented earlier. She had yet to figure out how to face Huo Liancheng. Even if she knew that he was not at home, she did not want to go back and face that environment. However, what surprised Jian Yun was that someone had come to the rented house before. Moreover, it had already been cleaned and cleaned. Wu Wenjing, are you back? Jian Yun looked at the pair of slippers on the shoe rack and thought that Wu Wenjing had returned, so she called out loudly. Jian Yun, it's me. The one who answered Jian Yun was Luo Yanyan. The voice came from the room. Jian Yun quickly ran over and saw Luo Yanyan lying on the bed and turning her head to look at her. Yanyan, you're out of the hospital? Jian Yun looked around. This room was originally Luo Yanyan's bedroom. Previously, it was full of books. After Luo Yanyan got married and most of the books were moved away, it became much more spacious. Yes, I am out of the hospital. Luo Yanyan laid there. Her face was still pale, but she was in good spirits. When she saw Jian Yun come in, she sat up with her arms crossed. Jian Yun quickly put down the bag in her hands and walked over. She picked up the pillow and placed it on Luo Yanyan's back. Yanyan, you. Jian Yun looked at the box placed in the corner of the wall. When the words came to her mouth, she held them back. Jian Yun, are you going to ask me why I came back to stay? Luo Yanyan, on the other hand, was extremely smart. Seeing Jian Yun's hesitant look, she understood what she wanted to ask. You and Qindong. Jian Yun nodded and only used a pair of clear eyes to look at Luo Yanyan. She was waiting for Luo Yanyan to speak by herself. Luo Yanyan changed her posture and reached out to pull her hair. The corner of her mouth curled into a bitter smile. You already saw that our quarrel is so serious. There's no way for us to get back together anymore. Then, do you still have feelings for him or not? Yanyan, don't be too impulsive. Divorce, this kind of thing, you still need to think twice. Although Luo Yanyan had already told Jian Yun about her current relationship with Qindong in the hospital, Jian Yun was worried that Luo Yanyan was affected by the argument between her parents and also had an opinion of Qindong's mother. That was why she said those heartless words. To be honest, we do have feelings. But after all, we have only known each other for a few months. How deep can such feelings be? Moreover, he doesn't have a pillar of support and listens to his mother's words. I've really had enough of this period of time. Luo Yanyan's lips curled up. However, her smile was bitter. She stared fixedly at Jian Yun with a trace of confusion and pain in her eyes. She said, my parents don't want me to divorce. They said that they will lose face if I divorce them. Haha, face. They will never consider my situation. Actually, I am very glad now that this child is gone. It may not be a bad thing. When she said this, Luo Yanyan unconsciously reached out to touch her belly. Her eyes were a little unfocused. Jian Yun, don't try to persuade me. This time I want to make my own decision. I have thought it through very clearly. That kind of life is not what I want. Rather than forcing it, I might as well break it and rebuild it. When Jian Yun heard Luo Yanyan's words, her heart suddenly shook. Luo Yanyan had never been as firm as she was now. Perhaps the injuries she suffered this time were really too severe and let her be reborn from ashes. She was no longer the obedient girl who listened to her parents. She began to have plans for her own life. Yanyan, I am relieved that you can think like this. I was originally afraid that you would not be able to walk out. Jian Yun held Luo Yanyan's hand. She was really happy for Luo Yanyan. By the way, Jian Yun, I have not thanked you about Luo Cheng. Luo Yanyan did not want to mention those bad things and quickly changed the topic. I'm really sorry. He heard about the relationship between Mr. Huo and you and wanted me to look for you. I didn't agree. I didn't expect that he would speak up on his own that day. Luo Yanyan lowered her eyes and said softly, it's nothing. It was just a small matter. Although Jian Yun did not like this kind of thing, who asked Luo Cheng to be Luo Yanyan's younger brother? She would help Luo Cheng, but she did not want Luo Yanyan to make things difficult for her. Pausing for a while, Jian Yun asked again, did Luo Cheng go for an interview later? What was the result? Yes, Luo Yanyan bit her lip and said helplessly. She said, I know Luo Cheng very well. He always felt that his family did not create any conditions for him. He wanted to make a fortune and do big things. In the end, he was in an awkward situation. He did not have any education and was not capable enough. However, he could not see it clearly. She continued. He passed the Ming's interview and entered the sales department, but what's wrong? Is he not satisfied? Jian Yun asked. Luo Yanyan sneered. More or less. It has only been a few days and he is already tired from work. The probationary period is long and there is no place to stay. His salary is not high. Jian Yun was speechless. I reckon he won't be able to do it for long. Luo Yanyan sighed and looked up at Jian Yun. Jian Yun, I'm sorry. Actually, I understand. If you did not greet the company this time, he definitely would not have passed the interview. But he really did not live up to expectations. Jian Yun shook her head. At this time, she did not know what to say. After being silent for a while, Luo Yanyan seemed to have just remembered and asked Jian Yun with a face full of surprise. Jian Yun, I almost forgot. Why did you come back to stay? I came back today and saw your suitcase here. I was puzzled for a long time. Oh, didn't I go back to Tianlai to work? There will be a performance tomorrow. I have been practicing at school these few days. This place is close to the school. I will temporarily stay here for a few days. Jian Yun found an excuse to cover it up. Luo Yanyan's own matters were enough for her to worry. She did not want to aggravate Luo Yanyan's worries. Then your Mr. Huo also agreed? Luo Yanyan was surprised. She had seen Huo Liancheng's desire to control Jian Yun. He really wanted to tie Jian Yun up every day and never leave her. He is also busy these few days and has no time to care about me, Jian Yun said calmly. Luo Yanyan heard Jian Yun say so and did not continue to ask. Jian Yun thought about it and was still worried about Wu Wenjing, so she asked Luo Yanyan, do you know that Wu Wenjing has a boyfriend? Ah. Luo Yanyan was even more surprised and her face was at a loss. I did not hear. A few days ago in the hospital she was called out with a phone call. I asked her. She said she wasn't. Jian Yun frowned and became more and more worried. She said, I keep feeling that there is something wrong with Wu Wenjing recently. She said that she is with her classmate who works in the film company. But with her personality, if they are really together, it is impossible for her to not bring her boyfriend to meet us. Why is she hiding it this time? That's right. Luo Yanyan also nodded. That person is impulsive and seems to be smart. In fact, she is very easily deceived. Previously, she said that she wants to go to the entertainment industry and told me that her classmate wants her to go for plastic surgery first. She continued, she was stopped by me. Could it be that she was controlled and brainwashed by that person? Chapter 471. Can I go and see it? Jian Yun saw that the hole in Luo Yanyan's brain was a little big, and she also knew that Luo Yanyan had a temperament that was easier to worry than her. If she continued to speak, perhaps Luo Yanyan would be so worried that she would not be able to sleep tonight, so she hurriedly stopped. All right, Yanyan, don't think about it blindly. Perhaps it is really Wu Wenjing who found the real son of heaven this time and is too embarrassed to bring it to us. After tomorrow's performance, I will go and ask her and find out. Yes, I hope so. Luo Yanyan nodded. All right, Yanyan. You are still recuperating. Rest more. Don't think about it blindly. Jian Yun patted Luo Yanyan's shoulder and said with a smile. Luo Yanyan also smiled and continued to ask. Jian Yun, have you eaten? If you did not eat, there's still food in the fridge. Just heat it up. I ate it at school. Jian Yun rolled her eyes. Some people cared about her and it made her think of her mother again. Yanyan, you rest. I will go take a bath. I need to sleep early tonight. I have to go to school tomorrow to practice the gujin. Okay. Luo Yanyan pinched Jian Yun's hand and then let go. Jian Yun took the bag and just got up when she saw Mrs. Luo coming with a big shopping bag. Auntie, Jian Yun greeted. Mrs. Luo saw that Jian Yun was very warm and was also a bit surprised. Jian Yun, why did you come back to stay? Mom, Jian Yun has a performance tomorrow night. These 2 days she has been practicing the zither at school. This place is closer to her school. Luo Yanyan took the initiative to explain. Oh, there is a performance. It is not close. If it is close, Auntie will also go and take a look. I have heard Yanyan say that you play the piano well. Auntie has not seen it yet. Mrs. Luo put down the shopping bag and said with a smile. She had always had a good impression of Jian Yun. In addition, Jian Yun had helped Luo Cheng, so Mrs. Luo was obviously trying to get close to Jian Yun. It is at the Great Theater of Qinghu City. Jian Yun was a little embarrassed and did not know how to answer Mrs. Luo's words. Monica said that this banquet was hosted by the city and the people who went to watch it were the high officials and dinks. She really did not know if it was open to the public. Mom, the Great Theater is very far away, and you are not familiar with Qinghu. How are you going? Luo Yanyan saw that Jian Yun was in a dilemma, and she quickly helped. I can take the bus there. I can take the subway too. Mrs. Luo did not understand what Luo Yanyan meant, and still said, I have never seen such a concert before. Jian Yun, if you have tickets, give me a few. I will bring Luo Cheng and the others to take a look. This, Jian Yun scratched her nose and looked at Luo Yanyan. Mom, don't go. What am I doing at home alone? Luo Yanyan was also very speechless. This mother of hers did not know how to look at people's faces, and what she thought was what she was thinking. Luo Cheng completely inherited this characteristic of hers. The performance is only for a short while. I will be back in an hour or two at most. Mrs. Luo still did not understand what Luo Yanyan meant. Instead, she was a little unhappy that Luo Yanyan did not let her go out. Luo Yanyan had no choice but to point it out directly. Mom, those kinds of banquets are attended by high-end people such as the mayor, the governor, and those successful people, like those rich and powerful people. Why do you want to join in the fun? Is that so, Jian Yun? Mrs. Luo bitterly rubbed her hands and asked Jian Yun again. Pretty much. Jian Yun held the corner of her mouth and her smile was a little stiff. Forget it, I'll go wash the dishes and mow the floor. Mrs. Luo's face was full of disappointment. She took off her coat and went out. Yanyan, I'm sorry. Jianyun felt a little embarrassed. Luo Yanyan shook her head. I should be the one saying I'm sorry. She looked outside the door and sighed. My mom is like this. She likes to join in the fun but does not think. Jianyun also remembered what happened in the hospital. She also secretly sighed in her heart and did not say anything else. She greeted Luo Yanyan and turned around to walk out. Jianyun came out after taking a bath and suddenly heard a conversation from Luo Yanyan's room. Yanyan, didn't you say that the residential area you live in is all working class? Why did I just send Luo Cheng and Little John to the hotel and see a rich man drive his car in? It was Mrs. Luo's voice. What luxury car? Luo Yanyan seemed to be eating and her voice was unclear. It's a very valuable car. Luo Cheng said that just one car alone is worth millions or millions. Ordinary people would not be able to earn money from that car in a few lifetimes. Sigh. Mrs. Luo said as she wiped the table. Mom, don't listen to Luo Cheng's nonsense. He has to change his personality. He always admires others for having money. Let's see if he has the ability or not. The money of the rich doesn't fall from the sky. Luo Yanyan said discontentedly. Why do you say that about your brother? Isn't he changing? He has already found a job and will be able to earn money soon. Mrs. Luo subconsciously spoke up for Luo Cheng. Jianyun did not listen to the rest of the conversation. After all, listening to the background of the wall was not a good thing. She did not think too much about Mrs. Luo mentioning the luxury car a few times. She used a towel to wipe her hair and then went back to her room. The night gradually got darker. Under a tree not far from Jianyun's building, Chen Xin looked at Huo Liancheng, who was standing by the car and smoking. The corner of his mouth twitched. Young Master Huo, you came all the way back. Why didn't you go up? Huo Liancheng took a big puff of smoke. Amidst the smoke, he looked up at the lighted window of the building in front of him. He narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Chen Xin shook his head. He sighed in his heart. Love is really harmful to people. Even a cold man like Huo Liancheng could do such a thing. He has been guarding Jianyun's building for 2 nights in a row. It was just a matter of him apologizing and explaining, but he insisted on doing it. Chen Xin really could not understand the actions of these 2 people. The lights were off upstairs. Huo Liancheng looked at his watch. It was only 10 o'clock. Did she sleep so early? Young Master Huo, get in the car and rest for a while. You have been on the plane for so long today. There will be a meeting tomorrow. Chen Xin was still very conscientious. After following Huo Liancheng for so long, he was not only in charge of security. After Cheng Muz was sent to manage the Huo's branch company, he was also a special assistant. Huo Liancheng did not have any objections. He got into the car, but he did not close his eyes until late at night. The next morning, Jianyun woke up. Luo Yanyan's house was quiet and she did not disturb her. After washing up, she changed her clothes and went out. Jianyun drove away and did not notice a car following behind. That car followed Jianyun until it saw her enter the school. Have you found Huo Chengfeng's whereabouts? In the car, Huo Liancheng asked with a gloomy face. He came to Qinghu City in 3 days. He flew back to America last night. Chen Xin reported. Who has he seen these 3 days? Huo Liancheng was still staring at the entrance of Tianlei Academy. His voice was very cold. Chen Xin flipped his phone and reported the report sent by his subordinates to Huo Liancheng. 3 days ago, I saw Hong Jijian, Rooney Company, Gaoning. Huo Liancheng narrowed his eyes. There was a cold glint in his eyes. Chen Xin was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly paused. Young Master Huo Chengfeng was with Lin Lanlan the day before yesterday. Chapter 472. Unable to be at peace. Huo Liancheng raised his brows slightly as if he was wondering who this person was. Lin Lanlan? It's Mrs. Half-Sister, the woman who offended young Master Huo in the company. Chen Xin replied. She? Huo Liancheng's handsome face immediately darkened and the coldness in his eyes intensified. So Lin Lanlan was Huo Chengfeng's woman. No wonder she wanted to get close to him time and time again. It seemed that this reckless old man Ming and Huo Chengfeng were also connected. Very good. Young Master Huo, why aren't you curious about what Huo Chengfeng said to Miss? Chen Xin couldn't help but ask. He was very curious. Huo Chengfeng definitely wouldn't look for Jianyun for no reason. Furthermore, seeing that Jian had gotten off work normally yesterday, her expression was very normal. Huo Chengfeng probably didn't do anything out of line. But no matter what, Huo Chengfeng must have a motive for finding Jianyun. How could Huo Liancheng be so calm? Are you also very free? Huo Liancheng gave Chen Xin an impatient look. I'm sorry, young Master Huo. Chen Xin immediately shut his mouth. He had been with Huo Liancheng for a long time, so he naturally knew Huo Liancheng's character. Huo Liancheng didn't like people asking about his privacy. The reason he asked so much was because he cared too much about Jianyun. This area will be reinforced with surveillance. Huo Liancheng left a sentence behind and ordered Chen Xin to drive away. When Jianyun entered the office, Fang Zhenran was already there. Seeing Jianyun looking haggard, he looked at her a few more times but did not ask any more questions. The 2 of them practiced the guqin as usual, and a day passed just like that. The performance after the banquet was set at 7. Due to Fang Jianran's fame, he was supposed to be the finale and the last one to appear. But Fang Jianran did not know what to think. He proposed to appear early. As a result, Jian Yun and Fang Jianran's piano performance mentioned the sixth one. Jian Yun naturally did not have any objections. She only wanted to end this performance as soon as possible. It was not that she could not tell what Fang Jianran was thinking about her. However, she couldn't have any more interactions with him. Moreover, the matter between her and Huo Liancheng hadn't been resolved yet, so she didn't have the mood to think about anything else. Monica gave Jian Yun and Fang Jianran afternoon leave. It was just past 5 in the afternoon. Because they still needed to put on makeup, Monica personally drove the two of them to the Qinghu City Auditorium. This was the venue for the banquet. After the banquet, the performance would begin. The auditorium was bustling with noise. The banquet had already begun. Because after putting on makeup, it was not good to eat anymore, so Jian Yun had already eaten at school before coming. At the backstage of the auditorium, Jian Yun changed her clothes and waited for the gap between makeup. Jian Yun sat in the corner by the window and started to daydream again. Fang Jianran looked and sat beside Jian Yun. He handed her an unopened bottle of pure water. Nervous? Jian Yun looked up at Fang Jianran and shook her head. No. Then why are you so worried? Fang Jianran unscrewed the cap of the bottle and took a sip. He stared at Jian Yun and asked, "Did you fight with him?" Jian Yun lowered her head and did not speak. Fang Jianran saw that Jian Yun's eyes were a little red and guessed that it should be related to Huo Liancheng. He suddenly had a feeling of depression in his heart, but still continued to say, "Can you tell me what happened?" Jian Yun shook her head. She did not want to say, especially Fang Jianran. Fang Jianran's mouth curled into a self-deprecating smile. "You don't believe me just like that? In the past, but now, forget it, I am the one meddling in other people's business. Seeing that you are not in a good mood these few days, I didn't expect that brats." After saying that, Fang Jianran got up and wanted to leave, but he was immediately pulled back by Jian Yun. He looked down and saw that Jian Yun was also looking up at him. Her eyes were clear and bright, but there was a thick layer of worry and apology in them. "I'm sorry, that's not what I meant," Jian Yun said softly. Fang Jianran pursed his lips. He was waiting for Jian Yun to say it herself. After a moment of silence, Jian Yun nodded. "Yes, we had a fight." "Why?" Fang Jianran was not a curious person, but he really wanted to know everything about Jian Yun. Only he knew how much he regretted missing out on Jian Yun. This time, Jian Yun was silent for even longer. It was so long that Fang Jianran almost thought that she would not say anything more. Jian Yun spoke just now, her voice also at a loss. "Do all of you men have a habit of liking new and hating old? No matter how vigorous your love was back then, after a long time, you would slowly get sick of it. Even if you were not tired, you could not resist the bright and beautiful temptation outside." When Fang Jianran heard this, his heart suddenly jumped. A light suddenly flashed across his eyes. Jian Yun meant that Huo Liancheng had a woman. Then, with Fang Jianran's understanding of Jian Yun, she had always been a person who could not tolerate sand in her eyes. Would she tolerate Huo Liancheng's actions? "I'm very confused now. I don't know what to do." Jian Yun held her chin and turned her head to look outside the window. The sun was setting, and the warm yellow halo fell on the lake surface. A gentle breeze blew and caused ripples of light to appear. It was as if her current state of mind could not calm down no matter how hard she tried. "Didn't you guys just get married not long ago? Could there be some misunderstanding?" Fang Jianran considered his words carefully. He frowned. A man of his status can't avoid socializing outside. Maybe it was just a show, or maybe you made a mistake. If you see it with your own eyes and hear it with your own ears, how can you make a mistake? I'm not blind. The corner of Jian Yun's lips curled up, but it was a bitter smile. She trusted him too much. That was why when she saw that scene, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. In addition to being shocked, she was in so much pain that she was unable to breathe. Fang Jianran sighed softly. "I won't comfort others, but I still feel that you should have a good talk with him." "Let me think about it." Jian Yun sighed in her heart. It was Jian Yun and Fang Jianran's turn to put on makeup. Men's makeup was very easy to put on. It didn't take long before it was done. Jian Yun's side was much more complicated. Fang Jianran was waiting for Jian Yun at the side. At this time, Jian Yun heard people discussing the guests who were attending tonight from behind. "I just went to the auditorium in front. Guess who I saw?" The people who spoke were a few young women wearing welcome cheongsams. "They should be the waiters who served the guests in the auditorium." "Who is it?" "Is it the mayor?" "If I had known, he would have come." Someone was curious. "No, it's not strange for the mayor to come. I saw the Toy King and his son in Hong Kong. His son was always on the gossip news. He talked to a lot of female celebrities. But he's not very handsome, and he's not very tall." A pretty girl chirped. "Then what did those female celebrities like about him?" "Are you stupid? Of course you have money." Another young girl mocked. "Their family is one of the top wealthy families in Hong Kong. Young Master Zhu is generous. Which woman doesn't love such a man? He is very generous? Rich? Then why didn't you mention Huo Liancheng? He was more handsome than this young Master Zhu." I don't know how many times he is. He is the crown prince of the Huo family. His wealth is unimaginable. I heard that he is here tonight as well. Someone else said. Chapter 473. Brilliant. Huo Liancheng is here too? The other women screamed. Why didn't I see him just now? No, I have to go and take a look now. He's my dream lover. Even in my dreams, I want to have sex with him. Hey, in public, why are you so shameless? The moment the woman spoke, she was humiliated by the people around her. The woman also realized that it was inappropriate to say such a thing here. She stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and didn't say anything else. The few of them laughed and quickly walked away. Jianyan tried her best to remain calm, but her heart could not calm no matter what. She gritted her teeth and secretly cursed herself for being stupid. In such an occasion, Huo Liancheng must be a distinguished guest. It was impossible for him not to be invited. Monica had told her that she should have thought of this at that time. What should she do now? Fan Jianran seemed to see through Jianyan's thoughts. He paused and said directly, Yunduo, if you do not want to go on stage, you can leave now. Jianyan suddenly raised her head and looked at Fan Jianran. Surprise flashed in her clear eyes. She thought that Fan Jianran deliberately said this to provoke her, but when Jianyan saw the heavy light in Fan Jianran's gentle eyes, she knew that Fan Jianran was serious. You should know that I am a person who pursues perfection. I cannot allow my performance to have any flaws. If your ambition is not here, I will not force you. Fan Jianran stared into Jianyan's eyes. His expression was extremely serious. Jianyan pursed her lips and did not say a word, but at this moment, her mood was shaken. There is still half an hour before the opening ceremony. You can still consider it now and think about it before telling me. Fan Jianran turned around and walked away after saying that, leaving Jianyun in a daze as she looked at his back. Teacher Jian, do you still want to put on makeup? The makeup artist asked Jianyun. Jianyun lowered her eyes and her heartstrings started to move rapidly at this moment. However, she did not think for long and only nodded. Continue. 15 minutes later, in the lounge, the person in charge of the banquet performance went to Fan Jianran and reminded him to be prepared. He was about to go on stage, but he immediately realized that there was only Fan Jianran in the lounge. He could not help but be surprised. Mr. Fang, didn't Monica say that your Tianli's program tonight is a 4? Why are you alone? Fan Jianran narrowed his eyes and said very calmly, I'm alone. Alone? But the performance handbook we sent out said that 4 hands are playing together. The person in charge of the performance was very excited, but halfway through his words, he shut his mouth under Fan Jianran's cold gaze. The person in charge was very depressed. The people who came tonight were all people with status. They had rehearsed this performance many times, and only Fan Jianran was famous. He did not participate in the rehearsals and went on stage tonight. But the person in charge did not expect Fan Jianran to suddenly tell him that he was alone. What should he do? I will explain. Fan Jianran adjusted his sleeves and said lightly, he was not in a good mood now. He did not expect Jianyan to really give up. Since Fan Jianran had said so, the person in charge of the performance could not say anything else. He could only suppress the doubts in his heart and explain the process of the performance and some details that he had to pay attention to Fan Jianran. After making sure that there was no mistake, he left with a face full of question marks. And originally, the biggest highlight of tonight's performance was Fan Jianran, especially when Monica had kept him guessing that Fan Jianran would bring a mysterious woman to the stage and perform. Just this point alone was enough. But now, he actually said that he was the only one? Time passed quickly. The acting director came to remind Fan Jianran that it was time for him to go on stage. He should also know that the 4-handed combo was changed to Fan Jianran's solo performance. The smile on his face was very forced because they knew that after tonight, they would definitely be punished. According to the director's design, Fan Jianran and Jianyun originally wanted to go on stage hand in hand and sit by the piano. Then, the spotlight hit them. The sound of the piano rang and the dancers began to dance. But now there was only Fan Jianran alone. He was used to seeing big scenes and naturally would not be afraid. It was just that because he was in a bad mood, his handsome face had always been tense. The assistant director and the person in charge who accompanied both then. After the performance of the last show, Fan Jianran stood behind the waiting stage. He tidied his clothes and was about to go on stage when Fan Jianran thought that the assistant director was going to say something to him again. Just as he was about to scold him impatiently, he turned his head and saw let's go. What are you staring at? Jianyun seemed to have run over. There were fine beads of sweat on her head. She saw that Fan Jianran was not moving, so she pulled him off. What's wrong with you? Fan Jianran was puzzled. He felt that if he did not figure out Jianyun's thoughts, he would definitely lose his ability. What about me? It's time. Let's go up. Jianyun pulled Fan Jianran away, but did not move him. She also knew that Fan Jianran was very stubborn. If she did not explain clearly now, he would not go up on stage. Jianyun could only sigh and explain. I think you were right. Playing the piano is my dream all along. I once wanted to perform on stage the most. Now that there is such a good opportunity to play on stage with a world-class master like you, how can I give up such a good opportunity? Do you really think so? Fan Zhenran was suspicious. Jianyun had always been stubborn. She would not care even if she got hurt. He had seen how worried Jianyun was these few days. When he heard that Huo Liancheng had also come, she was clearly terrified and seemed afraid to see him. Why did she think it through in such a short time? That was not normal. All right, I just feel that there is no need for me to be timid. I want to shine. I want everyone to cheer for me. Are you satisfied with this reason? Jianyun playfully blinked her eyes. Yes, that's more like it. Fan Zhenran knew that Jianyun still did not tell him the truth. However, he was very satisfied with Jianyun's words because Jianyun used to say it. At that time, her dream was to become a pianist. You two, don't dawdle anymore. It's time to go on stage, the assistant director urged. Fan Zhenran looked at Jianyun and slightly raised his arm. Jianyun held on to him and smiled at him. The two of them walked onto the stage. At this moment, the stage was pitch black. There was only a spotlight at the top that hit the two dancers in the middle. The two of them walked to the piano and sat down. The huge screen behind them suddenly lit up, and the screen was full of dancing dandelion. The lights lit up one after another and shone on the two of them. It was very quiet under the stage. When Jianyun went on stage, she had already glanced at it from the corner of her eye. It was just that it was dark below, and she did not see anything. Begin. Fan Zhenran looked at Jianyun and smiled gently. Jianyun also smiled back. Then she waved her hand and beautiful musical notes floated out. At the same time Jianyun played, Fan Zhenran also started to play. Chapter 474. Huo Liancheng was angry. The big screen also projected the scene of two people playing four hands together. The two of them cooperated very well, especially the handsome men and the beautiful women. The scene was very pleasing to the eye, and when the two of them played high grass, their four hands danced on the keys like butterflies and flowers. The beautiful piano sound was like the sound of nature, washing the ears of the audience below the stage. There were endless praises and applause. When the applause rang out, the face of someone sitting in the VIP seat in the middle was already so dark that it could almost drip water. Fan Zhenran really lives up to his reputation. The identity of a world-class piano master is indeed not an undeserved reputation. The old man beside him praised from the bottom of his heart. Who is this lady next to him? Her performance skills are as good as Fan Zhenran's. Why do I feel like I have never seen her before? Another middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and looked at the two people who were playing on stage. At this moment, Huo Liancheng's expression was very ugly. Yes, this girl is so beautiful and she plays the piano so well. Look at her and Fan Zhenran playing the piano together. It's a perfect match. Could it be that she is Fan Zhenran's girlfriend? People were discussing all around. The glass in Huo Liancheng's hand shattered. President Huo, is your hand okay? Cheng Mu's was the one who accompanied Huo Liancheng to the banquet tonight. He did not know Jianyun would play the piano here. When he heard the discussions around him, he knew something was wrong. Sure enough, Huo Liancheng had gone mad. President Huo, your hand. Quick, call the doctor to bandage it. Mayor Zhang saw that Huo Liancheng's hand was cut by the glass, so he was very nervous. He quickly called for someone to wash and bandage Huo Liancheng's hand. No need. Huo Liancheng rejected Mayor Zhang's good intention. He grabbed a tissue and pressed it on his hand, indicating that he should continue to listen to the performance. Mayor Zhang and a few other officials looked at each other. They did not know what to do. Cheng Mu's comforted them. Young Master Huo said he was fine. Don't worry, but the quality of this cup is too bad. Yes, it is indeed too bad. This brand of cup will never be feeling. The secretary wiped the sweat from his head and secretly glanced at the paper towel in Huo Liancheng's hand, which had been stained with blood. His heart was beating fast. This man in front of him had a very high status. No one in the political and business circles did not know about him. If anything happened to him tonight, this group of people from Qinghu City will have bad luck as well. Now, they could only hope that the performance would end as soon as possible so that they could take this young master to bandage his wounds. But it seems that this young master is very interested in this piano performance. Even his hands are injured so badly that he can't bear to leave for a while. It's just that he doesn't know if this young master is interested in this piano performance or the person who performed it. The secretary and the mayor exchanged glances. A few of them seemed to be deep in thought. Huo Liancheng didn't care about the looks of others. He just narrowed his eyes and stared at the pair of beautiful people on the stage. The piano sound in his ear was pleasant to the ears. It was accompanied by superb skills. Sometimes it made people feel refreshed, and sometimes it made people feel excited. Only he himself knew that he was in a very bad mood at the moment. In fact, even Huo Liancheng himself could not explain why he was in a bad mood. He was proud to see Jianyun so dazzling on the stage. But on the other hand, he did not like so many men looking at her with such passionate eyes. However, Huo Liancheng had to admit that Jianyun was right. She had her own thoughts and was independent. She was not his everything. He could not imprison her like raising a canary. She had her own pursuits. Forget it. Since she liked it, let her do it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be happy if he forced her to stay by his side and didn't let her do anything. On the stage, the piano performance was nearing its end. The big screen kept changing the scene of Jun Yun and Fang Janran playing the piano. The scenery of spring, summer, autumn, and winter in nature changed. At this time, the dance of the two dancers seemed redundant. Everyone was impressed by this superb performance technique. At the same time, they were extremely intoxicated by the infectious sound of the piano. When the song ended, the audience was silent for a moment. Then, like a volcano erupting, a wave of continuous applause suddenly erupted. On the stage, Fang Jianran turned his head to look at Jian Yun and softly said, "Thank you for your hard work." Jian Yun bent the corner of her eyes and gave a light smile. The camera happened to be here. The scene of the two of them smiling at each other happened to be projected onto the huge screen. Immediately, there was a commotion below the stage. "So beautiful. Who is she? Why have I never seen her before? She should be from the music industry, right? Fang Jianran is in Tianlei now. Could it be that this beautiful lady is a piano teacher in Tianlei? Piano playing is so good. Is she just a music teacher? It seems like Tianlei is not a simple school. The people who came today were all wealthy and had seen the world, but these people did not recognize Jian Yun." But it was no wonder that although Jian Yun was taken a few times, she was also popular on the internet. Countless people stared at her, but she usually kept a low profile. Even the photos that were posted online were mostly blurry. The high-definition ones had long been blocked by Huo Liancheng's subordinates. She did not often attend events and was still wearing stage makeup, so it was naturally not easy for people to recognize her. After Cheng Muzi saw Jian Yun and Fang Jianran look at each other and smile, he could not help but secretly look at Huo Liancheng. He thought that Huo Liancheng would be angry when he saw this scene. Maybe he would be so angry that he would lose his mind. He would rush up and beat Fang Jianran up, then carry Jian Yun and leave. This was a good drama life. However, what disappointed Cheng Muzi was that Huo Liancheng's expression was incomparably calm. It was so calm that there was not a single ripple on his face. It was just that the corner of his narrowed eyes twitched slightly, indicating that he was not in a good mood at the moment. Cheng Muzi was smart enough not to provoke Huo Liancheng. He did not want to increase the workload. He could only sleep for 2 or 3 hours these few days. He was so tired that he almost burped. The applause continued. Fang Jianran led Jian Yun to the stage to thank them. Everyone saw that Fang Jianran was dressed in a black suit. He was tall, handsome, and elegant. Jian Yun wore a small silver dress. Her hair was coiled up, and she gummed. The two of them walked over hand in hand. It was really pleasing to the eye. Huo Liancheng's face was even worse. Just as Jian Yun walked to the stage and smiled, Huo Liancheng suddenly stood up. This time, everyone was shocked. They all looked away from the stage and looked at Huo Liancheng, who stood out like a crane among chickens. They were all surprised. They didn't know why young Master Huo suddenly stood up. Jian Yun was also shocked when she saw someone stand up. She thought that someone was going to mess up the place. But when she looked closely, that familiar handsome face was dark and gloomy. At that time, she was so frightened that her small hands trembled. At this moment, Jian Yun only had one thought in her heart. Huo Liancheng was angry. Chapter 475, I'm used to it. Just when everyone didn't know why Huo Liancheng stood up and thought that he wasn't satisfied with the performance just now and was about to leave, Huo Liancheng only gave Jian Yun a cold glance and then elegantly took off his coat and sat down again. While everyone was shocked, they didn't wait for Huo Liancheng to make his next move. It seemed that it was really because of the heat that he took off his clothes. For a moment, they all heaved a sigh of relief, because everyone knew this master's identity and status, as well as the important position of Huo family in both political and business circles. No one dared to offend him. Jian Yun also heaved a sigh of relief. In that instant, she really thought that Huo Liancheng was going to rush up and beat her up. Looking at his eyes, it was really terrifying. The applause sounded again. Fang Jianran said softly, "Let's go." Jian Yun turned around and subconsciously swept her gaze with the corner of her eye before turning around. Huo Liancheng was surrounded by men. There was no sign of the woman in red. So, he did not bring that woman out because he knew she was performing here tonight. "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" Fang Jianran could not help but ask when he saw Jian Yun walking in deep thought. "Nothing," Jian Yun smiled. When she reached the backstage, she started to take off her accessories. "Is there anything else? Then can I go first? You are in such a hurry to leave?" Fang Jianran was surprised. He rolled his eyes and asked, "Are you trying to hide from him?" "Yes, I don't want to see him." Jian Yun did not try to hide it. She took out her bag and clothes from the locker and went to the closet to change into her dress. At this time, the director ran over in a hurry. When they saw Jian Yun was about to change her clothes, the director quickly said, "Teacher Jian, don't change your clothes yet. Mayor Jian wants to see you." "See me?" Jian Yun was surprised. "Why is he seeing me?" "Mayor Jian is a fan of Mr. Fan and wants to invite Mr. Fan over. Mayor Jian is full of praise for Teacher Jian's performance tonight and wants to meet Teacher Jian." The person in charge explained and paused. He then said, "Other than Mayor Jian and Secretary Chen, Mr. Wu also came tonight. He also wants to see Teacher Jian. Teacher Jian, you can't not give face to Mr. Huo, right? The person in charge originally wanted to use Huo Liancheng's name to seduce Jian Yun because he felt that no woman could resist Huo Liancheng's charm. Looking at the waiters and young ladies in front of him, which one of them didn't get excited when they saw Huo Liancheng? Even those successful women who came at night would peek at Huo Liancheng from time to time. Jian Yun originally thought that since the mayor wanted to see her, she would definitely agree. However, when she heard Huo Liancheng's name, the words that came to her mouth changed. Feng Jianran, you can go. I won't go. I came from a small family, so I don't want to see important people. I still have things to do. I'll go first. Bye-bye. Jian Yun did not change her clothes. She picked up her bag, picked up the corner of her skirt, and ran away quickly as if her feet had been smeared with oil. The person in charge looked at Feng Jianran with a dumbfounded expression. What should we do? They asked to see Teacher Jian. I can't report back now. Feng Jianran retracted his gaze from Jian Yun and smiled faintly. Go back and repeat what she said. The corner of the person in charge's mouth twitched and twitched. After all, they are Mr. Huo and the mayor. Isn't it rude to say that? It's okay, tell Mr. Huo directly. Feng Jianran tugged at his collar and tried hard to suppress his irritation. He turned around and walked towards the changing room. I'll come after I change my clothes. The director and the manager looked at each other in bewilderment. Both of them did not understand what was going on. When ordinary people heard that the mayor wanted to see them, they would definitely run over excitedly. Besides, Huo Liancheng was present tonight. This was a rare opportunity. Why did Feng Jianran and the woman seem to be forced to run away on the spot? One was unwilling. What should we do? Really? The director asked the person in charge. The person in charge was a little older, after all. He felt that Feng Jianran seemed to be implying something. He thought for a moment, then nodded. Just do as she said. Go back first and tell Mr. Huo. The director replied and turned to leave. The person in charge was waiting for Feng Jianran to come out and accompany him to the front. The director came to the reception room. The performance was still going on, but Huo Liancheng was no longer interested, so Mayor Zhang and the others accompanied him here. There was a knock on the door of the reception room. The director entered in fear and trepidation. When Mayor Zhang saw that there was no one behind him, his face darkened. Where is he? Huo Liancheng was smoking and did not see anyone. He was not surprised at all. The director broke out in cold sweat and repeated Jian Yun's words. Mayor Zhang did not say anything, but his expression was not good. Secretary Chen could not help frowning. Why is this woman so ungrateful? President Huo and Mayor Zhang wanted to see her today. How could she be so disrespectful? She was from a small family. Who gave her the courage? Huo Liancheng, who originally heard the director say that Jian Yun came from a small family and had never seen a big shot, did not speak. His expression was a little strange. However, when he heard Secretary Chen's words, his face turned cold. He raised his sword-like brows and his face was full of arrogance. He coldly replied with 3 words. Me. As soon as he said this, the room quieted down. Be it Mayor Zhang, Secretary Chen, the director, or the other accompanying staff, they were all at a loss. They did not know why Huo Liancheng suddenly said this. Secretary Chen was even more confused. He thought for a while and then asked carefully, President Huo, I don't understand. You mean I have to explain to you? Huo Liancheng was in a bad mood, so his tone was naturally colder. I dare not. Secretary Chen cursed in his heart. He was one of the most powerful people in Qinghu City, and it was only because of his background that he was unable to show off. He could only endure his anger. However, he really did not understand what he had said wrong. Jian Yun did not know that the person who came tonight was the head of Qinghu City. If she really did not give him face, how embarrassing would the mayor be if she told others? But compared to this, Huo Liancheng's attitude was more interesting. Secretary Chen could not help but think, could it be that Huo Liancheng knew this piano teacher from Tianla School? At this time, there was a knock on the door. Feng Jianran walked in immediately. He and Mayor Zhang should know each other. When they saw each other, they smiled. When they saw Huo Liancheng, their faces immediately darkened. Where is she? When Huo Liancheng saw Feng Jianran, he did not look well. He remembered Feng Jianran holding Jian Yun's hand on the stage just now. She slipped away. He looked at his watch and said, she went through the back door. There was no car on that road. It took her a long way to get to the main road. Huo Liancheng looked at Feng Jianran thoughtfully. He turned around and looked back. Without saying a word, he grabbed his coat and left. Chapter 476. You make up a story. As soon as Huo Liancheng left, the atmosphere in the reception room became much more relaxed. Zhang Deping and Feng Jianran had already known each other, but now that they greeted each other warmly, Secretary Chen seemed to be deep in thought. By the way, Mr. Feng, Secretary Chen said, I remember that President Huo's wife, whose surname was Jane, was married in secret. Could it be that Teacher Jian is? One of Zhang Daping's followers asked hesitantly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present couldn't help but take in a cold breath. Especially after seeing Feng Jianran nod his head in agreement, everyone broke out in cold sweat. That's right. Jane's surname is not common to begin with. I should have thought of it long ago. Secretary Chen slapped his thigh, feeling somewhat annoyed. He was also regretting what he said just now. No wonder Huo Liancheng was angry. Although he didn't go online often, he had heard that Huo Liancheng liked this mysterious little wife very much and kept her hidden. Huo Liancheng must hate him for criticizing her like that. Thinking about this, Secret Secretary Chen broke out in cold sweat again. He didn't want to offend Huo Liancheng. This master was not only arrogant in the business world, but also a prominent family in the political world of Huo family. If he wanted to continue rising, he couldn't afford to offend the Huo family. No, he had to find an opportunity to apologize to Huo Liancheng. Is this teacher Jen really Huo Liancheng's wife? Zhang Daping still couldn't believe it. If the two of them were so close, why wouldn't Jianyun come to see Huo Liancheng? Yes, Fang Jianran said quietly. Zhang Daping could tell Fang Jianran didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask any more questions, even though he was curious. On the other side, Jianyun regretted coming out of the back door. It was only because she remembered that the back door was a road by the lake. There were no cars on this road, so it would take a long walk to get a ride to the main door. Although the scenery here was beautiful, and the sounds of frogs in the lake could be heard, Jianyun did not walk for long before she felt helpless, because she missed her feet. She looked at the high heels on her feet with a bitter face, and then looked at the cobblestone road. Her heart was really bitter, but she did not know who to tell. She could only find a stone bench by the side of the road and sit down. She wanted to take off her shoes and walk barefooted, but walking barefooted on this uneven cobblestone was not much more comfortable than walking in high heels. It was really fatal. Jianyun was very regretful now. Why did she have to be so impulsive? She did not do anything wrong, so why did she run? Just as she was feeling depressed, Jianyun suddenly heard footsteps. But the scenery here was not bad. There were often couples coming over at night, and Jianyun did not care. She thought that it was just a passerby and did not even raise her head. She continued to rub her sore ankle while silently cursing in her heart. However, that person stopped in front of Jianyun. The familiar aura instantly enveloped Jianyun. Jianyun did not raise her head and still maintained the posture of bending over and rubbing her feet, but her heart was already beating wildly in her chest. Huo Liancheng saw that Jianyun seemed to have stopped and could not help but feel helpless. How long are you going to maintain this posture for? When he spoke, Jianyun seemed to have removed the curse. She suddenly raised her head and stared at Huo Liancheng. Her pretty little face was full of fear. Huo Liancheng was angry at that time. I am that scary. Jianyun turned around and ran. Huo Liancheng quickly grabbed her. Why Yun finally found her voice. It was just that her voice was trembling. It was enough to see how unsettled she was right now. Why can't I be here? Huo Liancheng pulled Jianyun over and placed his hand behind her head. His black eyes were full of anger. Jianyun wanted to break free from his control, but the difference in height was too big. She could not compare to Huo Liancheng in terms of strength. She struggled a few times but could not break free. She could only give up, but she immediately bit her lips and turned her head away from Huo Liancheng. Huo Liancheng saw this. If I don't come looking for you, are you going to hide from me for the rest of your life? Aren't you going to get a divorce? Why are you looking for me? Go find your confidante. Jianyun pushed Huo Liancheng hard. This time she easily broke free. She bent down to pick up her shoes, but she did not know where Huo Liancheng had thrown them. Jianyun was completely blocked by him. She could not even find her shoes, so she sat on the stone bench in anger. Where did you get such a close friend? What nonsense are you talking about? Huo Liancheng frowned. He also sat down and wrapped his arm around Jianyun's slender waist. I said, it was a misunderstanding. Why don't you believe me? Misunderstanding? Jianyun slapped Huo Liancheng's hand away and moved away from him. At the same time, she smiled coldly and said emotionally, Huo Liancheng, do you think I am a fool? I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. You kissed her and took off her clothes. Now you are telling me that this is a misunderstanding? Huo Liancheng restrained his impatience and explained, Duo heir, I did not lie to you. She is Gu Nanshi. She is born to love to joke. That night, I drank wine and did not drive. I took her car back. She is like that. How should I put it? She was so passionate. She would hug and hug us every time we met. Huo Liancheng stopped halfway because he saw that Jianyun's eyes were not right. She was clearly looking at a fool. Huo Liancheng, just make it up. See if I will believe your lies. Jianyun grabbed the belt in her hand and sneered. He could make up such nonsense. He really thought that her IQ was 0. I swear to God, if I lie, I will be hit to death by a car when I go out. Huo Liancheng was irritated. He was telling the truth, but now even he found it hard to believe. Jianyun's tears fell when she heard that. If you want to talk, just say it. Why are you making such a poisonous oath? Huo Liancheng's heart softened when he saw Jianyun's tears. He reached out to hold her and wiped the tears off her face. Duo heir, can you trust me? I really did not do anything wrong to you. I will not do it now, and I will not do it in the future. Gu Nanshi and I really did not do anything. That day, I really just took her car back. All my contact with her was to discuss business. The women of the Gu family were very outspoken. If you don't believe me, I'll call her out to explain to you. Jianyun was held in Huo Liancheng's arms. Her eyes were full of tears, but she did not struggle. Huo Liancheng was willing to lower his voice and explain to her. At this moment, she was starting to waver. Blinking her eyes, Jianyun asked again. What about the phone? How do you explain the phone? Why did she say that? She did it on purpose. At that time, 7 or 8 of us were present. What do you think we could do? Huo Liancheng got angry when he said that. These few days he had already taught Gu Nanshi a lesson. The entire Gu family must be in a terrible situation. This was the result of Gu Nanshi daring to joke with him. Then what are you guys doing? Jianyun looked at Huo Liancheng from the corner of her eyes with doubt. Chapter 477. I am afraid that you will despise me. Gu Nanshi was dumped by a man. She drank a lot of wine and wanted to jump off a building. She wanted to die. Our family is friends with the world, so she called us over. Huo Liancheng touched Jianyun's ear with the tip of his finger and explained seriously. She was dumped by a man. Why did they call you guys in the middle of the night? You guys can solve the problem. Jianyun was still skeptical. After all, Huo Liancheng's words were too suspicious. It was the Gu family's old lady who made the call herself. Gu Nanshi is very favored at home. It's not good for me to not give the old lady face either. Huo Liancheng narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. Why do I still find this strange? Jianyun stared into Huo Liancheng's eyes. She did not know whether she should believe him or not. She was willing to believe him from the bottom of her heart, but her intuition told her that Huo Liancheng's explanation was very far-fetched. I can take you to see Gu Nanshi now and let her personally explain to you. Huo Liancheng did not waste any time and pulled Jianyun away. How do I know you did not collude with her? Jianyun shook off Huo Liancheng's hand and sat still. Girl, how can you trust me? Huo Liancheng stood up and felt helpless. At this moment, the moonlight shone through the gaps of the trees. The cobblestone path was so quiet that only wind and frogs could be heard. Huo Liancheng stood against the moonlight. His tall figure enveloped Jianyun. Jianyun looked up at him. His face was hidden in the shadows. Only his eyes were shockingly bright. I don't know either. Jianyun and Huo Liancheng looked at each other for a long time. Suddenly, her eyelids drooped. She put her hands by her side. Her voice was low and confused. Liancheng, I am very sad. Huo Liancheng secretly sighed in his heart. He squatted down and held Jianyun's hands. He looked at her. I am sorry, Duoer. It is my fault this time. I should not have treated you like that. I should not have restricted you. I should not have let you do what you like. Please forgive me. Jianyun's eyes were wet. She shook her head. She wanted to say something but could not make a sound. Immediately, large tears rolled down. Don't cry, okay? I know I was wrong. I really did not do anything wrong to you. Other than you, I have no other woman. Huo Liancheng reached out to wipe Jianyun's tears. His voice became gentler. Jianyun could not hold it in anymore. She hugged Huo Liancheng and buried her face on his shoulder. Warm tears immediately soaked his clothes. Huo Liancheng also hugged Jianyun. He sat down and let her sit on his leg. He comforted her gently. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Don't cry. Jianyun was feeling wronged. How could she hold it in? She immediately cried even more violently. Huo Liancheng comforted her for a long time before Jianyun gradually stopped crying. In fact, only she herself knew why she reacted so strongly to Huo Liancheng's suspected cheating this time. Jianyun buried her face in Huo Liancheng's chest and did not say anything. Huo Liancheng also hugged her and quietly sat in the moonlight. After a long time, Jianyun finally spoke softly. Do you know why I hid from you? This was also the question Fang Jianran asked Jianyun before the performance. Of course, Huo Liancheng was also very curious. He knew that Jianyun had always been open-minded. Although she was sometimes very stubborn, she was not unreasonable. She would be willing to communicate with anything, but this time, her reaction was indeed too strong. Why? Jianyun bit her lips and was silent again. Huo Liancheng thought she would not say anything, so he heard her say, I am very afraid. What are you afraid of? Huo Liancheng hooked Jianyun's chin and asked her to look at him. I didn't feel anything before. I always felt that as long as they loved each other, it would be fine. However, ever since I met you... Jianyun's eyes sparkled. Her eyelashes drooped again. She bit her lips as if she was considering something. After a moment, she said, I began to feel unconfident. Huo Liancheng frowned. I'm very afraid that you will hate me one day. After all, our environment is too different, and our statuses are also different. We will be together with you. I began to feel inferior. Jianyun said quietly. There were tears in her beautiful and clear eyes, and there was a trace of confusion on her face. Huo Liancheng sighed. He reached out and scratched Jianyun's nose. He said helplessly, Then if I tell you that the reason why I don't let you go to Tianlei is because I'm afraid you will be kidnapped. I'm afraid you don't want me anymore. Will you feel better? Jianyun could not help but laugh. She pursed her lips and shook her head. You are so popular with women. You have all kinds of women. Don't say such words to comfort me. I'm telling the truth. Huo Liancheng stroked Jianyun's cheek and let her look at him. I have no experience in love and I don't know how to please a woman. I am really afraid that one day you will not like me. Jianyun's eyebrows almost imperceptibly closed. Because of Huo Liancheng's words, he said that he did not have much experience in love. This made Jianyun think of the picture of Chen Xinran and him again. What's wrong? Huo Liancheng saw Jianyun suddenly go into a daze, so he patted her face and asked. Nothing. Jianyun rubbed her eyes to hide her emotions. She lowered her head. Then what do you think we should do when the two of us don't trust each other so much? From now on, no matter what happens, don't argue. We need to trust each other. Huo Liancheng said seriously. Jianyun lowered her head. How could she not want to do this? But some things were always easy to do, especially when it came to relationships. Once one cared, it was easy to lose one's heart. If there were any more conflicts, it would be easier to suspect that there were ghouls. All right, now, shouldn't you explain the relationship between you and that man? Huo Liancheng wanted to change the topic, but at this moment, he rubbed Jianyun's head and reminded her. Which man? Jianyun was thinking about something and did not react for a while. Who else can there be? Huo Liancheng's handsome face darkened. Whenever he thought of Jianyun personally driving to fetch Fang Jianran to work that day, and today on the stage, the two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding of each other, he was full of anger. Jianyun blinked. You mean Fang Jianran? Huo Liancheng was impatient. What do you think? What does he and I have to do with each other? Jianyun looked confused. Tell me the truth. Do you know each other? Jianyun asked. Huo Liancheng would never believe Jianyun. This girl was also very emotional. Counting the time, she should have been teaching piano in Qianlei when she was still in college. She also knew Fang Jianran at that time, but it was obvious that she did not walk out of Shu Haiyang's feelings at that time. So Huo Liancheng was not afraid that Jianyun and Fang Jianran would have a relationship, but this did not mean that he did not mind. Especially since Jianyun and Fang Jianran were still working together, he had to take precautions against this kind of situation. Chapter 478. You are my woman. I don't know him. Jianyun pursed her lips and looked at Huo Liancheng with her big eyes. At the same time, her eyes were still rolling. Huo Liancheng was speechless. He patted Jianyun on the head and said, Liar. Jianyun touched the spot where Huo Liancheng had hit her and frowned. She was unhappy. Why do you care so much about Fang Jianran? Huo Liancheng was silent for a long time before he sighed. Then do you know how it feels when I hear everyone around me talking about you and him being a man and a woman? When you play with 4 hands, you really are a couple. Jianyun pursed her lips and wanted to laugh, but she held back. So when we were about to close the curtain, you suddenly stood up because you were angry? Can you not be angry? Huo Liancheng raised his sword-like brows and pinched Jianyun's face. You are my woman. Jianyun did not refute him. She obediently snuggled into Huo Liancheng's arms and put her arms around his neck. I came to Qianlei as a part-time job in my 2nd year of university. At that time, Fang Jianran went to the music academy. He and Monica are relatives. He usually teaches piano in Qianlei even if he does not have classes. We already know each other. And then? Huo Liancheng's heart was itching. He had been unable to sleep these days because he was worried about this matter. Monica felt that it was a pity that I didn't play the piano because of my talent, so she asked Fang Jianran to guide me. I also like to play the piano. I will slowly become familiar with him. Jianyun played with the collar of Huo Liancheng's shirt and said in a stuttering manner. Huo Liancheng did not wait for Jianyun's slow recollection. He directly asked, Has he chased you? Jianyun suddenly raised her eyes and her bright big eyes fixed on Huo Liancheng. Her eyes flashed and lowered her long eyelashes again. She softly acknowledged. You did not agree? Huo Liancheng asked again. Are you not going to say anything? If I agree, does it have anything to do with you? Jianyun rolled her eyes at Huo Liancheng. She really did not want to talk about this, but Huo Liancheng kept asking, which made her very angry. Huo Liancheng choked because of Jianyun's words. The corner of his eyes twitched. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Jianyun, but he was trying to figure out what she meant. It seemed that if she agreed to Fang Jianran's pursuit back then, she would be like what she said to him now. Would she be able to live the rest of her life? What else do you want to ask? I'm leaving. Jianyun also noticed that Huo Liancheng's expression was strange. She tried her best to pretend to be calm. She pulled Huo Liancheng's tie and asked impatiently. Huo Liancheng's throat was in a panic, but the topic was caused by him. He could not get angry, and the matter had not been clarified yet. With his character, he would not let it go so easily. So Huo Liancheng paused for a moment and then asked, Why did you not accept him? Is it because of Shu Haiyang? Jianyun recalled Huo Liancheng and was also thinking about what happened back then. She was shocked when she heard Shu Haiyang's name. She subconsciously looked into Huo Liancheng's eyes. Huo Liancheng saw Jianyun's reaction and narrowed his eyes even tighter. Jianyun sensed that Huo Liancheng's aura had become colder. She knew that he definitely did not mind. She was even more annoyed, but she still patiently explained. Back then, I rejected Fang Jianran because I had just broken up with Shu Haiyang and had not gotten out of that relationship. Jianyun did not want to continue discussing this topic with Huo Liancheng. She pushed Huo Liancheng away and stood up to leave. Huo Liancheng pulled her back to his lap. He looked into her eyes and said in a deep voice, Where are you going? I'm tired. I need to go back and rest. Jianyun replied. Answer me one more question. One last question. Hu Liancheng pinched Jianyun's chin and forced her to look at him. What question? Jianyun was also speechless. She asked Hu Liancheng about his past. Every time he said something about his past, she would give him an excuse. Now that she asked about her, she seemed to be asking about the root of the problem. Do you regret rejecting him now? Hu Liancheng also felt that asking this question was a bit embarrassing. It made him look like a jealous little girl. But seeing Jianyun and Fang Jianran on the stage tonight, the scene that was dazzling all the time, stimulated his nerves. If he did not get a satisfactory answer today, he would not be able to fall asleep tonight. Jianyun did not expect Hu Liancheng to ask this. She widened her eyes and looked at him. She deliberately did not speak for a long time and pretended to be in deep thought. Sure enough, she found that Hu Liancheng's face was getting darker and darker. All right, no need to answer. Hu Liancheng saw Jianyun open her mouth but immediately covered her mouth, not letting her speak. Didn't you ask? Why don't you let me speak again? Jianyun took Hu Liancheng's hand and looked at him from the corner of her eyes. Do you look like you are answering honestly? Hu Liancheng said coldly. I have always been an honest man. Jianyun could not help but laugh when she saw Hu Liancheng's proud and shy look. She hooked her arm around his neck and bit his chin with a smile. Then she whispered into Hu Liancheng's ear. I don't like Fang Jianran. I only like you. Are you satisfied? Hu Liancheng relaxed when he heard that, but he still wanted to ask, do you regret it? Do you want to hear the truth or lie? Jianyun squinted her eyes and smiled at Hu Liancheng. Of course. Hu Liancheng was indeed very curious. Yes, I regret it. Jianyun suddenly became serious and said seriously, especially when my mother forced me to go on blind dates. I met all kinds of strange men. My mother was afraid that I would not be able to get married. She always said that I did not have high standards. I did regret it a little. I regret why I did not accept Fang Jianran back then. After all, he was very good in all aspects. He was handsome and gentle. He even had a common topic with me. Enough. Jianyun was counting with her fingers. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Hu Liancheng. At the same time, a gust of cold wind blew across her face. Jianyun lifted her head and bumped into Hu Liancheng's gloomy, murderous gaze. What? Didn't you ask me to tell you the truth? Jianyun pursed her lips and slid down Hu Liancheng's leg. She looked wronged. If I tell you the truth, you are angry again, then I will tell you a lie. Okay, let's stop this topic. Don't mention it again. Hu Liancheng felt that he was just asking for a beating. Why did he ask about the past when he had nothing better to do? You said it. Whoever talks about it is a puppy. Jianyun curled the corner of her mouth. There was a mischievous smile in her eyes. Let's go. Hu Liancheng stood up as well. Wait for me to put on my shoes. Jianyun lowered her head and tried to put on her shoes. However, at this moment, she found Hu Liancheng squatting in front of her with his back facing her. What are you doing? Jianyun did not react and asked in a silly manner. What do you think? Hu Liancheng turned his head and glared at Jianyun. How would I know? Jianyun was still trying to put on her shoes, so she did not care about Hu Liancheng. However, she was wearing a long dress. Although there were street lamps here, the light was very dim. Hu Liancheng blocked the light in front of her, so she could not button her shoes. So Jianyun reached out to push Hu Liancheng. Chapter 479, Mr. Hao. Who is the woman you're carrying on your back? Hey, get out of my way. I can't see it. Jianyun pushed and moved to the side, looking for a bright spot. Stupid girl. Hu Liancheng was speechless and did not waste any time. He reached out to pick up Jianyun's shoes and carried her on his back without any explanation. Jianyun did not have time to cry out when she found herself lying on Hu Liancheng's back. She subconsciously hugged his neck. Hu Liancheng did not say much and walked forward. Jianyun's smile could not help but widen. At this time, the moon was bright, a breeze blew and the shadows of the trees swayed. In the distant lake, there were early blooming lotus flower pavilions that emitted a fragrance. The scenery was very beautiful, but it could not compare to the smile on Jianyun's eyebrows and eyes. What are you smiling about? Hu Liancheng suddenly asked. How do you know I'm laughing? Jianyun wondered why Hu Liancheng did not have eyes on the back of his head. How did he know she was laughing? I guessed it. Hu Liancheng carried Jianyun on his back and felt the softness on his back. Jianyun curled her lips and rubbed her face against Hu Liancheng's cheek. She did not answer his question, but asked him instead, I forgot to ask you. Will it be rude for you to leave early tonight? Hu Liancheng glanced at Jianyun from the corner of his eye. Then let me ask you. If I don't look for you tonight, how long are you going to hide from me? Jianyun quickly lowered her eyelids and stopped talking. Hu Liancheng continued to walk forward. The two of them kept silent until they walked out of the avenue and onto the main road. In front of them was the main door of the banquet hall. At this time, the performance must have ended. The lights in the square were very bright and there were many people. Some went for a walk by the lake in twos and threes, and some walked towards the parking lot. Hu Liancheng carried Jianyun on his back and bumped into the crowd. Hu Liancheng himself was an extremely dazzling figure of light. No matter where he went, he was the center of attention. At this time, it was no exception. Almost everyone's eyes immediately focused on him, especially when they saw a woman on Huo Liancheng's back. They could not hide their gossiping mood. With a huff, they rushed over. It's Huo Liancheng. Oh my god, it's really Huo Liancheng. Ah, he's so handsome. But why is he carrying a woman on his back? Who is that woman? Huo Liancheng frowned unhappily. Fortunately, Chen Xin had brought his men over in time. They surrounded the crowd and stopped them from taking photos with their phones. Jian Yun had been burying her face on Huo Liancheng's back. She did not want to be taken. However, the people present could not help but be curious. Someone asked loudly, Mr. Huo, who are you carrying on your back? Why don't you show us her face? Huo Liancheng didn't care about these people. Besides, he was in a bad mood right now, so he naturally wouldn't pay attention to that person. He just strode forward. Chen Xin contacted the car through the walkie-talkie and whispered to Huo Liancheng, Young Master Huo, the car will be here soon. Huo Liancheng took a cold glance at the car. Chen Xin glanced at him. Chen Xin lowered his head. Of course, he knew that Huo Liancheng was unhappy. Huo Liancheng suddenly rushed out just now. He only had time to follow him. When he saw Huo Liancheng and Jian Yun getting intimate, he could only stay far away from them. When they left, he followed them all the way out and immediately contacted the car. He did not waste a minute. But he could not control the surrounding crowd either. Mr. Huo, why didn't you answer us? Is the lady behind your back your new girlfriend? The onlookers finally got the chance to see a legendary figure like Huo Liancheng. They had only seen his name on TV or on the rich list. He was rarely seen on the gossip news. It was not easy for him to appear once, which meant how cold he was and how difficult it was to get close to him. Now that they saw him in person, they were so excited that they almost boiled over. Especially those women. When they saw Huo Liancheng, they only screamed, blushed, and their hearts beat faster. They only cared about taking teeth. Jian Yun did not need to look to know how popular the surroundings were. She could not help sighing in her heart. It was a pity not to be a celebrity model. Mr. Huo, why didn't you answer me? Are you feeling guilty? Yes, Mr. Huo said. By the way, this lady's clothes look familiar. It looks like the lady who played the piano with Feng Jinran just now. So, Mr. Huo, have you cheated on me? As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into silence. Such explosive news was much more exciting than the performance. Everyone's eyes lit up as they stared at Huo Liancheng. Some of them had even started to post on Weibo on their WeChat moments. Jian Yun finally realized that the person who kept asking questions must be a paparazzi. Looking at his professional standard and his aggressive manner, he was clearly looking for trouble. Mr. Huo, so are you regretting your marriage? Your new wife is so low-key. Was it because she was too ordinary? Or is it like the rumors that she drugged you and forced you to marry her? Jian Yun heard these increasingly ridiculous words and the corner of her mouth could not help but twitch. She could not hold back her anger and suddenly raised her head. She stared at the person who asked the question and said sinisterly, What are you talking about? Who are you talking about? The middle-aged man was speaking with a hot mouth and an unprecedented agility in his brain. He was about to continue interrogating Huo Liancheng when he suddenly saw the woman who had been lying on Huo Liancheng's back raise her head. It gave him a shock, but the man saw clearly that the woman in the dress was the woman who had just played the piano. The man's eyes lit up. As a reporter, he immediately picked up the camera and took pictures of Jian Yun. He did not think much about what Jian Yun meant. After taking the picture, the man began to interrogate Jian Yun. Miss, may I ask what is your relationship with Mr. Huo? Are you his new girlfriend? Do you know that he is already married? A series of questions were thrown out and Jian Yun giggled. She seemed to have a good temper. Of course I know he's married. The man and the people around him were even more excited. They had long felt that something was wrong. Huo Liancheng had been carrying this woman on his back and not letting go under the watch of so many people. It could be imagined that this woman's position in his heart must be very important. Huo Liancheng still did not react. Compared to these people's casual guesses, he wanted to know why his car had not come yet. In fact, Huo Liancheng was also curious about how Jian Yun would scold these boring people. She had always been gentle and low-key. She did not want to face the public and the media, so he protected her and did not let her be troubled by these things. But this way, Huo Liancheng did not expect the outside world to have so much speculation about their marriage. You know that Mr. Huo is married and is still with him? Do you know that this is immoral? You are the mistress. Someone criticized Jian Yun indignantly. Chapter 480, I am his wife. But the woman who had spoken was obviously speaking in a sour tone, as if she couldn't eat a grape. The subtext was clear. Why didn't such a good thing happen to me? What you said makes sense. Jian Yun nodded seriously with a look of agreement. The people around were confused by her words. They were clearly accusing her of destroying other people's families. Why did she not look like she was reflecting on herself, and instead seemed to be on the same side as them? The paparazzi looked at Jian Yun's elegant and noble temperament and thought of the breathtaking scene when she and Fang Jinran played hand-to-hand just now. They thought about it in their hearts. At this time, he saw a car in front of him. Huo Liancheng walked forward. Clearly, he wanted to get in the car and leave. He frowned and hurriedly went to ask Huo Liancheng again. Mr. Huo, you haven't answered my question. You abandoned your wife and went out to date this lady. Is it because she plays the piano well and is prettier than your wife? Huo Liancheng, who had already stepped out, stopped when he heard this. He turned his head and looked at the dedicated paparazzi with a cold and proud face. The paparazzi was shocked by Huo Liancheng's gloomy expression. He subconsciously took a few steps back, looking alert and alert. He even turned on his phone to record. He was afraid that if he was beaten up, there would be evidence left. However, before Huo Liancheng could speak, Jian Yun, who was lying on his back, suddenly pointed at him and said very enthusiastically, "If you have any questions, come and ask me." The paparazzi and everyone else looked hesitant. "Why do I need to ask you?" "Because I am the wife of that chaff." Jian Yun smiled with an amiable expression. But everyone, including the paparazzi, was shocked and did not believe it. How is that possible? The internet said that Mrs. Huo is very ugly, short and fat. Those photos before were all fake. That's right, you said you are Mrs. Huo. What proof do you have? Jian Yun immediately rolled her eyes. Do you believe it or not? Mr. Huo, is what she said true? Is she really your wife? There were still people who questioned her, because they really did not want to believe that this beautiful and noble woman in front of them was the legendary Mrs. Huo. None of your business. Huo Liancheng was very impatient. Originally, being surrounded by so many people made him very annoyed. He was also a person who never cared about discussion. He felt that there was no need to explain his own matters to others. But then, Huo Liancheng thought that if he did not give a direct response today, these people would definitely add fuel to the fire and write nonsense when they went back. So he paused and tried hard to suppress his anger. He said impatiently, "Yes, she is my wife. You don't believe her? Why does my wife want you to believe her?" Huo Liancheng was interrupted halfway through his sentence. He questioned Jian Yun again. He did not believe that Jian Yun was his wife. This made him very angry, and his tone became very rude. Jian Yun pursed her lips and tried her best to hold back her laughter. She did not expect President Huo to explain to these people tonight. The sun was rising in the west. At this time, the car arrived. Chen Xin immediately went up to open the door. Huo Liancheng was lazy to deal with these bored people. He turned around and put Jian Yun down first. He let her into the car, then closed the door, and walked to the other side of the car. At this moment, everyone saw that Huo Liancheng was holding a pair of women's high heels in his hands. They were shocked once again. The dignified crown prince of Huo's actually carried shoes for women. Someone really wanted to ask a few more questions. But at this moment, Huo Liancheng's face had already turned extremely ugly. His entire body was emitting a cold air, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. They didn't dare to say anything else. After Huo Liancheng got into the car, he finally isolated himself from the noise outside. His handsome face also eased up a little, but when he saw Jian Yun looking at him and smiling, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. "What are you laughing at?" Jian Yun snuggled over, reached out her hand to wrap around Huo Liancheng's arm, and rubbed her head against his shoulder. "If you want to laugh, are you not angry?" Huo Liancheng pinched Jian Yun's nose. Jian Yun was surprised. "Why are you angry?" "I didn't think that we would keep a low profile and the people outside would say that to you." Huo Liancheng frowned. He didn't pay much attention to the internet. It was fine as long as he did not expose his and Jian Yun's photos. He did not expect that there were still so many bad rumors. "Just say it. It's not like I don't have much meat." Jian Yun did not care at all. Ever since she was young, she had never been talked about less. If she cared about those words, she would have been depressed a long time ago. Huo Liancheng reached out and wrapped his arm around Jian Yun. He kissed her on the forehead and then instructed Chen Xin, "Go home." Jian Yun also hugged Huo Liancheng's waist. The haze in her heart these past few days was swept away at this moment. The car did not drive for long when Jian Yun's phone rang. She picked it up and looked at it. Just as she was about to pick it up, a big hand suddenly reached over and grabbed her phone. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jian Yun was stunned for a moment and tried to take back her phone. Huo Liancheng had already picked up the phone. Jian Yun could hear Fang Jianren's voice on the other side of the phone. "Yunduo, where are you?" When Huo Liancheng heard Fang Jianren call Jian Yun Yunduo, he immediately got angry. His sword-like eyebrows were about to fly off. Jian Yun hurriedly covered his mouth and quickly said to the phone, "I'm going home. We can talk about it tomorrow." After saying that, Jian Yun hurriedly used one of her hands to hang up the phone. She did not let Huo Liancheng have the chance to box. But immediately, Jian Yun felt the coldness around Huo Liancheng's body spread again. She looked up at him guiltily and felt that she did not do anything wrong. Why should she feel guilty? So she straightened her back. Huo Liancheng glared at Jian Yun and Jian Yun smiled. Huo Liancheng pointed at Jian Yun's hand. Jian Yun then realized that one of her hands was still on Huo Liancheng's mouth. She quickly withdrew her hand and the smile on her face became wider. "It's only been a few days, and we're already so intimate. Yunduo has already called for us." Huo Liancheng straightened his collar and his face was very cold. "I was originally called Yunduo." Jian Yun shrunk her neck. She turned to look outside the window. She did not want to meet Huo Liancheng's eyes. Huo Liancheng did not ask any more questions. He was just sulking. Jian Yun originally wanted to take her things from the rented house, but when she saw Huo Liancheng's appearance, she immediately gave up on this idea. Forget it. She could get her things whenever she wanted. It was better not to provoke this angry big monster now. But if she did not go back tonight, Jian Yun still had to tell Luo Yanyan. She took out her phone and dialed Luo Yanyan's number. She explained to Luo Yanyan that the performance had ended and that she was going to move back. Luo Yanyan naturally did not have any objections, but what Jian Yun did not notice was that when she took out her phone to make a call, Huo Liancheng's ears immediately stood up and his large hands tightened beside his body. Only when he heard Jian Yun call Luo Yanyan's name did the expression on his face calm down. Chapter 481. You want me to be with him? Chen Xin parked the car in the parking area of the villa and left. Huo Liancheng got out of the car first. Jian Yun wanted to put on her shoes, so she was one step behind. When she got out of the car, she found Huo Liancheng standing under a tree a few steps away. It seemed like he was waiting for her. Jian Yun picked up the corner of her dress and walked over. Under the moonlight, the silver dress was inlaid with diamonds that reflected the light. The cut dress wrapped around Jian Yun's slim waist. Although it did not reveal anything, it still had a fatal sexiness. Huo Liancheng had already noticed this when he saw Jian Yun on the stage. That was why he was so angry back then. Because in Huo Liancheng's heart, all of Jian Yun's beauty could only bloom for him. He did not like the way other men looked at her. Jian Yun stood in front of Huo Liancheng and found that Huo Liancheng was staring at her without blinking. There was an undisguised heat in his eyes, like a leopard discovering its prey. Jian Yun suddenly had a very dangerous feeling. Why aren't you leaving? Of course Jian Yun knew that Huo Liancheng would not hurt her. She also knew what the look in his eyes meant when he looked at her. Huo Liancheng only felt a wave of hot air sweep up and instantly pout him. He swallowed his saliva and his thick Adam's apple rolled up and down a few times before making a hoarse sound. Jian Yun cracked a smile. Her smile was like spring water and was so beautiful that it moved one's soul. She stretched out her hand to hold Huo Liancheng's arm. Damn it. However, at this moment, Huo Liancheng let out a muffled roar from his throat. His sword-like brows immediately stood up. He turned around and suddenly hugged Jian Yun tightly. His hand pressed on the back of her head and suddenly kissed her lips. Jian Yun was caught off guard by the kiss and was shocked at that time. She subconsciously struggled and pushed Huo Liancheng with both hands. But how could she push him? Instead, he held her hands back. The storm of kisses came at her in an instant, and Jian Yun was instantly drowned in it. It was only when Jian Yun was almost out of breath that Huo Liancheng reluctantly let go of her. Jian Yun held her chest and panted heavily. Her small face was red from holding back. She did not forget to glare at Huo Liancheng and complained. Why are you acting like a pervert without any warning? You want to scare me to death. Huo Liancheng hugged Jian Yun. He had an unsatisfied look on his face. No matter how many times he kissed her, he felt it was not enough. She had long since merged into his life. Only this girl herself could not detect it. She really thought that he would abandon her and go look for those women who were no different from ordinary people in his eyes. When the moonlight fell on Jian Yun's face, the faint halo made her small face look as clear as cream. That layer of pink was extremely alluring. Huo Liancheng's black eyes lit up once again. He did not care about Jian Yun's struggle. He picked her up horizontally and walked into the house with big strides. Hey, I'll go by myself. It's not good to be seen by others. Jian Yun had just calmed down a little when she was frightened again. My home, hugging my own wife. Who dares to have objections? Huo Liancheng narrowed his eyes. It was true, but Jian Yun would still feel embarrassed, especially when she saw the housekeeper and maid walking towards her. When she kept smiling at her, she blushed even more. She could only look straight ahead. She pretended that everything that happened at this moment was very normal. Fortunately, Huo Liancheng walked very quickly. He quickly went upstairs and entered the room. However, before Jian Yun could heave a sigh of relief, she felt a chill on her body. Her clothes had been stripped off. Hey, what are you doing? I haven't taken a bath yet. Jian Yun saw that Huo Liancheng had already rushed over and quickly reached out to stop him. She cried out anxiously, but in her heart, she looked like she had seen a ghost. Just now, she was thinking that Huo Liancheng had been so polite and restrained to her outside the theater. She thought that he had changed his character. Could it be that he was pretending? Anyway, I still need to wash up later. Huo Liancheng was impatient. God knew how hard he had been enduring these few days. No, I need to wash up? Although Jian Yun tried her best to resist, she was just a little lamb in front of the fierce President Huo. Without any suspense, she was pushed to the ground and did everything in all directions. Once. If it was not enough, he would do it again. In the end, Jian Yun didn't have the strength to get up. She directly laid on Huo Liancheng's body. However, Huo Liancheng did not have enough. After taking a breath, he started to get restless again. Jian Yun hurriedly begged for mercy. Don't. I'm so tired. Let me rest for a while. Huo Liancheng stroked Jian Yun's smooth shoulder and frowned, as if he was considering her words. Jian Yun blinked her big black eyes and pretended to be cute. She only had one thought at the moment. She was too tired to take a bath and sleep. All right then. I will let you rest for 10 minutes. Wu Liancheng generously patted Jian Yun's head. Still want to come? Are you a beast? Jian Yun covered her face and screamed. She could not be bothered with Wu Liancheng. She immediately laid back and closed her eyes to decide whether to sleep or not. She did not want to argue with Wu Liancheng anymore because she knew that there would be no result in the fight. So she felt that she had fallen asleep. This beast could not force her. After that, Jian Yun realized that she had really underestimated Wu Liancheng. Hey! Jian Yun was about to fall asleep when she noticed that Wu Liancheng had come again. She could not take it anymore and slapped him. However, Jian Yun seemed to have lost all her strength. This slap was soft and soft. It hit Wu Liancheng's face. There was no strength at all. Instead, it made him even more excited. It has been 10 minutes. Come again. Wu Liancheng was in high spirits. He was not affected at all. Please, I really don't have any strength left. Jian Yun broke down. She only wanted to sleep now. Then you lie there and don't move. Although Wu Liancheng also felt sorry for Jian Yun, he really missed her too much. Moreover, it was because he knew the limits of Jian Yun's physical strength that he had such a request. Therefore, he did not force Jian Yun. Jian Yun saw that she could not resist and could only let Wu Liancheng do as he pleased. When everything was over, Jian Yun did not even have the strength to lift her finger. She thought that she could finally sleep. Who knew that at this time Wu Liancheng was still in high spirits? Although he did not force her to do unspeakable things, he pulled her to chat even more inhumanely. Are you sick? Jian Yun moaned and could not tear her eyelids apart. Tell me why you and Fang Jianran were not together. I just asked this question. Wu Liancheng had been conflicted for the whole night. With his sharp mind, how could he not see that the relationship between Jian Yun and Fang Jianran was not as simple as she said? There must be some other reason behind this. Jian Yun was unhappy. Do you really want me to be with him? Then I will go find him tomorrow. You know what I mean. Wu Liancheng hugged Jian Yun and propped up his upper body. He looked down at her from above. Jian Yun's forehead was full of sweat, and her hair was wet. Her misty eyes lit up because of Wu Liancheng's serious tone. Chapter 482, My Dearest Husband. Jian Yun looked at Wu Liancheng and felt that he was very focused. Why do you have to ask? Jian Yun secretly sighed in her heart, but her mouth was complaining. I asked you before. You said that everything in the past is over. Don't ask anymore, and I won't ask. Now that it's your turn, it's actually your turn to get to the bottom of it. But he and I clearly have nothing to do with each other. What do you want me to say? Wu Liancheng saw that Jian Yun was still stubborn, so he was not angry. He deliberately pinched her nose. Duo error, you should have looked in the mirror just now to see that when you said those words, your eyeballs were spinning like a top. If you don't know how to lie, then tell the truth. Also, Jian Yun hurriedly lowered her eyes, but then she realized that she had been tricked by Wu Liancheng. She stared back. Tell me. Wu Liancheng looked at Jian Yun's small expression and could not help but smile. No matter what happened to you guys, I am not angry. Jian Yun was speechless. She thought about it and started to bargain again. I can say it, but you have to use your matters to exchange. My matters? Wu Liancheng raised his eyebrows. Surprise flashed across his sweaty, handsome face. What do you want to know about me? Tell me. Jian Yun saw that Wu Liancheng was willing to let go and her eyebrows lit up. She hurriedly asked, How many ex-girlfriends do you have? Actually, Jian Yun wanted to ask if Chen Xinran still had any status in Wu Liancheng's heart, but she held back when the words were about to come out of her mouth. Because she felt that competing with a dead person was too low, so she switched to asking Wu Liancheng how many ex-girlfriends he had. Wu Liancheng answered. Wu Liancheng answered very quickly. 1. Jian Yun looked at him from the corner of her eye, her face full of doubt. Right? Wu Liancheng shrugged. I don't know if that counts or not. You are with people. Jian Yun heard Wu Liancheng admit that he had an ex-girlfriend. She subconsciously thought it was Chen Xinran. When she saw his tone, she immediately became irritated. She almost blurted out that he had made people's stomachs big without thinking, but she immediately reacted and swallowed back her words. What happened to me and people? Wu Liancheng was very sensitive and immediately knew that Jian Yun had something to say. He narrowed his eyes and looked at her with a probing look in his eyes. Nothing, Jian Yun said. Jian Yun quickly lowered her eyes to hide the excitement in her eyes. Wu Liancheng narrowed his eyes even tighter. He wanted to know what kind of rumors Jian Yun had heard. Any more questions? Answer me if you don't. Wu Liancheng stared at Jian Yun and naturally saw the expression on her face, but he still did not ask anything. He only tapped Jian Yun's forehead. Of course there is a problem. Jian Yun glared at Wu Liancheng and then turned her head. She pouted and said agitatedly, But I don't want to know now. Wu Liancheng did not mind. He changed his posture and propped himself up with one arm. He still stared at Jian Yun. Now it is your turn to answer my question. Jian Yun pushed Wu Liancheng hard and moved to the side. She said in an unfriendly tone, Why do you have to ask about those things? I don't want to tell you. It must be because that matter is not a good memory for me. Is it fun for you to expose other people's scars? Huo Liancheng did not expect Jian Yun to say this. He immediately raised his eyebrows. Did you get bullied? No. Jian Yun answered stiffly. Huo Liancheng was silent. When he saw that Jian Yun did not look like she was pretending, he had a measure in his heart. It seemed that he was right. Something had indeed happened between Jian Yun and Fan Jianran, and that was the reason why she did not accept Fan Jianran. All right, if you don't want to say, then don't say. I won't ask. Huo Liancheng caressed Jian Yun's face and kissed her. He then laid down and hugged her in his arms. He really did not continue this topic. On the contrary, Jian Yun felt very uncomfortable in her heart. The memories of the past were once again brought up, making her not sleepy for a moment. Jian Yun turned her head to look at Huo Liancheng. Huo Liancheng had his eyes closed and the lights were turned off. It was very dark in the room. There were only traces of moonlight shining through the window. Jian Yun could only see Huo Liancheng's blurry outline. Are you asleep? Jian Yun asked softly. Huo Liancheng did not answer. Jian Yun thought he was asleep and was about to turn around. She looked up and immediately bumped into his deep eyes. What is it? Huo Liancheng asked. Jian Yun sighed. You hate it? Huo Liancheng rubbed the tender snow muscle on Jian Yun's shoulder and kissed her on the forehead. He teased her. You said the same thing just now, but in the end it was you who said it was comfortable. Jian Yun's face turned red when she heard him. She reached out and pinched Huo Liancheng's waist. Lascivious. You said the same thing just now. Huo Liancheng smiled. Do you still want to hear it? Jian Yun covered his mouth before he could finish. He was really an experienced driver. He was really unbearable. Huo Liancheng held Jian Yun's hand and kissed her lips. His dark eyes were focused on Jian Yun's face, waiting for her to take the initiative to speak. Actually, I was almost with Fan Jianran back then. Jian Yun leaned into Huo Liancheng's arms and found a comfortable position. She said in a low voice, I just broke up with Shu Haiyang and my mother is seriously ill. Dad doesn't care about us. I am alone and have no one to rely on. Suddenly, someone treats me so well. He is handsome, plays the piano well, and has a gentle personality. Jian Yun suddenly realized that Huo Liancheng's body had become stiff. The muscles on his chest had become hard. It showed that he was in a bad mood. She immediately reacted and stopped talking. She quietly stuck out her tongue. She really had a bad brain. Huo Liancheng was stingy to begin with. He always blamed her for getting close to Fan Jianran. She actually praised Fan Jianran's handsome, gentle, and charming face in front of him. It would be strange if he was not angry. Yes, but I'm still very glad now. Fortunately, I was destroyed back then. Otherwise, how could I meet someone who is more handsome, and more gentle and considerate than Fan Jianran? He is the most charming person in the world, my dear husband. Jin Yun looked up and smiled at Huo Liancheng. At the same time, she flattered him. Huo Liancheng really enjoyed it. His stiff body slowly relaxed, but his deep black eyes were very deep. He could vaguely see a few cold lights and dark colors. Of course, he would be unhappy if his wife praised another man in front of him. But Huo Liancheng did not show it because Jian Yun had not finished speaking. It was not easy to coax her to open her mouth. Now that he was angry, he probably would not know about that for the rest of his life. Monica likes me very much. She and Fan Jianran are relatives. She wants to matchmake us. At the beginning, Fan Jianran and I got along pretty well. We practiced the zither together every day. At that time, I worked a few jobs by myself. He knew about dancing at the clubhouse and even sent me there. He was afraid that I would be taken advantage of. Jian Yun suddenly shivered and stole a glance at Huo Liancheng. Chapter 483. I also have a day when I am despised. Jian Yun felt that she must have been confused by Huo Liancheng's indescribable behavior tonight. Why did she keep thinking about these unimportant things? Ahem. Jian Yun quickly pretended to cough and changed the topic. Fang Jianran's family background is not bad. He is a scholarly family in Qinghu. His father is a university professor, and his mother is a famous pianist. We were just a little closer back then. His mother found me when she found out. Jian Yun suddenly frowned and paused. What is it? Huo Liancheng touched Jian Yun's shoulder. Nothing. Jian Yun looked up at him and smiled. However, her smile was bitter. I was just thinking that since I was young, I'd always been praised as beautiful and smart. I was actually despised by others one day. Huo Liancheng narrowed his eyes. Mother Fan went straight to school to find me. She called me to Monica's office and threw a stack of photos on the table. They were all photos of me dancing at the club. She said that I was not good enough for her son and had already investigated my family situation. She said that my father was not careful and my mother was seriously ill. This kind of family would affect her son's development. She said that her son's career was just about to start and he could not be implicated by me. Thinking back, Jian Yun was already very calm. She almost forgot the humiliation she felt when Mrs. Fan accused her in front of her face. Huo Liancheng held Jian Yun's hand and slightly tightened. He was a little upset, but more of his heart ached for Jian Yun. He could not imagine that someone as proud as her and as proud as her had endured so much. Mama Fang wants me to leave Tianlei and stay away from Fan Jianran. Although I had a heavy burden at that time, I wanted to earn money to treat my mother and earn my own tuition fees. But I was too proud. so I didn't go to Tianlei again. But Fan Jianran didn't know that his mother came to find me. He kept looking for me, going to my dancing club, and going to Qing University. I just ignored him, and then he went abroad. Jian Yun described what had happened in a light tone. What she said was very simple. She omitted a lot of things, such as what Fan Jianran's mother said. Jian Yun only said it selectively. She omitted the words that were even more excessive because she thought it through later. She was standing on the side of a mother. What she said was not wrong at all. Fang Jianran was talented, capable, and had a platform. At that time, he had been accepted by a famous music school overseas. But because he met her, he did not report to the school. As his mother, she must be very angry. She thought that her son had been bewitched by a woman. They would choose between the future and the woman. They would definitely choose the future. Moreover, her family was indeed terrible. Her father was like a demon and did not care about the mother and daughter. He went out with Lin Rong, and the company's benefits also rapidly decreased. He still had to bear Lin Lanlan and her sister's expenses. Her mother was heavily injured and laid on the bed. Thinking of this, Jian Yun sighed softly. I'm sorry. Huo Liancheng hugged Jian Yun tightly and kissed her on the cheek. It's okay, I don't care anymore. Jian Yun shrugged and pretended not to care. I am sorry that I did not find you earlier. Huo Liancheng stared into Jian Yun's eyes and said in a deep voice. His expression was very serious and his dark eyes flashed with a dim light. Jian Yun's heart trembled. She met Huo Liancheng's gaze and her eyelashes trembled. On the surface, there was nothing to be seen, but her heart began to feel restless. This was not the first time Huo Liancheng said this. He apologized to her because he did not find her in time. He made her suffer so much humiliation. It was a lie to say that she was not moved. Jian Yun suddenly felt her nose turn sour. I don't want you to say sorry. I only hope to be with you forever. So don't betray me. Jian Yun buried her face in Huo Liancheng's chest. She heard his strong heartbeat and said in a muffled voice, No, this kind of thing will never happen. Huo Liancheng seemed to be swearing. I love you. Jian Yun said sleepily. Huo Liancheng hugged Jian Yun tightly. He did not care that both of them were covered in sweat after exercise. He only felt that his heart was beating very fast at this moment. I love you too. I love you very much. Huo Liancheng whispered in Jian Yun's ear. Jian Yun did not know when she fell asleep. In her daze, she felt Huo Liancheng pick her up. Water washed over her body. It was warm and hot. She washed away her sweat. It was very comfortable. This sleep was very heavy. When Jian Yun woke up again, it was already the next morning. Jian Yun touched her watch and looked at the time. It was already 8 o'clock. She lay on the bed and narrowed her eyes for a while. Suddenly, she sat up and screamed at the same time. Oh no, why is the alarm not ringing? We're going to be late. Huo Liancheng was just coming in from outside the door when he happened to see Jian Yun grab her hair and jump off the bed. She looked around for clothes to wear. He could not help but laugh. Jian Yun looked at Huo Liancheng with a bitter face. It's all your fault. You were so beast last night that I couldn't get up in the morning. Idiot, what class are you doing on Saturday? Huo Liancheng knocked Jian Yun on the head. Saturday. Oh, Saturday. Jian Yun suddenly relaxed and fell onto the bed. She closed her eyes again. Huo Liancheng stood in front of the bed with his arms crossed. His face was dark. Girl, did I not feed you last night? Do you want it this morning? Jian Yun heard him and immediately opened her eyes to glare at Huo Liancheng. Don't come. My whole body is aching now. I need to rest properly these few days. Huo Liancheng lifted his chin and gestured to Jian Yun. But you are now in a position to invite a king into a jar. It is hard not to be misunderstood. Jian Yun followed Huo Liancheng's line of sight and looked down. When she looked, she was immediately embarrassed. There was not even an inch of clothing on her body. She did not even wear a single piece of clothing. From the top to the bottom, she was completely in the same state as when she was sleeping last night. However, what was even more embarrassing was that at this moment, her legs were still wide open. Disgusting. Jian Yun hurriedly pulled the blanket to cover herself. Huo Liancheng sat down and asked with a smile, Do you still want to sleep? Jian Yun thought about it and shook her head. I don't want to sleep anymore. Then get up and go out for a walk. Huo Liancheng reached out his hand to Jian Yun. I don't want to move. My legs are sore. Jian Yun acted coquettishly, but she also sat up and snuggled into Huo Liancheng's arms. Then I will carry you. Huo Liancheng nodded at Jian Yun's head. Okay. Jian Yun squinted her eyes and smiled. Huo Liancheng did not move. Jian Yun blinked hesitantly. What else do you want? Do you plan to go out without brushing your teeth or washing your face or wearing any clothes or just wrapping up a sheet? Huo Liancheng raised his eyebrows and made fun of her. Jian Yun finally realized what was going on. She curled her lips and quipped, I must have been squeezed dry by you. That's why I became so stupid. Chapter 484. Emotions Arise When Time Passes. By Huo Liancheng laughed. You're wrong. You're the farm, and I'm the cow who's been working hard. Even if I'm going to be squeezed dry, I'm going to be squeezed dry. Jian Yun rolled her eyes at Huo Liancheng and couldn't help but laugh. This feeling was really good. It was very warm. Wait for me. I will go wash my face. Jian Yun didn't want her hair to be unkempt. Even if Huo Liancheng said he didn't mind, she felt that if she wanted to keep the freshness of love, she would keep it fresh. The couple can't be too casual in front of each other. What Jian Yun could not tolerate the most was the way men looked like they were pot-bellied. Many men started to indulge themselves after marriage and did not manage their bodies at all. There were also many women who were completely focused on their children after they gave birth. They were so busy that their feet did not touch the ground and their faces did not even wipe. Not to mention wearing beautiful clothes and shopping. Yes, this way, the husband and wife would soon hate each other. In the long run, how could there be that kind of passion when they were dating? Jian Yun came out after washing her face and changing her clothes. She found Huo Liancheng leaning against the door and waiting for her. On days when he was not working, he wore casual clothes at home. The t-shirts and sweatpants on his V-collar and his short hair made him look especially energetic. Are you hungry? Jian Yun asked. Let's eat something first. Huo Liancheng led Jian Yun downstairs. I have something to tell you, Jian Yun said. Jian Yun thought about Huo Chengfeng. She grabbed 2 pieces of bread and a box of milk and dragged Huo Liancheng out the door. The sun was a little bright at 8 o'clock, but the trees outside the pavilion by the lake in the villa garden were shady. The wind in the pavilion was breezy, and it was very cool and comfortable. What is it? Huo Liancheng looked at Jian Yun and asked. Huo Chengfeng came to see me the day before yesterday. Jian Yun held the bread but was not in the mood to eat it. These 2 days she had been thinking about the meaning of what Huo Chengfeng said. I know. Huo Liancheng was very calm. Do you know what he told me? Jian Yun knew that her bodyguard would definitely report to Huo Liancheng that Huo Chengfeng came to find her, but she did not believe that Huo Liancheng was so powerful that he knew what Huo Chengfeng said to her that day. What did he say? Jian Yun asked. Huo Liancheng pulled Jian Yun to sit down. His expression was still very calm. Actually, Huo Liancheng was also looking for an opportunity to ask Jian Yun. He did not expect her to take the initiative to bring it up. Jian Yun frowned and thought about what to say in her heart. Did he tell you that he is the true successor of Huo family? Huo Liancheng saw Jian Yun's conflicted expression and could not help shaking his head. This girl had written everything on her face and would never hide her thoughts. How did you know? Jian Yun was surprised. I guessed. Huo Liancheng's tone was very calm. His expression was even more calm. It seemed like he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. You can guess it? Huo Liancheng asked. Jian Yun was even more shocked. Huo Liancheng was speechless. He reached out and flicked Jian Yun's forehead. Stupid, of course I have my way. Jian Yun fell back and shook her head. She nodded again. That's more like it. Otherwise, I would have thought you had wind-catching ear. And then, what else did he say? Huo Liancheng was confused that Huo Chengfeng would go to Jian Yun to tell her about this. He could not figure out his purpose at the moment. He said his grandmother was your grandfather's lover and was separated by your grandmother. She married her child to his current grandfather. After that, his father was your grandfather's biological son, so his father was the eldest son, and he was the eldest grandson. He also said that Lin Lanlan was his mistress. Jian Yun counted her fingers. She told Huo Liancheng what Huo Chengfeng had told her that day, in a roundabout manner. Huo Liancheng's expression remained calm. Only a pair of narrowed eyes flashed with a sharp light. Liancheng, why do you think Huo Chengfeng told me all this? Jian Yun held her chin and said with a puzzled expression, I've been thinking about this for the past 2 days. If he wants to compete with you for the family property and status, he should look for you directly. I don't have any power, status, or money in your Huo family. You're telling me this because you want me to pass it on to you? Who said you don't have any status in Huo family? Huo Liancheng bent his finger and knocked Jian Yun's head again. You are the future female lead of the Huo family. You are my wife. How can you not have status? Jian Yun curled her lips. In fact, she had always felt uneasy in her heart. She also felt that Huo Liancheng seemed to deliberately isolate her from the rest of the Huo family. For so long, he had never seen anyone from Huo family other than her parents in Switzerland. However, Jian Yun would comfort herself. Huo Liancheng was a cold and quiet person. Perhaps in his heart, other than his parents, no one else was important. So it did not matter if they did not see each other or not. Thinking of this, Jian Yun suddenly looked up at Huo Liancheng. She tilted her head and said with a deep expression, Liancheng, is there something you are hiding from me? Actually, Jian Yun was just asking casually, because she felt that Huo Liancheng did not take her to see his relatives and friends. There was a trace of strangeness in this matter. It was completely unreasonable to say that he did not care about her and did not want her to integrate into his life. It could only be that he had something to hide from her. When Huo Liancheng heard this, even though his mind was strong, Huo Liancheng, who would never be moved by anything, actually felt his hands shake. However, he immediately covered it up and did not let Jian Yun find any clues. What can I hide from you? Huo Liancheng looked back at Jian Yun. His expression was calm and no one could tell what he was thinking. Jian Yun kept staring at Huo Liancheng. In fact, she was just guessing. However, Huo Liancheng's reaction was still calm. She could not see any flaws in his reaction. She could only twitch her mouth and give up. All right, don't think too much about it. I will deal with Huo Chengfeng. Huo Liancheng looked at Jian Yun and picked up a strand of her hair. She looked so gentle that it seemed like water could drip out of her hair. What's wrong with me? Jian Yun blinked her big eyes. Her dark eyes were bright and clear. I still don't like you being so close to Fan Jianran. Huo Liancheng clearly expressed his dissatisfaction. Jian Yun held Huo Liancheng's arm and put her face in front of him. She looked up into his eyes and smiled coquettishly. All right, in my eyes, in my heart, there's your shadow in my hair. There is no room for other people. He and I are just ordinary working relationships. There is no other relationship. The past has long passed. I am living a good life now. Can you give me some space? Can you guarantee that you won't get along with him? Huo Liancheng was still worried. He had heard Jian Yun talk about Fan Jianran last night. She talked about Fan Jianran endlessly. It was all about being handsome, gentle, and charming. It made his heart ache. Naturally, he did not have a good impression of Fan Jianran. Jian Yun rolled her eyes and said naughtily, if you want to talk about having feelings for each other after getting along with each other for a long time, it is also because of you. How can Fan Jianran and I have feelings for each other for a long time? The atmosphere suddenly froze. Huo Liancheng stared at Jian Yun with a face full of shock and astonishment, because he never would have thought that Jian Yun would actually open a yellow mouth with him so suddenly. Chapter 485, Jane Dongming's Visit. Jian Yun deliberately put on a serious face. In fact, she was already very embarrassed in her heart. She did not know why she suddenly had a headache and said such shameless words. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Jian Yun saw that Huo Liancheng did not say anything for a long time, so she could only pretend as if nothing had happened and wave her hand in front of his eyes. Huo Liancheng looked away. Although he did not say anything, the corner of his mouth still showed that he was in a good mood. All right, you can go to work in Tianle, but remember what you said. Don't get too close to Fan Jianran. Huo Liancheng held Jian Yun's hand and said seriously. I know. Jian Yun narrowed her eyes and deliberately wrinkled her nose to make a face. After settling the matter with Jian Yun, Huo Liancheng's mood relaxed a little. Although Jian Yun was still worried that Huo Chengfeng's motive for finding her was not simple, she also understood that it was useless for her to just guess. Since Huo Liancheng said to give it to him, then she did not want to think about it anymore. Is this bit of food enough for you? Huo Liancheng saw Jian Yun nibbling on the bread, so he took the milk for her and stroked her hair that fell beside her cheek to the back of her ears. Yes, that's enough. I don't have much appetite these days. Jian Yun replied. She quickly ate a piece of bread and drank milk. She could not eat the extra piece. Are you eating too little? Huo Liancheng was a little confused. With Jian Yun's appetite, he knew she could not eat only one piece of bread. I lose weight. Jian Yun found an excuse to avoid it. She also felt that her appetite had been very strange recently. A while ago, she could clearly eat very well and could be hungry at any time. These few days, she had a feeling of disgust when she looked at everything. She would be full after drinking some water. Huo Liancheng reached out and pinched Jian Yun's face. He looked at her chest and said seriously, I don't like you being too thin. It's not good to feel it. Jian Yun just rolled her eyes. She did not want to discuss this with Huo Liancheng anymore. Where to? Huo Liancheng held Jian Yun's hand and asked. I'm going to Yan Yan's place. I left my things there and went to get them. Jian Yun looked at the time. It was not even 9 o'clock yet, and she just happened to go out. You can go later. Huo Liancheng pulled Jian Yun and did not let her go. Anything else? Jian Yun asked. Jian Yun asked. Huo Liancheng stared into Jian Yun's eyes and said in a deep voice, Your father will be here soon. Jian Yun's hands trembled when she heard him. Her big eyes were filled with disbelief and her voice became impatient. What is he doing here? I don't know either. He said he would be here at 9 o'clock. He should be arriving soon. Huo Liancheng stood up and patted Jian Yun's shoulder. Let's go. Jian Yun struggled away from Huo Liancheng. Her face darkened. I don't want to see him. Huo Liancheng saw Jian Yun insist and did not force her. He only said, Then you go upstairs first. I will handle it. Jian Yun nodded. When she thought of what Jian Dongming said on the phone that day, her heart was burning with anger. At the same time, there was a chill on her back. She knew that Jian Dongming did not treat her as his own daughter at all. The reason why he still interacted with her was because she married Huo Liancheng. 10 minutes later, Jian Dongming drove a Volkswagen brand car into the villa. The butler led him to park the car. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Huo Liancheng's row of luxury cars. He was so shocked and envious that he almost could not move his eyes away. Mr. Jane, this way please. Young Master Huo is waiting for you in the living room, said the butler politely. Jian Dongming reluctantly looked away and followed the housekeeper to the main hall of the villa. He looked at the magnificent villa and his eyes were glowing green. He was excited, as if everything was going to be his. The butler led Jian Dongming into the main hall of the villa. At this time, Chen Xin walked over. Mr. Jane, young Master Huo is having a conference call. Please wait a moment. Jian Dongming replied with a tone of yes. With his head held high and chest puffed out, he walked around the living room. He looked at the decorations of the villa. He was shocked as he looked at it. It seemed that the outside world was telling the truth, that Huo Liancheng's wealth was unfathomable. Just the few vases in the living room were worth a lot. He looked like antiques from the Tang Song era. They were worth millions of yuan, not to mention the few paintings on the wall. They were all made by famous artists. If this was exchanged for money, how much would it cost? Thinking of this, Jian Dongming felt even more resentful towards Jian Yun. This wretched girl must have hated him for not caring about their mother and daughter. That was why she kept lying to him that she did not have money. Look, she lived in such a luxurious villa, entering and exiting luxury cars. She was a big shot. Just selling this vase would allow him to rise again. No, he raised that wretched girl up so much, so many years of delicious food, good drinks, and good use. He treated her like his own child. Even if he had a dog, he would still know how to be grateful. She dared to be such an ingrate. He would definitely not let this matter rest. Jian Dongming sat on the sofa in the living room, calculating in his heart. Chen Xin and the butler exchanged glances and shook their heads without batting an eyelid. In fact, they also had some understanding of Jian Dongming. Ever since he met Jian Yun at the cocktail party, he had spread the word that he was Huo Liancheng's uncle everywhere. During this period of time, he could be said to be like a fish in water in Boshan and Green Lake. In the past, those who did not care about him at all also wanted to curry favor with Huo Liancheng to give him some face. However, both Chen Xin and the Shangguan family knew that Jian Dongming was not a good person. He abandoned his wife and daughter. No matter how heavily injured his wife was in bed, he was raising a family of lovers. Everyone in Boshan knew about this matter. After the news of Huo Liancheng and Jian getting married spread, many people specially went to see Jian Dongming. They wanted to see if he was very regretful. In the end, not only did this man not feel any guilt or regret, he even shamelessly came to find Jian Yun. He really did not know where he got his confidence from. Mr. Jian, young Master Huo invites you to the study room. Chen Xin took the call and turned to Jian Dongming. Chen Xin had a good relationship with Ouyang Beicheng. He had heard about what Jian Dongming had done from Ouyang Beicheng, so he didn't have a good impression of Jian Dongming. Jian Dongming was a little unhappy. What was going on with this Huo Liancheng? He clearly knew that he was here, but he still had a conference call to let him wait for so long. He didn't show himself, and even let him go to the study to see him personally. You guys are really busy, President Huo. Jian Dongming's face was a little sour. He wanted to put on airs with Yue Zhang, so he was not polite when talking to Chen Xin. Chen Xin gave Jian Dongming a cold look. Of course, young Master Huo has always been very busy. Today, when he has free time to see Mr. Jian, he has already pushed off several 100 million yuan deals. Jian Dongming was stabbed by Chen Xin's soft knife, but he could not refute it. He could only swallow his anger, but he was very angry. He secretly decided that when he turned around, he would make this watchdog look good. Chapter 486, For Money. He is so shameless. Young Master Huo, Mr. Jane is here. Chen Xin knocked on the door of the study. In the study room, Huo Liancheng looked at Jian Yun. Jian Yun pouted at him and whispered, I told you, no matter what he says, you are not allowed to agree to him. I don't like him. Huo Liancheng nodded and rubbed Jian Yun's nose affectionately. What if he takes your father as an example? Jian Yun's eyes flashed when she heard that, and the corner of her mouth also pursed up. Then, her tone became hard again. I don't have that kind of father. Mom got injured and fell ill and ignored us. Now, she actually still wants me to introduce Lin Lanlan to you and let us sisters serve the same husband so that we can firmly control you. This way, your Huo family's assets will be his. When she mentioned this matter, Jian Yun became angry. When Jian Dongming mentioned it for the first time, she could still comfort herself. She thought that Jian Dongming just said it casually and was not serious. But that day, he mentioned it again on the phone. After Jian Yun said that she did not take Huo Liancheng's money and scolded her for being stupid, he once again proposed to give Lin Lanlan to Huo Liancheng to enjoy. He was simply a lunatic. For money, he could actually think of such dirty and shameless things. Huo Liancheng's eyes twitched. He really can think of it. He thinks I'm a garbage recycling station. I accept everything. I won't take that kind of woman even if he gives it to me. I'm still afraid of getting sick. Some people don't even care about their face for money. Jian Yun's expression was very ugly. It was a lie to say that she did not have any feelings for Jian Dongming. After all, Jian Dongming had treated her very well since she was young. It was not an exaggeration to say that he held her in his hands and protected her. But it was precisely because of this that she was even more unable to accept Jian Dongming's change in temperament after that. He went from a gentle good man to a bad character all of a sudden. He was a scumbag who was mean, regardless of whether his wife or daughter. Then you don't want to help him? Huo Liancheng patted Jian Yun's head and asked gently, He is not worth it. If you give him money now, he will either take it to buy white powder or give it to Lin Rong and Lin Lanlan. Since the day he was infected with that drug, he has been crippled and cannot help. Jian Yun lowered her eyelids and said softly, Lin Rong's son is still hiding outside. That policeman told me that my father and Lin DeLong had contact, but he would not admit it no matter how they asked. Ha, why should I help such a father? Okay, I understand what you mean. You go in first. I will deal with it. Huo Liancheng intimately touched Jianyun's face and signaled her to go to the lounge behind the bookshelf. Huo Liancheng's study room was very big. There were several walls of books behind the bookshelf. There was also a small living room behind the bookshelf. There was a reclining chair and a tea table. Sometimes when he was tired from work, he would rest there for a while. Jianyun hugged Huo Liancheng's neck and kissed his handsome face before she got up and went to the resting room. Huo Liancheng's eyes followed Jianyun the whole time. When he saw her go in, he said in a deep voice, "Come in." Jian Dongming originally came over with Chen Xin and thought that he would see Huo Liancheng soon, but what he did not expect was that after Chen Xin knocked on the door, there was no response. The man in front of him stood at the door with his arms crossed and did not rush at all. He did not knock on the door to urge her. Jian Dongming felt that he had been neglected, and his face immediately turned ugly. He wanted to knock on the door himself, but the man stood in front of him. As soon as he reached out his hand, he was glared at. The man's killing intent made him immediately think of his wife's brother. Wu Yan Beiqing. He was shocked and immediately pulled his hand back. Fortunately, Huo Liancheng's voice finally came from inside. Chen Xin pushed open the door and went in with Jian Dongming. Jian Dongming originally wanted to show off, but when he saw the man sitting on the chair, he felt guilty. Even though he was dozens of years older, he felt that he was much weaker. President Huo. Jian Dongming wanted to call Liancheng, so he wanted to be closer to him. However, when he was about to say something, he changed his mind under Huo Liancheng's fierce gaze. Huo Liancheng nodded and didn't say anything. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Jian Dongming, but he always had a strong aura. Even though he was just sitting there, he still made people feel depressed. The aura that Jian Dongming had just accumulated along the way had long disappeared. Even the prestige that he wanted to show off to old Yue Zhang was gone. At this moment, he was only focused on wiping his sweat. He looked at Chen Xin, who stood at the side like an iron tower. "Whoa, President Huo, I came here today because I have something to discuss with you. We are not outsiders. There are some things that I only want to discuss with you. I just want to talk to you alone. Can you let this person go out for a while?" Although Jian Dongming's character was ruined, he still felt a little ashamed. If what he was going to say next was spread, it would be very bad for his reputation, which had finally improved a little. That was why he wanted Chen Xin to go out. "No need. He is my man." Huo Liancheng smiled. However, Jian Dongming felt that Huo Liancheng's smile made people's hearts turn cold. He could not help but think about whether he should tell them the purpose of his visit. "Mr. Zhan, is there anything I can help you with?" When Huo Liancheng saw Jian Dongming's hesitant look, he guessed that what he wanted to say was definitely not a good thing. He looked toward the resting room and sighed in his heart. The man in front of him was definitely blinded by lard. Otherwise, why would he abandon him? Such a good daughter was disregarded, and now, he still wanted to cheat her. When Jian Dongming met Huo Liancheng face to face, he finally knew that the rumors about this man in the mall were all true. He really had a domineering aura that made people feel inexplicably heavy. How could he dare to act rashly in front of him? Jian Dongming didn't have the courage to get close to Huo Liancheng again. He understood that Huo Liancheng only met him today because of Jian Yun. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to know where the Huo family's villa was. "Huo, President Huo, I came today because I wanted to. Jian Dongming wiped the cold sweat off his head under Huo Liancheng's fierce and cold gaze. He was conflicted for a while but decided to say it in the end. He didn't believe Jian Yun. This girl had been proud since she was young. To put it nicely, she was full of pride. If not, she was as stubborn as a donkey. It was impossible for him to expect her to help him raise money and turn the situation around. Furthermore, Jian Yun hated him so much now. She would not be so kind as to help him. Therefore, he had no other choice but to rely on Lin Lanlan, this life-saving straw. "What do you want?" Huo Liancheng asked. "Well, I want to say that besides Jian Yun, I have a daughter. Do you know President Huo?" Jian Dongming made up his mind and told him the purpose of this trip. He said, "Her name is Lin Lanlan. She is Jian Yun's half-sister. President Huo should have seen her before. She also works in Ming's and studied in America. She is as beautiful as Jian Yun." Huo Liancheng did not reply, but his sharp eyes narrowed even tighter. Chapter 487. Silence is acquiescence. Huo Liancheng glanced at the direction of the lounge and cursed in his heart. Sure enough, that girl had guessed correctly. Her father was so eager to be treated. How worried was Jian Yun that she would lose favor? He was really not a toy? At this moment, Huo Liancheng's impression of Jian Dongming had dropped to the freezing point, but he did not show it on his face. He still had a cold and distant expression on his face. Jian Dongming misunderstood what Huo Liancheng meant. He thought Huo Liancheng did not speak and acquiesced to his suggestion. He was secretly delighted. He rubbed his hands and smiled as he continued. "President Huo, Lanlan is more lively than Jian Yun. She is gentle and likable. She has studied in America for a few years. She is bold and knows how to play. Of course, she is a good girl. She has always been clean and self-centered. You can rest assured about this. So Mr. Jane's purpose today is to get a pimple. Before Huo Liancheng could say anything, Chen Xin could not help it. He had never known that people could be so shameless. Chen Xin's ridicule successfully changed Jian Dongming's expression. He was a little embarrassed, but he still maintained a straight face and showed off his power. I am talking to your master. Why would a subordinate like you butt in? Do you believe that I will let your master fire your rice bowl? Sure, I will wait. Chen Xin sneered. At this moment, he only had disdain for Jian Dongming. The coldness and dominance of a former soldier burst out from Chen Xin's body once again. He took a step forward and suddenly stood in front of Jian Dongming. You, what do you want? Chen Xin's domineering aura made Jian Dongming pause. Jian Dongming could not breathe. He felt threatened. It was as if the man in front of him was going to punch him in the face in the next second. Huo Liancheng covered his mouth and coughed lightly. Chen Xin looked in Huo Liancheng's direction and then stopped. His cold and hard face did not hide the ridicule and disdain. He spat on the ground and sneered again. A scumbag like you really does not deserve such a good daughter. Jian Dongming was frightened by Chen Xin's murderous aura. He did not dare to show off like he did just now, but he was a man who cared about his face. He could not bear to be humiliated like a servant in his eyes. President Huo, even if you don't recognize me as your uncle, I am still a guest. Are you going to let your subordinate talk to me like this? Jian Dongming adjusted his sitting posture and stood far away from Chen Xin. He said angrily, if you came to find me for this matter, I can tell you that I am not interested in your suggestion. Huo Liancheng did not seem to understand what Jian Dongming meant by scolding Chen Xin. He put one hand on the table and slightly bent his long fingers. He gently knocked on the table and spoke in a calm tone. Chen Xin glanced at Huo Liancheng's hand that was knocking on the table, then quickly looked away. He crossed his arms and stood to the side. Anyone who knew Huo Liancheng a little would know that his actions meant that he was extremely impatient. However, Jian Dongming, who had been bewitched by Huo Liancheng, once again misunderstood what Huo Liancheng meant. Jian Dongming thought that Huo Liancheng was hinting at him when he was silent before he spoke. The finger that was tapping on the table was also trying to convey another meaning. Jian Dongming revealed a meaningful smile. He knew that men in this world loved new and hated old. No matter how much they liked a woman, as long as they met a new toy, men would immediately be attracted to it. Huo Liancheng was no exception. Jian Dongming believed that Lin Lanlan had the ability to confuse Huo Liancheng. Whether Huo Liancheng was interested or just acting, it didn't matter. He only wanted money, as long as Lin Lanlan could get money from Huo Liancheng. As for Jian Yun, that heartless and stupid girl, she had been raising her for so many years. Jian Dongming would not care about her feelings. Then, since President Huo is not interested, just pretend that I did not mention it today. Haha. Jian Dongming rolled his eyes. Although he thought he had guessed Huo Liancheng's thoughts at the same time, he wondered if Huo Liancheng said that because of the person beside him. In that case, of course, he had to take Huo Liancheng's face into consideration. Mr. Jian, is there anything else? Huo Liancheng could tell at a glance that something was wrong with Jian Dongming's expression. His eyes narrowed even more. He thought to himself, could it be that this person has misunderstood something? Huo Liancheng was a cold person to begin with. He was not intimate with his parents, let alone outsiders. Moreover, Jian Dongming was so bad to Jian Yun. Jian Yun herself did not want to interact with Jian Dongming, so Huo Liancheng would not do the thing of the Holy Mother. After all, she was your father. The concept of blood thicker than water did not work for him. Jian Dongming heard Huo Liancheng's words as if he was ordering him to leave. He subconsciously looked up at Huo Liancheng. Who would have thought that when he saw Huo Liancheng's cold expression, he was shocked. He was actually a little frightened. He quickly lowered his eyelids and began to calculate in his heart. He came today to try to get close to Huo Liancheng and see if he would acknowledge him as his uncle. Then, he would also promote Lin Lanlan to him. Jian Dongming had already thought about it. If Huo Liancheng accepted it, then he would take the opportunity to ask Huo Liancheng to invest in his company. But now, he could not figure out Huo Liancheng's intentions, so he did not dare to mention the matter of investment for a moment. Because he had looked for Huo Liancheng before, but it was all Huo Liancheng's people who saw him. Regarding his investment request, Huo's had also rejected it all on the grounds that the project was unsuitable. Although Jian Dongming was angry, he was at his wit's end. Now that he finally had a way to go, he had to make good use of it. No. Jian Dongming weighed the pros and cons again and again, but he still decided to stop when the time was right. The most important thing right now was not to arouse Huo Liancheng's slang. That's all for today. I still have a meeting to attend. Chen Xin, see the guest out. Huo Liancheng said expressionlessly. Jian Dongming had been outside for quite some time. It was a slap to Huo Liancheng's name. Everyone else had given him a good face because of Huo Liancheng. Today, however, they were facing each other face to face. Jian Dongming no longer had the imposing manner of being bossy in front of outsiders. He didn't dare to say anything about Huo Liancheng's order to leave. He immediately stood up and bowed submissively. All right, I won't disturb President Huo anymore. Farewell. Chen Xin opened the door and let Jian Dongming out. When Jian Dongming walked up to him, he glanced at Chen Xin in a very reserved manner, and then walked out. As soon as Jian Dongming left, Huo Liancheng waited for a while. He did not see Jian Yun come out, so he went into the lounge behind the bookshelf. He pushed open the closed door. Huo Liancheng saw Jian Yun looking out the window with her head lowered. He walked over and followed Jian Yun's gaze. Sure enough, he saw Jian Dongming's figure. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Huo Liancheng held Jian Yun's shoulder and asked softly. Chapter 488, Extreme Indignation. Jian Yun did not look back. Her eyes were still fixed on Jian Dongming's figure outside the window. She shook her head and said, No, but you don't speak. You are clearly unhappy. Huo Liancheng walked to Jian Yun's side and stood side by side with her. One of his hands was still around her waist. Jian Yun lowered her eyelashes and bit her lower lip with her fine teeth. Are you blaming me for being cold to your father? Huo Liancheng asked again. He only cared about Jian Yun now. He did not want her to suffer a little bit. No. Jian Yun sighed and looked up at Huo Liancheng. She shook her head. I really am not angry. Huo Liancheng looked at Jian Yun. I just think... Jian Yun's eyelashes trembled and a bitter smile appeared on her face. I refused. Huo Liancheng thought Jian Yun was thinking about Jian Dongming's suggestion and quickly made it clear. I know, but I know him. He will not let it go. Maybe he thought you wanted to refuse. It seems like he really has no other choice. He can even openly talk about such dirty thoughts. Jian Yun smiled, but her smile did not reach the bottom of her eyes. She looked at the distant sky with a layer of frost in her eyes. Huo Liancheng could not figure out what Jian Yun was thinking. He just narrowed his eyes and looked at Jian Yun, waiting for her to say it herself. When he mentioned it to me earlier, I only felt anger. I was very angry. But tonight, when I heard him really talk about Lin Lanlan to you, I was really embarrassed. Jian Yun covered her face. At this moment, she could not tell what she was feeling in her heart. The image of her father, who used to be so gentle and honest in her eyes and worked hard to improve, had completely collapsed today. Huo Liancheng did not know what to say to comfort Jian Yun. He could only reach out and hug her tightly to his chest. How did he become like this? Jian Yun muttered to herself as if she was asking Huo Liancheng or herself. Huo Liancheng patted Jian Yun's back gently. Most people who have changed their temperament have suffered a huge blow or someone brainwashed them. Other than that, I can't think of any other reason. Jian Yun leaned into Huo Liancheng's arms in a daze, but she was thinking about Huo Liancheng's words in her heart. Yes, the big change in father's temperament started from the year when his mother fell and injured him. So, was it because he knew that she was not his daughter? And then Lin Rong and her mother brainwashed him from the side that he became like this today? However, I can't attribute all the reasons to others. He has his own problems as well. Huo Liancheng paused and continued. If he has a strong heart, he will not be affected by the outside world. After a moment of silence, Jian Yun looked up. She looked at Huo Liancheng and said seriously, No matter what, if he does not wake up on his own, I will not help him. Don't help him. Huo Liancheng smiled. Yes, you can do whatever you want. Be careful in the next few days. You must be careful when you are out drinking and eating. Don't be drugged or raped. I will despise you if you do that. I don't want you anymore. Jian Yun pouted and said seriously, Why? I was raped. Shouldn't you sympathize and comfort me? Huo Liancheng raised his eyebrows and teased. Jian Yun rolled her eyes at Huo Liancheng. With your and Chen Xin's abilities and skills, if you are bewitched by others, it must be because of your determination. If that is the case, what do I need you for? Can't you say that? No matter how powerful Chen Xin and I are, we are still humans. Humans have weaknesses, and there are times when we are slacking off. Maybe it was then that we were taken advantage of. Huo Liancheng refuted. I don't care. I just want to see the result. Jian Yun cheated. Huo Liancheng waved a finger in front of Jian Yun and smiled. Then you can't do it alone. Last night, we agreed that you will not have any intimate contact with other men. What do you mean, intimate contact? Jian Yun tilted her head and asked. Maintain a distance of more than 1 meter. Even if you are standing still within 1 meter, it is still considered intimate contact. Huo Liancheng's lips curled up into a wicked smile. He pointed at Jian Yun's head with his index finger. Remember, otherwise I will teach you a lesson when I come back. Hey, don't you think this is too much? Jian Yun grabbed Huo Liancheng's finger and tried to fight back. Huo Liancheng grabbed Jian Yun's hand and turned to leave. Where are you going? Jian Yun asked, but Huo Liancheng only needed a while to know. At the same time, Jian Yun and Huo Liancheng were flirting with each other. Because of Jian Dongming's arrival, the heavy atmosphere finally relaxed a little. In the garden of the Huo family villa, Jian Dongming stood beside the most common Volkswagen rented from his second-hand car market. He looked at the row of luxury cars on the parking lot with admiration. Although he used to have some money, compared to Huo Liancheng, his wealth was only a drop in the ocean. Originally, he didn't have much of an idea, but when he saw that the money from these 2 cars was all he had in the past, Jian Dongming was still shocked from the bottom of his heart. However, Jian Dongming was in a good mood because he felt that it wouldn't be long before he could own these cars and maybe even get more than half of Huo Liancheng's wealth. As long as the plan was successful. Jian Dongming was thinking about his future when he suddenly heard the phone ringing. He took out his phone from his pocket and saw that it was Lin Lanlan calling. Jian Dongming subconsciously glanced at Chen Xin, who had been staring at him. He did not answer the phone immediately. Instead, he turned on his rented car. He only called back when he drove the car out of the Huo family villa. "Dad, how is it?" Lin Lanlan heard Jian Dongming's voice and asked impatiently. "I didn't see Jian Yun's money loss." Jian Dongming was full of anger when he mentioned Jian Yun. "Jian Yun hates me so much that I took her father away. She definitely won't see you." Lin Lanlan curled her lips. She did not want to know Jian Yun's reaction. She was only concerned about whether Jian Dongming had achieved his goal. "Dad, did you see Huo Liancheng?" "Of course." Jian Dongming reminisced about the luxury of the Huo family villa. A row of luxury cars appeared in front of him and the furnishings at home. He said proudly, "No matter what, everyone knows that I am Huo Liancheng's father-in-law. At least he has to take care of the outside world's opinions. Seeing me today is quite polite." "Is that so?" Lin Lanlan frowned. She did not believe Jian Dongming's words. Although she had not interacted with Huo Liancheng many times, that man was always cold. She had never seen him smile before. Even to old Master Ming, he looked cold. Would he be polite to Jian Dongming? "What? You don't believe me?" Jian Dongming was annoyed by Lin Lanlan's question. Ever since he had fallen, he had been looked down upon everywhere. His old friends had treated him like a plague and avoided him. Chapter 489, Apex of Life. Jian Dongming had been having a hard time these past few years. In fact, he also understood that the reason why his friends had stopped interacting with him was largely due to him absorbing that. Jian Dongming really regretted being lured into drugs by Lin Rong. His family property had been ruined, and he still owed a lot of money. At first, he could still borrow money, but after those old friends found out the truth, they all kept a distance from him. Jian Yun's guess was right. He had indeed reached the end of his rope. Now the monthly expenditure on this was not a small amount. He could not help but think of a way. Otherwise, once that thing flared up, he would have to think of a way to deal with it. It was not a human's fault. Therefore, when Jian Dongming, who had been living like a dog for the past few years, finally gained respect, he immediately became arrogant, as if he was the father-in-law of the Huo's crown prince. He had been treated with respect everywhere these few days, which gave him a lot of face. "I don't believe it, Dad." Lin Lanlan naturally understood Jian Dongming's character, but she was also tired of seeing Jian Dongming clearly have nothing but the kind of inferiority that demanded face. It was just that she could not tear his face apart now. Moreover, she was more concerned about something. "Dad, did you tell Huo Liancheng?" "I did." Ever since Jian Dongming found out that Lin Lanlan was his flesh and blood, he had placed all the scales of love on Lin Lanlan. The more he owed Lin Lanlan for so many years, the more he hated Jian Yun and her daughter. This was also the reason why he did not care about Ouyang Fei and Jian Yun for the past 6 years. Then what is Huo Liancheng's reaction? Lin Lanlan was very nervous. She held her phone tightly and felt her heart beating wildly. Today, Jian Dongming's suggestion was actually given to Jian Dongming by Lin Lanlan. Previously, when Jian Yun and Huo Liancheng's matter was exposed, Lin Lanlan had repeatedly told Jian Dongming that she was jealous of Jian Yun for being so lucky to marry such a rich man. Later on, she deliberately scrolled the webpage in front of Jian Dongming and searched for all kinds of pictures and news about Huo Liancheng. She had done enough homework on Huo Liancheng's resume. She often praised Huo Liancheng in front of Jian Dongming and then sighed about how she could not meet such a man. Initially, Jian Dongming did not think about the matter of sisters serving a husband. But after Lin Rong was captured, Jian Dongming simply listened to Lin Lanlan's every word. He was very reliant on Lin Lanlan. These few months, his living expenses were all given by Lin Lanlan. So when he heard Lin Lanlan mutter too much, it was inevitable that some thoughts would arise in his mind. But in the end, Jian Dongming would mention this matter to Jian Yun because he was chased by the creditors and was already at a dead end. Highly interest loans were forced into the door. When they saw that he could not pay the money, they threatened to drag Lin Lanlan to sell the money to repay the debt. To Jian Dongming, who loved his daughter like his life, this point completely destroyed his bottom line. He still had conscience. How could he allow such a thing to happen? The loan shark left after the deadline. Lin Lanlan hugged Jian Dongming's leg and cried. She cried and apologized, saying that she did not have the ability. If she could marry a rich man like Jian Yun, she would definitely be able to help Jian Dongming. At that moment, Jian Dongming seemed to have been enlightened. When he hated Jian Yun, who was so heartless that she did not help him, he asked Lin Lanlan if she liked Huo Liancheng very much. Lin Lanlan had been waiting for Jian Dongming to take the initiative to bring up this matter. At that time, she covered her face and cried even more sadly. She shook her head desperately and said that, no matter how much she liked him, she could only keep it in her heart. She could not hurt Jian Yun like how she do. Jian Dongming did not care what Jian Yun thought. He supported Lin Lanlan and patted his chest to guarantee that everything was on him. That was why Jian Dongming repeatedly mentioned to Jian Yun that he wanted her to introduce Lin Lanlan to Huo Liancheng. Seeing Jian Yun reject him, Jian Dongming directly went to Huo Liancheng to personally bring it up. Huo Liancheng did not agree. Jian Dongming replied to Lin Lanlan, "I knew it. Sister is so possessive. She will not allow this to happen." Lin Lanlan sounded a little disappointed, but she seemed to be relieved. She said, "Dad, let it go. This is our fault. I will think of other ways to help you get through this." "Lanlan, don't worry. That brat can't even compare to a finger of yours. Huo Liancheng is really blind to take a fancy to her. As long as you have the chance to get close to Huo Liancheng, you will definitely let him know that you are better than that girl. He will definitely fall in love with you. When he and Jian Yun divorce and marry you, you will be the winner. Since ancient times, the result has always been written by the winner, so you don't need to worry about what others cutter." When Jian Dongming heard Lin Lanlan say this, he was even more certain that Lin Lanlan was his most considerate daughter. He felt even more hatred towards Jian Yun. "Dad, don't say that." When Lin Lanlan heard Jian Dongming say that Huo Liancheng would fall in love with her, Huo Liancheng's handsome face and body, that was comparable to a model, immediately appeared in front of her eyes. This was not enough. Then, in addition to his unimaginable wealth, he was the man all women dreamed of. But such an outstanding man was seduced away by her cheap sister. This made Lin Lanlan hate Jian Yun even more. "All right, Lanlan. Daddy hasn't finished speaking yet. Actually, although Huo Liancheng didn't agree today, he didn't reject either." Jian Dongming smiled slightly. "Really?" Lin Lanlan jumped up from the sofa when she heard the news. "Yes, Dad also climbed up from the mountain of money. I have lived for so many years. It is impossible that I do not have this kind of eyesight. Believe in Dad, there is no mistake," Jian Dongming said proudly. "Besides, you also know that men do not cheat. As long as you are obedient and do not pester him, you will naturally make him worry. Slowly, his whole heart will be on you. Are you afraid that you cannot tie him up?" "Yes, I know, Dad." Lin Lanlan tried her best to hide her excitement and said a few more words to Jian Dongming before hanging up the phone. Lin Lanlan turned on her phone and pulled out her contact book. She was about to make a call when she suddenly turned off her phone. No, she could not tell Huo Chengfeng about this. Although Huo Chengfeng also wanted her to find a chance to get close to Huo Liancheng, he had other motives. If she really did that and was found out, she would offend Huo Liancheng. No, she could not offend Huo Liancheng. What she wanted, it wasn't Huo Chengfeng's secret lover, who was often abused by him, but the seat of mistress of the Huo family. Yes, she wanted to be Huo Liancheng's wife. The mistress of the Huo family could only reach the peak of her life this way. Chapter 490 Dinner. Lin Lanlan tightened her grip on her phone and a look of hatred and ruthlessness appeared on her delicate face. From the first day she met Jian Yun, she was not willing to give up. She, Lin Lanlan, was not any worse than Jian Yun. She was even smarter and prettier. She also knew men better. Why did Jian Yun take all the good things? No. Jian Yun was not worthy of Huo Liancheng at all. Only Lin Lanlan was worthy of Huo Liancheng. The corner of Lin Lanlan's mouth curled up into a smile. It was as if the day she went to Huo Liancheng's office and got close to him appeared in front of her eyes again. That man really had a fatal attraction. She believed that Huo Liancheng would not feel anything towards her. She had always been a woman who attracted attention. All these years, as long as she wanted, there was no man she could not hook up with. Therefore, she had confidence in herself. As long as she could successfully hook up with Huo Liancheng, even if she could not marry him, it would at least make Jian Yun uncomfortable. As long as it could ruin their relationship, it would be worth it. As for Jian Dongming's side, Lin Lanlan immediately thought of Jian Dongming's sunken eye sockets and dark, gloomy, and thin face. Her face immediately darkened and her eyes flashed with impatience. If it wasn't for her mother still in prison and Jian Dongming and her mother still holding on to each other's weakness, she would have ignored Jian Dongming long ago. Jian Dongming was bankrupt. He didn't have a house, and the car was rented. He only knew how to borrow money, and he was despised everywhere. With such a father, she felt very embarrassed. Lin Lanlan thought for a while and picked up her phone. She opened the contact book and found old Master Ming's number. She pointed with her index finger and dialed the number. The other side quickly picked up. A slightly hoarse old voice sounded. "Lanlan, you miss me so soon?" "Yes, Chairman. You didn't call me for a day today. I missed you so much." Lin Lanlan acted coquettishly. Her voice was very coy. "Haha, not today. This old woman came back from overseas. I want to accompany her. You can play by yourself. She will be back in a few days. I will look for you again." Old Master Ming said with a smile. Although his voice was old, his tone was frivolous. Lin Lanlan wanted to say a few more words to make Old Man Ming happy, but she found that there was no sound on the other side of the phone. Old Master Ming actually hung up the phone. Lin Lanlan was so angry that she threw the phone away and curled her lips with a look of disdain. What wife coming back from overseas? This old man's wife had been in bed with a serious illness for several years. Don't think that she didn't hear it. She heard Xia Bingbing's voice on the phone just now. She was so sweet and called Grandpa, it gave people goosebumps. This old man Ming was not old. He flirted with young and pretty girls everywhere. He did not even let his cheap granddaughter go. It was really disgusting. On the side, Lin Lanlan was doing her own things while also expressing her disdain towards Xia Bingbing in her heart. She did not feel that she was cheap at all. At that time, Jian Yun was held by Huo Liancheng and led all the way to the cloakroom. Jian Yun had seen Huo Liancheng's cloakroom before. The variety of clothes and accessories were enough for ordinary people to wear for a lifetime. The cloakroom that he arranged for her later was even better, and when she moved to the villa, Jian Yun knew that her previous understanding was really too narrow. "What are you doing here?" Jian Yun immediately saw that there were many new clothes in the cloakroom. The whole family had a special clothing company under their banner. Huo Liancheng had a designer to manage his clothes. He bought new clothes almost every week. Many clothes were disqualified before they could be worn. Jian Yun also had a clothing consultant now. She was equally matched with Huo Liancheng in the cloakroom. She was still not used to it. She looked at so many new clothes every day and did not have time to wear them. It really made her anxious. Huo Liancheng opened the cabinet and took out a dress, peacock blue color, fishtail skirt with a word shoulder, and diamond inlaid on the chest. It was unbelievably beautiful. "It's so beautiful." Jian Yun immediately fell in love with this dress. Women were naturally unable to resist beautiful clothing. "There's a cocktail party tonight. Come with me." Huo Liancheng patted Jian Yun's head. "So, you want me to try out the dress?" Jian Yun squinted her eyes and smiled at Huo Liancheng. "Yes, let's see if it fits. If it doesn't fit, people will change it." Huo Liancheng also smiled. Actually, he did not plan to give the clothes to Jian Yun now. He just could not see how upset she was because of Jian Dongming's visit, so he wanted to divert her attention. Jin Yun followed his instructions and changed into a formal dress. Her fair and delicate shoulders were half exposed, and her neck was long and slender. She was as elegant as a swan. Jin Yun was white to begin with, and the peacock blue color made her skin look like it was condensed fat, almost making Huo Liancheng unable to shift his gaze away. "There's no need to change it. This is clearly tailor-made for me." Jin Yun giggled as she looked at herself and Huo Liancheng in the mirror. "It's so beautiful." Huo Liancheng held Jian Yun's shoulders with both hands and could not help but kiss her shoulder that was as white as jade. "Thank you." Jian Yun held Huo Liancheng's hand and a smile appeared in her eyes. In fact, she could tell that Huo Liancheng was trying to divert her attention. She was really touched that he was so considerate. "Thank you for preparing such beautiful clothes for you." Huo Liancheng pretended that he did not know what Jian Yun meant. He did not want to go back to the topic. Jian Yun pursed her lips and smiled. "Of course." Before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jian Yun had already finished dressing up and changed into a formal dress. She and Huo Liancheng left together in the car. It was not until the car stopped outside a luxurious villa that Jian Yun remembered to ask Huo Liancheng, "Who is holding a party tonight?" "The chairman of Green Lake Chamber of Commerce, Zheng Jianqi." Huo Liancheng was always concise. "This place is big." Jian Yun got out of the car. The first thing she saw was the wide courtyard of the villa and the luxurious buildings. "You mean my house is very small?" Huo Liancheng looked at Jian Yun from the corner of his eye. Jian Yun shrugged and smiled. "I am right. Our house is not half the size of this house." Huo Liancheng looked around and then nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, you are right. This place is really big." Jian Yun walked forward and held Huo Liancheng's arm. She continued to walk forward and heard Huo Liancheng ask her seriously, "Then what do you think of me buying this house?" "Why do you want to buy this house?" Jian Yun did not react for a moment. "Didn't you like it here?" "Of course, I want to satisfy any of my wife's needs." Huo Liancheng looked at Jian Yun seriously and said. Jian Yun's eyelids twitched. She rolled her eyes and said, "What are you thinking?" "I'm just saying it casually. I think our house is very good. The decorations here are so exaggerated. Look at the statues on both sides and the architectural style. They are all very bad. One look and you can tell that they are from the nouveau riche. How could I like this place?" Jin Yun was afraid that Huo Liancheng would lose his mind and really buy this house. Chapter 491. Nouveau riche. Jian Yun quickly found the weakness of the house and started to talk nonsense. She did not realize that the man who had been following them since they came in had a cramp on his face. "All right, since you don't like it, then I won't buy it." Huo Liancheng was obviously listening to Jian Yun very seriously and respected her opinion. Jian Yun then heaved a sigh of relief. She turned her head and saw that the man standing beside her was very stiff. The corner of his mouth was still twitching. She could not help but ask kindly, "What's wrong with you? Are you very cold?" "Not cold." The man was about 30 years old. He looked dignified and had an extraordinary temperament. If his expression was not so ugly, he was also a gentleman. "Then why do you keep having cramps at the corner of your mouth?" Jian Yun saw that this man was standing very close to Huo Liancheng. She guessed that he should be someone Huo Liancheng knew, so it was reasonable for her to care about him. "It's okay. It's just because the wind is too strong." The man looked straight ahead. Jian Yun looked at the motionless leaves on the tree and then reached into the air. She looked puzzled. "I don't think there is wind." Huo Liancheng clenched his fist and covered his mouth. He coughed in a low voice. Jianyun looked at Huo Liancheng and then looked at the man. Only then did she remember to ask, "By the way, who are you? Why are you always following us?" The man finally looked at Jianyun. The corner of his mouth twitched again. "My name is Zhen Yan. I know young Master Huo." Jianyun nodded. It seemed that her guess was right. Huo Liancheng never liked to approach strangers. If this person could stand so close to him, their relationship must be extraordinary. Jianyun thought about it and suddenly asked, "Is your surname Zheng too? You said that the family that lives here is surnamed Zheng? Are you relatives?" Zheng Yan looked at Jianyun again and then turned his head. He took a deep breath and said to the luxurious house not far away, "I am the nouveau rich who lives here, son." Jianyun suddenly heard the word nouveau rich and was stunned for a moment. Then she remembered that she had just evaluated this house. She never would have thought that the master would hear what she had just said. Immediately, her face turned red and she covered her face and hid in Huo Liancheng's arms. "After living for more than 10 years, this is the first time I heard that our family is nouveau riche." Zheng Yan's tone was bitter. "You're a nouveau riche to begin with. You didn't realize it before because your taste is too poor." Huo Liancheng naturally had the obligation to speak up for his wife. He looked down on Zheng Yan. Zheng Yan was speechless at the time. He said, "Young Master Huo, I am an architect, but you called me a person with poor taste. You will lose me if you do this. Are you an architect?" Zheng Yan was also surprised. She looked up from Huo Liancheng's arms. "Yes, have you never heard of my name?" Zheng Yan was very depressed. He had always been very conceited. This was the first time he had been said to have poor taste. "I've never heard of your name. Are you very famous?" Zheng Yan's expression had already returned to normal. She still held Huo Liancheng's arm and asked curiously, "I don't want to talk to you anymore." Zheng Yan had an injured expression as he turned his head away. Zheng Yan looked at Huo Liancheng. Her big eyes were bright. She asked him in a low voice, "Did I say something wrong?" Huo Liancheng shook his head seriously as usual. "No, he is indeed not famous. It is normal that you do not know him." When Zheng Yan heard Huo Liancheng's words, he turned his head back angrily. He held his mouth and looked extremely angry. However, he could not refute it. He could only swallow his anger helplessly. "Let's go." Huo Liancheng ignored him and led Jianyun forward. "Is he really an architect?" Jianyun saw that the road was still long and started chatting with Huo Liancheng. "Yes." Huo Liancheng replied casually. People kept passing by and greeting Huo Liancheng respectfully, but Huo Liancheng did not react at all. Those people did not take it to heart. They greeted Jianyun again, and Jianyun returned the greeting with a smile. Jianyun felt it was a little unbelievable. So this house was really designed by Mr. Zheng? "I think so. He has always liked this kind of luxury." Huo Liancheng held Jianyun's hand, but his mind was obviously not on chatting. Jianyun saw that Huo Liancheng seemed to be thinking about something, so she did not ask anymore. She turned her head to see if little Zhen was still there. When she looked, she found a familiar figure, Xia Bingbing. Xia Bingbing came with old Master Ming. She was wearing a long dress, a diamond necklace around her neck, and her hair was loose. She was pretty to begin with, and this dress made her look even more flirtatious. Jianyun did not look much, and she did not have any good impression of Xia Bingbing. Although she had not met Xia Bingbing for a long time, Jianyun did not think that with Xia Bingbing's temper, tonight would be peaceful. Jianyun and Huo Liancheng had just entered the main hall of the villa where the cocktail party was held. Behind them, Xia Bingbing also happened to raise her head and naturally saw Jianyun and Huo Liancheng holding hands. At that time, she was so angry that she clenched her teeth and her eyes shone with a vicious light. Xia Bingbing really hated Jianyun. If Jianyun did not appear, she felt that Huo Liancheng would definitely fall in love with her. Now she was the one holding Huo Liancheng's arm. "What are you looking at?" After old Master Ming finished greeting his acquaintances, he saw Xia Bingbing staring in front of him without blinking her eyes. She even gnashed her teeth as if she saw some enemy. He could not help looking over, but did not see anything. "Nothing, Grandpa, let's go in." Xia Bingbing looked at old man Ming and immediately smiled. She knew very well that she and her mother relied on the Ming family to live such a good life. If they lost old man Ming, this big tree, then they would have to live that poor life again. She wouldn't allow this to happen again, so even if her mother didn't agree to her surrender to old man Ming, she still did it. Old man Ming secretly pinched Xia Bingbing's plump body and smiled very kindly. "Okay, let's go in." Xia Bingbing suppressed her disgust and still smiled happily. As she walked, she acted spoiled to old man Ming. "Grandfather, you brought me here tonight but did not bring special assistant Lin. Will she be angry? Both of you are so young and beautiful. It will be the same no matter who I bring." Old man Ming narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Do you like me, or do you like her more?" Xia Bingbing continued to ask with an innocent look on her face. "Of course I like you. Silly girl, you are my granddaughter." Old man Ming reached out and rubbed Xia Bingbing's face. His tone was very doting. To outsiders, this action was like a scene of a happy grandfather doting on his granddaughter. But only Xia Bingbing understood how disgusting she was in her heart. But on the surface, she did not show it. Instead, she pretended to be shy and used a voice that only two people could hear to act coquettishly. Grandfather, when you were working hard on me last night, you did not treat me as your granddaughter. Chapter 492 Your marriage certificate be false. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Old Man Ming's wrinkled old face instantly turned into a chrysanthemum. He reached out and wrapped his arm around Xia Bingbing's small waist. Narrowing his eyes, he said lewdly, "Then when we go back tonight, we will increase our relationship." Xia Bingbing lowered her head and pursed her lips into a smile. Coincidentally, someone came over to greet Old Master Ming at this moment. Old Master Ming let go of the hand that was wrapped around Xia Bingbing's waist and greeted that person. Xia Bingbing turned around and the bright and beautiful smile on her face disappeared instantly. She replaced it with an indifferent expression. There was even a hint, "Bingbing, you go in first." Old Man Ming obviously met an old acquaintance. As soon as they started chatting, it was not over. He patted Xia Bingbing's shoulder, who was waiting at the side. There was a doting smile on his old face. "I will go in and find you later." "Okay, Grandpa." Xia Bingbing's expression changed and she immediately smiled brightly. She nodded to the person standing on the other side as a greeting. Then she lifted her skirt and walked away. "Elder Ming, your granddaughter is really beautiful. Her figure is also good. She is a beauty." Old Man Ming's acquaintance was also a man in his 50s. From the start, his eyes had been glued to Xia Bingbing's body. Old Man Ming responded with a laugh, but did not answer. He had not played enough with Xia Bingbing, so how could he be willing to share it with others? On the other side, Jian Yun and Huo Liancheng entered the main hall. As usual, they were a group of handsome men and beautiful women. Huo Liancheng had such an illustrious identity and the two of them caused a commotion almost as soon as they entered. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jian Yun and Huo Liancheng, and all of them let out exclamations of admiration. Everyone with some status came to greet Huo Liancheng and naturally also greeted Jian Yun. Many people were curiously looking at Jian Yun, feeling that the woman in front of them was noble and elegant. Jian Yun wore a peacock blue dress that outlined her nearly perfect figure. She was so beautiful that people could not help but hold their breath. Huo Liancheng knew that Jian Yun did not like social gatherings, so he patted her hand and whispered in her ear, "Go over there and eat something yourself. I will go and find you later." Jian Yun curved the corner of her eyes and smiled at Huo Liancheng. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She was indeed not good at dealing with such worldly matters. With so many people surrounding her, it made her feel a lot of pressure. Jian Yun went to the self-service area and picked up some fruits to eat. Chen Xin followed behind Jian Yun. He did not know how to talk in this kind of situation and did his job dutifully. However, there were contradictions in places with a lot of people. These words were not false at all. Jian Yun had just taken a few bites when she heard a mocking voice from behind. "Yo, isn't this Mrs. Huo? Why is she eating here alone? President Huo actually did not bring you along for social gatherings." The tone of his voice was strange. It sounded like he didn't come with good intentions. Jian Yun originally did not want to respond, but when she heard this voice was so familiar, she still turned her head. Sure enough, Xia Bingbing was standing not far behind her and was still staring at her with a face full of resentment. Chen Xin frowned and pressed his hand to his ear, as if he was about to report to Huo Liancheng. Jian Yun raised her hand to stop him. It was a small matter and did not need. "Manager Xia, long time no see." Jian Yun smiled and greeted him politely. After all, this was a banquet hosted by the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce. Judging from the relationship between Huo Liancheng and young Master Zheng, the Zheng family must have quite a high status in Huadong. If they quarreled here, not only would Huo Liancheng lose face, but the Mings would also lose face. But Xia Bingbing would not accept Jian Yun's feelings, and she would not consider so much. "That's right, long time no see. Mrs. Huo found a good husband. How could she still remember me?" Xia Bingbing sneered and continued to scold Jian Yun in a weird tone. Jian Yun frowned. She always felt that there was something wrong with Xia Bingbing's spirit. It was the first time she met her in the coffee shop that day. Xia Bingbing poured coffee on her and said that she was a vixen who hooked up with a boyfriend. This woman was a kind of paranoid and had always lived in her own mental world. Later on, they met in the Mings and Xia Bingbing made trouble for her again and again. Under the circumstances where Huo Liancheng completely ignored her, she considered herself to be Huo Liancheng's true girlfriend. But in the end, she was ignored, but she was still not discouraged. In the end, the entire Mings knew about her embarrassing situation. Later on, it was fortunate that Jian Yun left the Mings and did not need to continue dealing with Xia Bingbing. However, Jian Yun often heard Wu Wenjing mention that Xia Bingbing still went after Huo Liancheng time and time again, and even asked Huo Liancheng to meet her in the name of Old Master Ming. Huo Liancheng naturally would not pay attention to her. According to what he said, he would slightly care about Xia Bingbing back then, because he wanted to see Jian Yun's reaction. Later on, he had successfully chased Jian Yun, so how could he care about this crazy woman, Xia Bingbing? Later on, perhaps it was Huo Liancheng who warned the Ming family that Xia Bingbing finally stopped. However, Wu Wenjing also said that recently there was a rumor spreading all over Ming's that someone saw Xia Bingming getting into Old Master Ming's car and then the car kept shaking. There were also people who went to the office to get Old Master Ming's signature and saw Xia Bingbing getting off Old Master Ming's legs with her clothes torn. Old Master Ming even pinched her butt. Jian Yun believed that since there was a rumor, there must be some basis. However, she was not a gossiper and did not have time to inquire about Xia Bingbing's matters, so she only treated it as gossip. However, this did not mean that Jian Yun would swallow her anger. When Xia Bingbing ridiculed her again and laughed that she was just a stupid woman played by Huo Liancheng, Jian Yun retaliated. Miss Xia, have you ever seen a woman playing with a woman get a marriage certificate? Xia Bingbing sneered. A marriage certificate can be faked. How do I know that your fake certificate is not made with 20 yuan outside? After saying that, she stretched out her hand. If you prove it to me, I will believe you. Jian Yun could not help but laugh. Miss Xia really knows how to joke. Why would I show my marriage certificate to you? When Chen Xin heard Xia Bingbing's words, the corner of his mouth twitched. Xia Bingbing curled the corner of her mouth and said contemptuously, I think you don't dare. You are afraid that I will find out that your marriage certificate is fake. You did not really marry Huo Liancheng. Whatever you say, I still have matters to attend to. I will not accompany you anymore. Jian Yun was really disinclined to bother with Xia Bingbing. She felt that she could not communicate with Xia Bingbing at all. This woman was clearly not in the right mind. No, you are not allowed to leave. If you do not make things clear today, you are not allowed to leave. Xia Bingbing rudely blocked Jian Yun's way and fiercely stared at Jian Yun. Chen Xin immediately went forward, but before he could touch Xia Bingbing, Xia Bingbing took a step back and screamed at the same time. I hit someone. I hit someone. Mrs. Huo hit me. This cry instantly attracted everyone's attention. With a whoosh, Jian Yun's surroundings were filled with people. What's going on? Someone asked. Chapter 493. She is a lunatic. Xia Bingbing did not wait for Jian Yun to speak. She covered her face and said, I just came to greet Mrs. Huo. Who would have thought that Mrs. Huo would hate me for causing trouble for her and the Mings? She slapped me without saying anything. Just as she finished speaking, the surrounding people looked at Jian Yun in unison. Some people's eyes began to look strange. Everyone asked, is this really the case? These people knew Jian Yun's identity and did not dare to criticize Jian Yun in person. However, they all had a strange mentality. They especially liked to watch the show and also especially liked to see people with higher status make a fool of themselves. So in an instant, there were more and more people around this place. They all whispered to each other and looked at Jian Yun with a probing and strange gaze. In the past in the Mings, Mrs. Huo was my subordinate, and I was the Human Resources Department manager. Back then, she did something wrong, and I just asked her to amend the documents. In the end, she broke the documents in front of me and even threatened to sue me. Xia Bingbing covered her face and cried. She looked as if she had suffered a huge grievance, as she sobbed and narrated the reason why Jian Yun wanted to hit her. So it's like this. Everyone who did not understand the situation looked at Jian Yun and waited for Jian Yun to explain. Jian Yun originally did not want to quarrel with Xia Bingbing, but Xia Bingbing pestered her and did not let her go. Now she even slandered her and made her unable to bear it. I think there should be surveillance here. Jian Yun raised her head and looked around. She did not want to waste time and directly used the most powerful evidence. I have contacted the security guards of the Zheng family to retrieve the surveillance cameras. Chen Xin pressed the headphones on his ears and said coldly, So what if there is a surveillance camera? Xia Bingbing's expression changed when she heard him. There was panic in her eyes. There is a surveillance camera. It can prove that I did not hit anyone. And who is lying? Jian Yun's tone was very cold. The surrounding people were watching the show. Xia Bingbing understood that to the upper class she was a stranger. Xia Bingbing had lived here for many years after all. No matter how bad her character was, she still had her own connections and circle of friends. So if she could not produce evidence directly, tonight's matter would definitely have a negative impact on her in the Qinghu business circle. I will wait and see the surveillance camera expose your ugly face, Xia Bingbing said stubbornly. Jian Yun coldly looked at Xia Bingbing. She did not say anything. If people were to confirm something, then no matter how much you explain, they would not believe it. It would be better to use evidence directly. Jian Yun had already noticed that the security measures of the Zheng family were very well done when she just came in. There were cameras installed both inside and outside the yard. The Zheng family was very cautious when it came to the important banquet tonight. There must be a lot of surveillance equipment set up in the hall. Sure enough, in a few minutes, a few men dressed in black appeared. The leader of the men was holding a computer in his hand. When these people appeared, the people who had been discussing with each other suddenly became silent. All of them were staring intently at these people. Some people noticed that Xia Bingbing's face became pale, but Jian Yun remained calm and collected. Brother Chen, the surveillance video is here, the man in the lead said respectfully to Chen Xin. It was precisely because Chen Xin called that the monitoring room had such high efficiency. Look! Chen Xin nodded. They put down their computers. They had just pulled up the monitor screen in the hall. They surrounded them curiously and stared at the computer screen. However, when the screen showed the screen, Xia Bingbing suddenly rushed over like a madman and shouted, "Don't look." Then, she pushed the computer over and pushed it onto the ground. There was something wrong with the computer. The screen flashed a few times and turned black. Xia Bingbing was standing very close to them. She suddenly made a move, and no one could react. Chen Xin only had time to protect Jian Yun because Xia Bingbing pushed the computer in the direction of Jian Yun. Everyone immediately let out a cry of surprise. Everyone looked at the abnormally red Xia Bingbing in shock. "Miss Xia, what are you doing? You guys are not allowed to look." "I said, you guys are not allowed to look," Xia Bing said. Bing shrieked, her face twitching. Jian Yun sneered and walked up from behind Chen Xin. "Don't you want us to watch the surveillance? Miss Xia, are you feeling guilty?" Xia Bingbing suddenly raised her head and stared fiercely at Jian Yun. Her expression was so ferocious that it was almost deformed. Her voice was even more shrill. "Why should I feel guilty? It was clearly you who felt guilty." Jian Yun rolled her eyes. In her heart, she really admired the crazy logic. "Since you said so, then we have to look at the surveillance video even more. Right, miss?" "No, no." Xia Bingbing covered her head and screamed. She looked at the people around her and looked at her in surprise. She understood that if people saw that she was the one who wanted to hit Jian Yun, but she slandered Jian Yun for hitting her, then even if Jian Yun could forgive her, Old Man Ming would not let her go. There was also the possibility that the social circle of Qinghu would not accept her anymore. Xia Bingbing risked her life to stop the surveillance camera. Those with discerning eyes could see what was going on, so the scene changed. The people who were questioning Jian Yun just now pointed at Xia Bingbing and discussed animatedly. Xia Bingbing was very concerned about her image. Her goal was to borrow the power of the Ming family to find a rich and powerful man to marry. If her reputation was ruined tonight, wouldn't all her efforts go to waste? The few security guards of the Zheng family picked up the computer and fiddled with it a few times. When they found that they could not turn on the computer, someone immediately called and asked to bring another computer over. "No, don't look." Xia Bingbing grabbed her hair and her eyes became fierce. She seemed to be in a frenzy. Jian Yun frowned. She was almost 100% sure that Xia Bingbing's brain was definitely not normal. "What's wrong?" The noise from the crowd also attracted Huo Liancheng's attention. He, the Zheng family's old man, and a few other people who clearly had extraordinary status walked over from the crowd. "Miss Xia." Jian Yun saw Huo Liancheng and walked towards him with her skirt in hand. She was just about to speak when she was suddenly interrupted by Xia Bingbing's scream. "Liancheng, Liancheng, this woman hit me." Xia Bingbing pushed Jian Yun away and rushed in front of Huo Liancheng. If it wasn't for Huo Liancheng's quick movement, she would have bumped into him. Even so, Xia Bingbing still hugged Huo Liancheng's arm. She looked like she was wronged and tears flowed out of her eyes. She flirted with him. "Liancheng, I just came to greet her. Who would have thought that she would slap me without saying anything? My face hurts so much." Huo Liancheng's handsome face immediately darkened and he waved his hand. When Xia Bingbing touched him, he waved her out. At the same time, he took off his suit jacket and threw it to Chen Xin. "Throw it away." Chapter 494, I Am the Evidence. The onlookers were shocked. Huo Liancheng's clothes were obviously handmade and expensive. Xia Bingbing touched her sleeve and threw it away. How much did she dislike Xia Bingbing? However, how did Xia Bingbing call Huo Liancheng by his name? She looked like she was very close to Huo Liancheng, but it did not look like Huo Liancheng hated her. It was really weird. Xia Bingbing saw that Huo Liancheng did not even look at her and immediately sat on the ground in sadness and cried, "Liancheng, why are you ignoring me? It was clearly me who knew you first. You also like me, right? It was her. It was this woman who appeared and took you away." Huo Liancheng frowned and his eyelids twitched a few times, indicating that he was already very unhappy. His tone was as cold as ice. "Whose dog is this mad dog from? Come out and take him away." Someone who was close to Xia Bingbing wanted to help Xia Bingbing away but was slapped far away by Xia Bingbing. "Get lost, all of you get lost. Is this woman crazy?" The people around already saw that something was not right. Huo Liancheng walked to Jian Yun with a cold face and held her. After checking her up and down, he asked with concern, "Is anything the matter?" Jian Yun shook her head. "It's nothing. What's wrong with this woman?" Huo Liancheng asked. Jian Yun shrugged. Just as she was about to speak, Xia Bingbing screamed and was about to rush over. The security guards of the Zheng family came and held her down. She was still crying and making a fuss. It was really annoying. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" At this moment, Old Master Ming also received the news. He held his walking stick and quickly walked over. When he saw a group of people pressing Xia Bingbing to the ground, Xia Bingbing's face was full of tears as she struggled. At that time, he poked the walking stick and said angrily, "What is this for? Why are you pressing my granddaughter? Are you bullying my Ming family?" "Old Master Ming, I'm afraid I have to ask your good granddaughter what she did." Zheng Jing, the eldest brother of the Zheng family, said with a sullen face. He had just asked the security guards of the Zheng family and found out what had happened. He was probably very angry. His family's party tonight was very important, but the Ming family dared to mess things up. He could not tolerate it. Bing Bing, what's going on? Old Master Ming poked his walking stick on the ground and lowered his head to ask Xie Bingbing, who was still crying on the ground in a sorry state. Grandpa, save me. I didn't do anything and Mrs. Wu hit me. They even protected her. Ah, it hurts so much, I'm not alive anymore. Xie Bingbing cried even harder. She hit her head on the ground and the makeup on her face was gone. You guys are going too far. If I don't explain what happened today clearly, my Ming family will not be finished with you guys. Old Master Ming had always been very petty. Even though he knew that there was something fishy about what happened today, he didn't want to lose face in front of so many people. He didn't dare to offend Huo Liancheng, so he could only insist on the Zheng family giving an explanation. Old Master Zheng and Old Man Ming had always been at odds with each other. Both of them had to fight each other when they met. Now that he heard Old Man Ming twist the truth, he was also angry. He pointed at Old Man Ming and said, "What do you mean? The Ming family is causing trouble in my house. I still want an explanation from you. How dare you accuse the Zheng family?" Seeing that the two old men were about to argue, Huo Liancheng did not say anything. He just frowned. Jian Yun was calm and composed, not worried at Jian Yun waved her hand. "Stop arguing. When the computer comes, look at the surveillance video and you will know what is going on." While they were talking, someone had already sent the computer over. This time, they had already adjusted the surveillance video, and it could be played. Old Man Ming and Old Man Zheng looked at each other coldly, then turned their heads away with a cold snort. The surveillance video was on. Xie Bingbing wanted to stop it this time. When everyone saw clearly that Jian Yun, who was originally eating, was scolded by Xie Bingbing, who came from behind, she clearly did not want to care about Xie Bingbing. She turned around and was about to leave. Xie Bingbing then rushed up with a ferocious expression and raised her hand to hit Jian Yun. However, she suddenly stopped and the people around her quickly surrounded her. Xie Bingbing immediately covered her face and pretended to be pretentious. Everything was clear. "Humph, Old Man Ming, you saw it clearly now?" Old Man Zheng looked at Old Master Ming with a cold smile. Old Master Ming's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. His eyes were sharp as he stared straight at Xie Bingbing. "What else do you have to say?" Zheng Jing looked coldly at Xie Bingbing and signaled his men to let go of her. Xie Bingbing got up all of a sudden and saw the people around her looking at her with disdain. Her heart was filled with fear and panic, especially when she saw Old Master Ming's gloomy face. It gave Xie Bingbing a bad feeling. "Looks like Miss Xia really knows how to act. Look at her acting. We were almost fooled by you." Someone started to mock Xie Bingbing. Most of them were secretly glad that they did not stand on Xie Bingbing's side and criticize Jian Yun. Otherwise, if they were slapped in the face now and offended Huo Liancheng, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Xie Bingbing was so angry that her entire body trembled. She did not care that she was in a sorry state and suddenly pointed at Jian Yun. Her eyebrows stood up, and she said angrily, "Yes, I was lying. You did not hit me. I was the one who wanted to hit you, but this is all a lie. Because of you, if you hadn't said those humiliating words and scolded me, I wouldn't have lost control of my emotions." Hearing these words, everyone's face twitched and twitched. Everyone knew that the surveillance video was very obvious. Xie Bingbing clearly went to find trouble, but Mrs. Huo did not pay attention to her. It was her who had always been aggressive, but now that she said so, they did not know how Mrs. Huo would deal with it. Jian Yun was so angry that she laughed. Was Xie Bingbing crazy? "Let me do it." Jian Yun held on to the angry Huo Liancheng and shook her head at him. A shrew like Xie Bingbing was not worthy for Huo Liancheng to argue with her personally. "Mrs. Huo, you are lucky to be married to a good husband, but it does not mean that you have the right to scold me and humiliate my personality." Xie Bingbing said it as if it was true. "Where is the evidence?" Jian Yun crossed her arms and squinted her eyes as she coldly watched Xie Bingbing jumping up and down like a clown. Since Xie Bingbing played so much, she would play with her till the end. "I am the evidence." Xie Bingbing made up her mind. Although the surveillance video provided the video, the music in the hall was too loud and interfered with the recording effect. She could not hear their conversation from the surveillance camera. Jian Yun could not help but roll her eyes. "Miss Xia, is there something wrong with your brain? The police are handling the case and the thief just said that I did not steal anything. I am the evidence and the case can be closed? Then I do not care. Anyway, you have to give me an explanation today." Xie Bingbing raised her hand to wipe her face and said arrogantly. The makeup on her face was all messed up. She had just been pressed to the ground and her hair was messy. Her body was also dirty and she looked very embarrassed. Yet, she still had to make a very proud and imposing appearance. It was truly laughable. Chapter 495, Deja Vu. "What do you want me to give you?" Jian Yun asked curiously. Apologize to me." Xia Bingbing raised her head and puffed out her chest. If it were not for the fact that everyone had seen from the surveillance video that she was the one who attacked first and lied and slandered later, perhaps they would have believed her under the circumstances where Xia Bingbing was so confident. The one who should apologize is you. Jian Yun smiled, but it was not because she was happy, but because she was helpless. She finally understood what it was like to talk to an idiot. Talking to someone who was simply unable to communicate was simply a waste of her life. You randomly came to question my fake marriage, and even said that my marriage certificate was fake. You are slandering me, and I want to sue you for slandering me. When the surrounding people heard this, they could not help but secretly look at Huo Liancheng. Sure enough, they saw his face was as gloomy as the sky before the storm. It was terrifying. No, Xia Bingbing firmly refused to admit. It was you who created the rumor. Xia Bingbing, you are enough. No matter how much old Master Ming liked Xia Bingbing, he did not dare to offend Huo Liancheng. It was already a pleasant surprise that he could invite Huo Liancheng to manage his ruined company, but Huo Liancheng did not disappoint everyone. In just a few short months, he had brought the Mings back to life, which was originally in danger, back to life. He was very happy. Usually, he was afraid that he would anger this god of fortune. How could he dare to question his wife in front of Huo Liancheng tonight? Even if Mrs. Huo really beat Xia Bingbing tonight, old Master Ming did not dare to pursue the matter. Furthermore, it seemed like Xia Bingbing was in the wrong and refused to admit it. She had offended Mrs. Huo. She still wanted to conceal the truth. She really deserved to die. Grandfather, don't you want to help me? Are you just going to watch her bully me like this? Xia Bingbing was shocked by old Master Ming's sudden roar. She was still a little afraid of old Master Ming. She shrank back for a while and revealed a frightened expression on her face. However, her tone had a trace of a coquettish tone. Go home for me. Don't make a fool of yourself here. Old Master Ming was a little embarrassed and could only yell at Xia Bingbing. He wanted Xia Bingbing to disappear so that he could explain to Huo Liancheng himself. Grandpa, how can you say that to me? Xia Bingbing stomped her feet in anger and pointed at Jian Yun. She said angrily, she clearly bullied me. Why do you want me to leave? Today, if she does not apologize to me, I will not let it go. Shut up. Old Master Ming saw Huo Liancheng's expression change, and the surrounding air seemed to have become colder. He became anxious and waved his walking stick towards Xia Bingbing. Old Master, calm down. Don't be angry. The person who came with Old Master Ming was the butler of the Ming family. He hurriedly supported Old Master Ming and gave Xia Bingbing a look. Miss, you should go back first. I'm not going back. I won't go back if she doesn't apologize today. Xia Bingbing suddenly sat on the ground and cried loudly. Everyone's eyelids could not help but tremble when they saw this. The women who were close to Xia Bingbing also shook their heads secretly. It seemed that after tonight, all the families in Qinghu should know that this Miss Sun of the Ming family was not in a good state of mind. Those who wanted to form a marriage with the Ming family would probably have to give up their thoughts. After all, no one wanted to marry a paranoid woman with a mental problem, let alone go home. This Miss Xia was not the legitimate granddaughter of the Ming family. Xia Bingbing had yet to realize her own crisis. She was crying. Huo Liancheng was about to leave with Jian Yun in his arms. He was in a good mood tonight and was ruined by this crazy woman. He did not want to stay here any longer. You are not allowed to leave. Don't go. Seeing this, Xia Bingbing suddenly jumped up and pounced in Jian Yun's direction. Huo Liancheng reacted. Very quickly, he grabbed Jian Yun and flashed to the side. Chen Xin also moved to the other side. There was a path in the middle. Xia Bingbing suddenly rushed over and hit the pillar in front of her. Her head immediately swelled up and blood flowed out. This time, old Master Ming could not take it anymore. He was used to being the head of the family. He didn't dare to say anything about Huo Liancheng, so he vented his anger on the Zheng family. Are all of you dead? If anything happens to my granddaughter today, you and I are not finished. Jian Yun leaned into Huo Liancheng's embrace and turned her head to look at this scene. She could not help but frown. Although she had worked in the Mings for 3 years, her previous position was too low, and she could not come into contact with the upper echelons of the Mings, let alone the old master. She only heard that the family was ruined because of old Master Ming's debauchery. He spent too much on women, and his children were not good at running a company. As a result, the huge company. What are you? Huo Liancheng noticed Jian Yun's frown and asked. I am thinking about why you took over the Mings' mess. This family's reputation in Green Lake is not very good. Jian Yun looked up at Huo Liancheng and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Huo Liancheng only smiled when he heard her. Didn't I say that? I picked up the Mings because you are here. That's not right. The first time we met was in the coffee shop. You didn't know I was in the Mings back then, did you? Jian Yun asked hesitantly. Silly girl, I didn't know that you were in the Mings, but I picked up the Mings to look for you. Huo Liancheng intimately pinched Jian Yun's nose. I met you that night and knew you were also in the Mings. You must not know my feelings at that time. Jian Yun blinked. Is it very surging? More than that. Huo Liancheng curled his lips and stared at Jian Yun. His eyes were as deep as the night sky. When I went back, I had insomnia. I was so excited that I didn't sleep all night. The next day, I went to work and thought about how to meet you. It would be weird if I believed you. Jianyun rolled her eyes at Huo Liancheng and pursed her lips into a smile. Although she said she didn't believe him, her heart was already sweet. Liancheng, there's a lot of trouble over there. You guys are actually flirting here. Jianyun and Huo Liancheng were talking when they suddenly heard someone teasing them from behind. She hurriedly turned her head to look and saw a very outstanding man and woman walking towards them. The man walked in front. He was dressed in a well-ironed suit. Although his height was ordinary, his temperament was refined and refined. His appearance was also very handsome. The woman who followed behind the man was wearing a white dress. She was taller than Jianyun and should be 175 centimeters tall. At first glance, she gave the impression that she was very thin and wore a low-cut dress. The bones in her chest were faintly visible. One could see that her cheeks were also somewhat sunken. Her facial features made her eyes look deep, and her facial features were three-dimensional. She was very beautiful and gave people the feeling that she was very powerful. However, what was strange was that Jianyun clearly did not know this woman, but she had a feeling of familiarity, as if she had seen her somewhere before. Jianyun was still sizing up the woman. They had already walked over. The man reached out his hand from far away and clapped his hands with Huo Liancheng and greeted him warmly. Chapter 496. Death is like extinguishing a lamp. Huo Liancheng should have a good relationship with a man. When he saw the person who came, a smile appeared on his usually cold and handsome face. He was a germaphobe and never had any physical contact with anyone. However, the fact that the two of them were holding hands was enough to show that they had a deep relationship. The woman's eyes were focused on Huo Liancheng from beginning to end. When she approached him and saw that Huo Liancheng had finally noticed her, the corner of her mouth curled into a grimace. When the woman smiled, Jianyun suddenly felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her scalp felt like it was going to explode, and her hair stood up. A scene flashed through her mind like a flash of lightning. Photos. This woman was the person in the picture Chen Mu's showed her. In an instant, Jianyun felt a chill on her back. Her face suddenly turned pale and all the blood was gone. Her scalp was numb, because she remembered. This woman, she was Chen Xinran. This smile was exactly the same as when Huo Liancheng held her in his arms in the photo. Even though she had lost a lot of weight, her smile and temperament had not changed. She was still so calm and relaxed. Jianyun stared at Chen Jinran and felt as if her entire body was immersed in an ice cave. The coldness spread, and she felt as if her heart was wrapped in ice. Fear, panic, and disbelief. Jianyun could not tell what she was thinking at this moment. No, impossible. Didn't Chen Mu say Chen Xinran was already dead? Why was she standing here right now? Could it be that this isn't Chen Xinran? Was she just a woman who looked like Chen Xinran? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Jianyun's mind. In the end, she finally found the best reason. Yes, people die like lights out. This woman in front of her definitely would not be Xinran. However, Jianyun did not even have the time to heave a sigh of relief when she heard the man beside her make fun of her. His eyes had been focused on Huo Liancheng's woman the whole time. Your heart is still the same. You can't move your eyes away when you see Liancheng. I'm not uglier than him. Right? Why don't you look at me more? I look at you every day. I'm sick of looking at you. Chen Xinran glanced at the man. She smiled and looked at Huo Liancheng again. Her eyes were deep. She reached out her hand. Liancheng, long time no see. Long time no see. Huo Liancheng did not want to shake hands with Chen Xinran. He nodded as a greeting. He noticed that Jianyun was not right, so, at this moment, Jianyun's entire body was stiff and cold. Huo Liancheng called her Chen Xinran. Huo Liancheng did not have any strange expression, so, she was really Chen Xinran. Jianyun suddenly opened her eyes wide and there was a flash of fear and helplessness in her eyes. Huo Liancheng also noticed that Jianyun's hand that was holding his arm was shaking violently. He could not help asking in a low voice with concern, "What's wrong? Where are you feeling unwell?" Jianyun ignored Huo Liancheng. Or rather, she did not hear what Huo Liancheng said at all. At this moment, her eyes seemed to have taken root in Chen Xinran's face. She knew that she should not look at Chen Xinran, but she could not control it. "This beautiful little sister is your little wife, Liancheng?" The man looked at Jianyun with interest. Naturally, he also saw the change in Jianyun's expression, and there was a deeper meaning in his eyes. "Hello, just call me Heart." Chen Xinran was very generous. She did not seem to mind Huo Liancheng's cold treatment. At this time, she looked at Jianyun and greeted Jianyun politely with a smile. At that time, Jianyun's heart was already in turmoil. She looked at Chen Xinran's beautiful face, and the picture that she saw on Cheng Mu's phone suddenly flashed in her mind. She roughly understood that she had been deceived by Cheng Mu's. So Chen Xinran did not die. Hello. Jianyun closed her eyes and took a deep breath to calm herself down. Then she reached out and shook hands with Chen Xinran. Chen Xinran's fingers were long and slender, just like her entire person. Her hand was so thin that only bones remained. Jianyun only touched her hand and felt Chen Xinran's fingers were shockingly cold. She quickly withdrew her hand. "Liancheng, what happened just now?" Chen Shinran turned her head to look at Xia Bingbing. Is there something wrong with that young lady's brain? Xia Bingbing was still arguing on the other side of the group. The surrounding people were watching as if they were watching a joke. Old Master Ming was so angry that he hit Xia Bingbing with his walking stick. Huo Liancheng did not answer Chen Shinran. At this moment, he only cared about Jian Yun. If he did not see wrongly just now, he clearly saw that Jian Yun's expression changed drastically when she saw Chen Shinran. But Jian Yun should not know Chen Shinran. This was strange. Liancheng, I feel a little uncomfortable. This place is too stuffy. I want to go out and take a breather. Jian Yun raised her head to look at Huo Liancheng. There was only the projection of the light in her big dark eyes. Her eyes flashed with fragmented light. Although Jian Yun tried her best to pretend that nothing had happened, her eyes betrayed her. Huo Liancheng knew that Jian Yun definitely knew something, but Huo Liancheng would never ask directly, because he knew that even if he asked, he would not ask directly. If Jian Yun did not want to tell him, she would not tell him. He waited for her to speak. Okay, I will accompany you out. Huo Liancheng wrapped his arm around Jian Yun's slim waist and said softly. No. Jian Yun said. Don't you have friends here? You talk to them. I can go out alone. Jian Yun pinched Huo Liancheng's hand. No matter how hard she tried to disguise herself, she could not ignore the complicated feelings in her heart. Okay, don't go far. I will come to find you later. Huo Liancheng turned back and looked at the man. He hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. Jian Yun nodded and turned back to look at the man and Chen Shinran. She smiled apologetically. Sorry, I am a little uncomfortable. I will go out for a while. The man and Chen Shinran both smiled back. Jian Yun's eyes quickly swept across Chen Shinran's face. She immediately lowered her head and walked out. Huo Liancheng signaled Chen Shin to follow Jian Yun. But when he looked at Jian Yun's slim back, there was a touch of deep thought in his eyes. Because Huo Liancheng could not understand no matter what. Even if Jian Yun knew Chen Shinran, why did she reveal such a frightened and panicked expression when she saw Chen Shinran? Liancheng, your wife doesn't seem to like me very much. Chen Shinran naturally noticed the unusual look in Jian Yun's eyes when she looked at her. She shrugged and asked in a teasing tone. You worry too much. Huo Liancheng did not intend to answer Chen Shinran's words. He withdrew his gaze from Jian Yun and walked to the side with the man. If Jian Yun was here, she would find that Huo Liancheng did not even look at Chen Shinran. Chen Shinran's smile was a little stiff. She was left behind but did not plan to follow. Sure, come and have a seat. The man turned around and saw Chen Shinran's lonely face. He sighed in his heart. Chen Shinran looked at Huo Liancheng expectantly. Chapter 497. What the hell? However, Chen Shinran noticed that Huo Liancheng did not even turn his head back. The brilliance in her eyes instantly disappeared. Her hands suddenly tightened on the side of her body and her lips became purple from biting. Ranchin, aren't you coming? The man saw that Chen Shinran's expression was not good and stopped in his tracks with concern. No. When you brothers meet, you must have a lot to say. I will walk alone and will not disturb you guys. Chen Shinran suppressed the sadness and helplessness in her heart. She still had a smile on her face and said very sensibly. All right then, I will look for you later. Don't go far. The man gave a few reminders and then walked away with Huo Liancheng. Chen Shinran stared at Huo Liancheng's tall back. Her eyes were filled with thoughts that could not be described with words. In the hall, Xia Bingbing didn't know if she had been beaten silly by Old Master Ming. She sat on the ground with a swollen face. Her eyes were dull and she did not continue to make noise. Old Master Ming sat by the side. He was so angry that he was gasping for breath. His follower hurriedly handed him water and a cigarette. It took him a long time to calm down. The onlookers gradually dispersed. This farce had finally ended in this way. At this moment, Jian Yun was sitting on the bench in the garden. Her hands were tightly gripping the corner of her dress. Her eyes were straight and her expression was still very bad. What's wrong? Chen Xin sat beside Jian Yun and asked with concern. He had also noticed the change in Jian Yun's expression just now and was naturally very surprised. He just happened to come out and ask. It's okay. Jian Yun lowered her head and covered her face with her hands. She did not know how to describe her current mood. Chen Xin did not ask any more questions. He knew that it must be very troublesome or unimaginable for Jian Yun to be so troubled. However, she was not willing to tell, and he could not force her. A gentle voice suddenly came from behind her. Can I talk to you? This voice was familiar and unfamiliar. Jian Yun almost turned her head abruptly and saw Chen Shinran standing there gracefully. Chen Shinran saw Jian Yun looking at her and the corner of her mouth curled up. She revealed a friendly smile and asked again, Can I sit down? Chen Xin had already stood up and Jian Yun nodded subconsciously. Chen Shinran smiled and lifted her skirt to sit on the other side of the bench. Tonight's night is really beautiful. Chen Shinran looked up at the moon as if she was really just chatting. Miss Chen, do you need something from me? Jian Yun was not in the mood to chat about the moon with Chen Shinran and directly went straight to the point. Did Mrs. Huo know me before? Chen Shinran suddenly asked. I don't know you. Jian Yun's face was a little stiff. In fact, she felt very uncomfortable sitting here with Chen Shinran. She would unconsciously think of Huo Liancheng hugging Chen Shinran. Even more so, She could not help but think back to that time. Was their relationship very intimate back then? So intimate that they did everything. Thinking of this, Jianyun's expression became even uglier. Mrs. Huo, then have you heard of my name before? Chen Shinran's eyes flashed. She had been paying attention to Jianyun's expression, and she was also guessing why Jianyun's expression changed drastically when she saw her. No. Jianyun still shook her head. Chen Shinran raised her eyebrows. Then how do you know my surname is Chen? No matter if it was Liancheng or Mike, they did not call me by my full name. Jianyun heard this and suddenly raised her head to look at Chen Shinran. Her color instantly became incomparably stiff. What do you want to say? Chen Shinran was really a little puzzled in her heart. Jianyun's reaction when she saw her was too or perhaps it was a little too extreme? Don't misunderstand. I don't have any bad intentions. I just want to know where Mrs. Huo knew my name. Did Liancheng mention it to you? Chen Shinran had a trace of expectation in her heart. She pursed her lips and stared into Jianyun's eyes, trying to see some clues from Jianyun's face. As long as she thought that Huo Liancheng did not forget her, had mentioned her before, or had kept a picture of her, Chen Shinran's heart could not help but beat wildly. No. Jianyun frowned. She did not like Chen Shinran mentioning Huo Liancheng's name when Chen Shinran mentioned him. Her bright eyes reminded her of the short message Chen Mu's had sent her. Chen Shinran was not dead. So, she had separated from Huo Liancheng because of the difficult birth and the death of her womb? That was why Huo Liancheng was not willing to have children? No? Chen Shinran did not believe it. Chen Mu's told me about you. After a pause, Jianyun still explained, because she did not want Chen Shinran to misunderstand, that she learned her name from Huo Liancheng. Cheng Mu's? Chen Shinran indeed frowned, and her eyes could not hide the disappointment, but then she seemed to be very interested and asked, Why did Cheng Muzi mention me to you? What did he say? No, he just showed me some pictures. Jianyun said casually. She did not want to continue this topic. She always felt that Chen Shinran did not come to her for simple reasons. I see. Chen Shinran naturally also saw that Jianyun was not willing to say anything else and did not continue to ask. Although she was still very curious why Jianyun would have that kind of expression when she saw her. The two of them did not speak again, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. The villa's hall was brightly lit, and there were people walking not far away. Chen Shinran looked over there and did not have anything to say. She praised Jianyun. Miss Jian, you are really beautiful. No wonder Liancheng wanted to marry you home. Jianyun smiled. Thank you. But Jianyun felt strange in her heart. She was already married and Chen Shinran still called her Miss Jian. Jianyun did not want to continue chatting with Chen Shinran here, so she got up and pulled the corners of her lips. Her smile was a little forced. Miss Chen, I'm sorry. I am not feeling well. I will take my leave first. Chen Shinran also got up. She was much taller than Jianyun. When she looked at Jianyun, she was in a condescending position, but her tone was very concerned. Are you not feeling well? Do you want to call the doctor to take a look? No need. Goodbye. Jianyun smiled and greeted him. She turned around and left. Behind Jianyun, Chen Shinran's eyes narrowed. Brother Chen, I want to go home. Jianyun walked a few steps before raising her head to look at Chen Xin. Let me report to young Master Huo. Chen Xin took out his phone. Chen Xin dialed the number and passed it to Jianyun. Jianyun said, Liancheng, I'm not feeling well. I want to go back first. Wait for me. I will come out immediately. Huo Liancheng immediately said. There was a rustling sound on the phone. It should be him getting up from the sofa. No need. Didn't you say the party tonight was important? Just do what you need to do. Brother Chen can send me back, Jianyun quickly said. She did not want to disturb Huo Liancheng because of her own reasons. No matter how important the ball is, it is not as important as you. Wait for me. I will come right away. Huo Liancheng hung up the phone without saying anything. Chapter 498. So it turned out that he liked this type. Jianyun handed the phone to Chen Xin helplessly. Young Master Huo is out? Chen Xin did not need to guess to know that Huo Liancheng, who loved his wife as much as his life, would not be able to sit still after hearing Jianyun say that he was not feeling well. Yes. Jianyun nodded and looked behind her out of the corner of her eye. She found Chen Shinran did not leave. She was still sitting on the bench, and her head was lowered. No one knew what she was thinking. Jianyun pressed her forehead and suddenly felt a headache. Huo Liancheng rushed over very quickly. His footsteps were hurried. The moment he saw Jianyun, he rushed over worriedly and held her shoulder. He asked nervously, Where are you feeling unwell? I will take you to see a doctor. Jianyun grabbed Huo Liancheng's arm and pursed her lips. She shook her head. Nothing much. I probably have a headache from the wind in the afternoon. I'll be fine after a short rest. Are you really okay? Huo Liancheng was still worried. Really? Jianyun felt warm in her heart. The corners of her eyes also bent. She looked at Huo Liancheng with her big eyes full of attachment. Then let's go back. Huo Liancheng raised his hand and touched Jianyun's face. The slightly cold temperature made him unconsciously frown between his brows. You still have a meeting. Just let Brother Chen send me back. Jianyun did not want Huo Liancheng to neglect others because of her. What's there to socialize about? I said it. No one is more important than you, Huo Liancheng insisted. Jianyun could not argue with Huo Liancheng, so she could only listen to him. However, there was an apologetic look on her face. Liancheng, I am sorry. Huo Liancheng was leading Jianyun forward. When he heard Jianyun say she was sorry, his frown deepened. He was a little unhappy. You are not feeling well. It is my duty to take care of you. Why should I say I am sorry? Jianyun pursed the corner of her mouth and lowered her head. She did not answer. However, the corner of her eye could not help but glance at Chen Shinran, who was not far away from her. Sure enough, Jianyun noticed that Chen Shinran was looking at them intently. Her gaze was clearly entangled with Huo Liancheng. Jianyun's heart inexplicably felt a trace of discomfort. At this time, when the man with Chen Shinran saw that Huo Liancheng was really leaving, he immediately rushed over and joked. Liancheng, you're leaving now? We haven't seen each other for a few years. You are really inhumane. Duo isn't feeling well. I'll send her back. Brother Ling, we'll talk another day. Huo Liancheng hugged Jianyun's waist and said to the man in a deep voice. Sister-in-law is not feeling well. Do you want to call a doctor to take a look? The doctor from the Zhang family is waiting upstairs. The man looked at Jianyun with concern. No need. I'm just a little tired. I'll be fine after I go back and rest. Jianyun smiled. Her thoughts turned. She grabbed Huo Liancheng's hand and looked up at him. I really have nothing to do. You stay. I'll wait for you at home. No. Huo Liancheng rejected Jianyun immediately. Jianyun did not wait for Huo Liancheng to speak. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed the corner of his mouth. At the same time, she whispered in his ear. I love you. Huo Liancheng's tensed muscles relaxed. His eyes seemed to fall into the stars in an instant. They were shockingly bright. Jianyun bent her eyes and smiled like a flower. She gently shook Huo Liancheng's hand and used a way that only the two of them understood. Huo Liancheng really enjoyed it. The big hand that hugged Jianyun's slender waist unconsciously moved and pinched the soft flesh on Jianyun's waist. Jianyun was afraid of the itch and was about to struggle when she saw Chen Xin turn his head away. That man surnamed Ling was clenching his fist to his mouth and was coughing dryly. Her face immediately turned red. Her eyes turned, and she shot a shy and angry glance at Huo Liancheng. All right, I'll go back first. You really don't want me to accompany you. Huo Liancheng was tempted by Jianyun's gaze. At this moment, compared to catching up with Ling Xiaozhong, he wanted to carry Jianyun to a hidden place and push her down first. I will wait for you at home. How could Jianyun not understand the meaning of Huo Liancheng's gaze? She pursed her lips and scratched Huo Liancheng's palm with her small hand. Okay, I'll go home after I finish here. Huo Liancheng grabbed Jianyun's restless hand and gently squeezed it. His eyes did not move away from her face for even a moment. Yes. Jianyun lowered her head and pulled a few times before pulling her hand out of Huo Liancheng's palm. Be careful on the road. Call me when you get home. Huo Liancheng still did not feel at ease and went over to warn her. On the other side, Chen Shinran had gotten up from the bench the moment she saw Huo Liancheng come out. However, her eyes quickly turned from bright to lonely. At this time, Ling Xiaozhong walked over and stood beside Chen Shinran. He seemed to be casually chatting. I've known Liancheng for at least 20 years. This is the first time I've seen him care so much about someone. I was shocked when I saw the way he looked at that girl. Chen Shinran's eyes were still focused on Huo Liancheng's back. She did not respond, but the corner of her mouth moved. It seemed like she wanted to smile, but she could not move the nerve at the corner of her mouth no matter what. You also saw Liancheng's eyes light up for a moment just now. Then do you know what that girl told Liancheng, that he was like this? Ling Xiaozhong did not seem to notice Chen Shinran's stiff face at all. He was still lamenting. Just 3 words, I love you. Chen Shinran's hand shook when she heard him. The handbag that she had been holding in her hand fell to the ground. It seems like Liancheng really fell into it this time. He was so cold that he could be so gentle. Because of one sentence, he seemed to be glowing. I heard that he has been floating around all these years and working as a manager for some lousy company. In fact, he's looking for someone. I think he is looking for this girl. Ling Xiaozhong glanced at Chen Shinran and quickly retracted his gaze. Is she the person he is looking for? Chen Shinran's lips moved as if she was asking Ling Xiaozhong, but also as if she was talking to herself. I really want to know how they know each other. I want to know. Ask Liancheng, but with his character, he definitely won't tell. Ling Xiaozhong shrugged, but I think this girl is not bad. She is pretty and she looks good when she smiles. I like her looks, and that pair of eyes had special spiritual energy. It turned out that Huo Liancheng liked them. Chen Shinran seemed to be unable to listen any longer and suddenly turned around to leave. Ah, yes, your bag. Ling Xiaozhong hurriedly reminded Chen Shinran, but Chen Shinran acted as if she did not hear him. She hurried towards the brightly lit hall. Ling Xiaozhong bent down to pick up the black bag. Seeing that Huo Liancheng was still pestering Jianyun in front of the car, he could not help but shake his head. He sighed and caught up with Chen Shinran. Yes, I don't want the bag. Chen Shinran stopped and lowered her head to look at Ling Xiaozhong's hand. After a long while, she remembered to reach out to take it. Ling Xiaozhong sighed when he saw the endless loneliness on Chen Shinran's face. You should be able to give up this time, right? Chen Shinran's hand trembled when she heard that. Her entire body trembled as if she had been shocked. Her eyelashes were trembling. Chapter 499. Who is waiting in place? Ah, why are you doing this? Ling Xiaozhong saw Chen Xinran's entire body trembling. He did not expect her reaction to be so big. He hurriedly stepped forward to support her and said with concern, "Are you okay?" Chen Xinran pushed Ling Xiaozhong away and shook her head. She forced a smile. "I'm fine." Ling Xiaozhong put the bag in Chen Xinran's hand and said helplessly, "With your current appearance, it is really hard to imagine that you are an international supermodel who can shine on the runway." Chen Xinran held the bag tightly and the smile on her face became bitter. "So what if I am an international supermodel? I tried so hard to make myself excellent, but I was still unable to change his mind. He did not even look at me." "Let him change his mind." Ling Xiaozhong was silent. Hearing these words, his eyes were deep and deep, but then he pulled the corner of his mouth and said in a mocking tone, "Don't you realize that you are the only one who is waiting at the same place?" "What do you mean?" Chen Xinran's voice suddenly became sharp. Her deep eyes seemed to emit a ferocious green light like a cat. She glared at Ling Xiaozhong fiercely and her lips turned green. "Of course. It has been so many years? Do you still not understand?" Ling Xiaozhong's gaze passed Chen Xinran and landed in the distance. "What do you want me to see?" Chen Xinran took a deep breath to calm herself down. Ling Xiaozhong raised his chin and signaled Chen Xinran to look over. "Have you ever seen Huo Liancheng look at a woman like that?" Chen Xinran held her breath and slowly turned her head to look. The street lights in the Zheng family garden were very bright and illuminated the place like it was daytime. She could clearly see Huo Liancheng holding Jian Yun and standing not far away. Even though they were so far away, she could feel the deep love in Huo Liancheng's eyes. At this moment, Chen Xinran felt a pain in her heart and subconsciously covered her mouth. "My heart, it's time to let go." Ling Xiaozhong's gaze was calm, and his tone was even calmer. Chen Xinran shook her head. She covered her face and started to cry. "How can I let go? How can I let go?" "Then what do you want to do? After waiting for so many years, when has he ever treated you like this?" Ling Xiaozhong lost his patience. If it was not for someone asking him, he would not care about this matter. "But I don't want to give up. We were clearly..." Chen Xinran put her hands down. Amidst her tears, she suddenly noticed Huo Liancheng walking towards her. She immediately pursed her lips and swallowed her words. "Liancheng, sister-in-law left?" Ling Xiaozhong went over to greet him. "Yes." Huo Liancheng was not paying attention. He kept looking back until he could no longer see Jian Yun in the car. He looked back at Ling Xiaozhong and asked, "What did you just ask me?" Ling Xiaozhong could not help rolling his eyes. "Since when did you become someone who only cares about your wife, but not your friends?" Huo Liancheng's eyes were cold. "If there is nothing else, I will leave first." After saying that, he really lifted his foot and walked towards the hall. He completely ignored Ling Xiaozhong. Not to mention Chen Xinran. From beginning to end, Huo Liancheng seemed to have completely forgotten that there was another person beside him. Naturally, he did not notice the tears on Chen Xinran's face. Tears surged on Chen Xinran's face. She only felt that the pain in her heart was even more severe. "Hey Liancheng, at least I'm a few years older than you. I came all the way to Green Lake. You can't just ignore me." Like Ling Xiaozhong was very unhappy. "You have companions." Huo Liancheng didn't even turn his head. "It's different, okay? I'm here for you." Ling Xiaozhong followed Huo Liancheng closely, but he immediately realized that Chen Xinran was ahead of him and was in front of Huo Liancheng. Huo Liancheng did not stop. He looked like he was going to ignore Chen Xinran. However, Chen Xinran still stood in front of him unyieldingly. "Huo Liancheng, can I take a bit of your time and say a few words to you?" Chen Xinran knew that if she did not take the initiative, she would miss this good opportunity tonight. Huo Liancheng finally stopped and lowered his head to look at Chen Xinran, but his eyes were too calm, so calm that there was not a trace of fluctuation. It was as if he was looking at a stranger. Chen Xinran raised her head to look at Huo Liancheng's handsome face. She was in a daze for a moment and actually forgot the reason why she stopped him. Huo Liancheng frowned impatiently. He turned his head and looked around as if he was looking for another way. "Hey!" Ling Xiaozhong suddenly called out. Chen Xinran suddenly woke up. When she came back to her senses, she found that Huo Liancheng had gone far away. She hurriedly chased after him. Ling Xiaozhong saw this scene from behind and could not help shaking his head. Why is there a need for this? "Liancheng, wait a moment. I will just say a few words," Chen Xinran said anxiously, but Huo Liancheng was tall and had long legs and big steps. It was very hard for her to chase after him. Huo Liancheng thought about it and saw people looking in his direction. He stopped and turned to Chen Xinran. "I will give you 1 minute." Chen Xinran gasped for breath. When she was really face to face with Huo Liancheng, her throat suddenly seemed to be choked, and she could not say a word, as if she had lost her words. "Are you still going to say it or not?" Huo Liancheng raised his hand and looked at his watch. He was already extremely impatient. If it was not because he had important matters to discuss with the Zheng family's old man tonight, he would not let Jian Yun go home alone. However, Chen Xinran kept delaying his time and made him very unhappy. Chen Xinran looked at Huo Liancheng's face full of impatience. It was as if a big hole had been opened in her heart. The cold wind poured in and made her feel suffocated. You are so patient with her. Why can't you share some with me? Chen Jinran asked sadly. Guo Liancheng frowned and said coldly, why should I give it to you? Who are you? These words hurt Chen Jinran and her face instantly turned pale. Guo Liancheng did not have any intention of showing mercy to Chen Jinran. He did not even look at Chen Jinran and turned to leave. Why? How long have you known her? I have waited for you for so many years. Why do you have to? Chen Jinran suddenly broke down and cried. You will take care of the people you brought. Also, I don't want any rumors to spread to my wife's ears. Guo Liancheng said coldly to Ling Xiaozhong without turning his head. Ling Xiaozhong pressed his head. He felt a headache coming on. He really regretted agreeing to help Chen Jinran meet Guo Liancheng. He knew that Guo Liancheng had been so calm since he was young that he did not look like a living person. You should not be emotional. If you have something to say, you should ask directly. You should know Liancheng's personality. Ling Xiaozhong saw that Guo Liancheng was far away, so he handed Chen Jinran a tissue. But I can't help it. Chen Jinran did not care if there was anyone around her. She could not help crying. You don't understand. I saw him smile at another woman. My heart really hurt. Chapter 500. It was unforgettable, because it had been there before. Long-lasting pain is better than short-term pain. For someone who can't belong to you, break that thought. Ling Xiaozhong felt that as a historical person, he really was not good at comforting women here. I want to stop too, but how can it be so easy? Chen Jinran covered her face and shook her head desperately. Tears rolled down from her hands and fell to the ground, covering a large piece of the ground. I have said everything that needs to be said. I was originally entrusted by someone to help you sell your wish, but if you are like this, I have no choice. Ling Xiaozhong was not a gossiper. He was not interested in knowing Chen Jinran's past. At this moment, he really regretted taking care of this mess. He decided to go back and settle the score with that person. I'm sorry. Chen Jinran cried. After venting her anger, she did not feel so depressed anymore. She turned around and took out a tissue from her bag to wipe her face. She apologized to Ling Xiaozhong in embarrassment. Sorry to trouble Professor Ling this time. It's good that you're okay? Ling Xiaozhong felt that standing here, being looked at by passers-by, was a little awkward. Don't think that he bullied Chen Jinran. He looked up and tried to ignore those gazes. He saw Guo Liancheng's figure disappear from the side door. He asked, are you going back to the hotel to rest or to stay and eat something? Chen Jinran was much calmer now. She thought for a while and said, I have been on the plane for a day. The food on the plane is really bad. I'm really hungry now. I will go and eat something. Do you need me to accompany you? Ling Xiaozhong asked. Chen Jinran shook her head. I can go by myself. Miss Zhang is my classmate. I will go and look for her. I'm sorry to make Professor Ling laugh tonight. Ling Xiaozhong waved his hand. He really did not want to see a woman cry anymore. He quickly said goodbye and chased after Guo Liancheng. Chen Jinran stood there for a while. When she was completely calm, she turned around and walked towards the hall. She had just entered the hall. Chen Jinran almost bumped into someone. Aya, who is so blind? That person staggered and almost fell to the ground. His words were not polite. Zheng Xiaoxiao, it's me. Chen Jinran reached out and grabbed the man's arm. Zheng Xiaoxiao originally wanted to go mad, but when she saw Chen Jinran's face full of tears and makeup, she immediately became nervous. What's wrong? Who dares to bully our Chen supermodel? Quickly tell me, I'll take revenge for you. Let's go, we'll talk about it in your room. Chen Jinran had sharp eyes and saw Guo Liancheng standing at the side door and talking to the Zheng family's old man. Although she wanted to look at him, she did not want to be seen like this. She could only lower her head and drag Zheng Xiaoxiao up the stairs. Hey, is that Annie Chen? She's been a supermodel of the famous international company for the past few years. In the hall, someone saw Chen Jinran and immediately recognized her. It seems to be her. I saw her crying in the garden just now. Why are you crying? I don't know. She has always been with Professor Ling from Beijing University. Is there something? What nonsense are you talking about? Professor Ling is already married. His children are in primary school. You guys don't know. I just saw Annie Chen blocking Guo Liancheng's way. She cried because of Guo Liancheng. I see. Could it be that between her and Guo Liancheng? A group of people whispered to each other. This was how gossip started. However, no one dared to say this in front of Guo Liancheng. Although Ling Xiaozhong had heard some of it, he was an open-minded person. Naturally, he would not specially correct them. Guo Liancheng didn't stay for long. After finishing his business with the Zheng family's old man, he left quickly. Ling Xiaozhong shook his head and sighed when he saw that. When Chen Jinran finished her makeup and came down from upstairs, she looked around the hall on the first floor and didn't see Guo Liancheng again. It was Zheng Xiaoxiao who went to ask the Zheng family's big brother and found out that Guo Liancheng had left. Are you disappointed? Zheng Xiaoxiao asked Chen Jinran. She was a university classmate with Chen Jinran and had a good relationship with her. She knew more or less what was on Chen Jinran's mind. She knew that Chen Jinran had returned to the country this time for Guo Liancheng. However, it was obvious that she had not made any progress. I'm not just disappointed this time. Chen Xinran's expression was lonely. Although she was very hungry, she could not eat anything when she looked at the plate full of food. He is already married. You should put it down. Zheng Xiaoxiao did not agree with Chen Xinran's stubbornness. Look at you. You were originally so bright and confident, but you actually cried like a dog tonight. You look so much different from when you used your full power on the runway. Is there a need for that? There are so many men chasing after you, but you don't like any of them? Why does it have to be Huo Liancheng? You don't understand. Chen Xinran and Zheng Xiaoxiao sat in the corner. When they heard Zheng Xiaoxiao's words, she smiled bitterly and put down the tray filled with food. Why don't I understand? Zheng Xiaoxiao was unhappy. We've known each other for so many years. Every time Huo Liancheng was mentioned, you would look like this. You have to look forward. His heart isn't on you. Why are you so persistent? Because that is Huo Liancheng. Chen Xinran sighed. I have loved him for more than 10 years. If I had never had him before, I would not be so sad. It is because we once had a relationship that I can never forget. Sigh, I do not want to talk about you anymore. In my heart, sooner or later, you will play yourself to death like this. Zheng Xiaoxiao did not like men. She could not understand why Chen Xinran was so loyal to Huo Liancheng. It was almost 9:30 when Huo Liancheng arrived home. It was relatively early for him to return at this time of the banquet. The house was quiet. Huo Liancheng did not find Jian Yun in the bedroom, and the study room was not there. He was nervously looking for the butler to ask when he heard the melodious piano music coming from the garden. Huo Liancheng felt relieved. He did not delay and went downstairs to the glass room at the back. The garden was very big. The glass room was very beautiful at night. Although there were no flowers, there were green plants everywhere. The row of lights illuminated the room like a fairyland. In the different shades of green, the woman in the yellow dress was as light as an elf. The melodious piano music made Huo Liancheng feel like he was in a fairyland. Jian Yun did not notice Huo Liancheng's arrival. Her back was facing him, and she was very engrossed in playing. It was only when Huo Liancheng hugged her from behind that she realized it. At the same time, she was also shocked. The last few sounds were all messed up. Ah! Jian Yun cried out in shock. When did you come back? Huo Liancheng sat on the piano stool and hugged Jian Yun, letting her sit on his lap. I have been back for a while. I have finished listening to this song. Jian Yun reached out and wrapped her arms around Huo Liancheng's neck. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Then why didn't you say anything? I was scared to death just now. I still wanted to ask you. Huo Liancheng lovingly pinched Jian Yun's nose and lowered his handsome face. Didn't you feel uncomfortable? Why don't you go and rest? You came here to play the piano and wore so little clothes.